me free. You make me come alive. Oh, tomorrow comes and I will follow you. Oh, burning in the sun, you're turning me around. Can you feel it? Oh baby, baby. Burning in the sun, you're turning me around. Can you feel it? Oh baby, baby. Burning in the sun, you're turning me around. Can you feel it? Oh baby, baby. Burning in the sun, you're turning me around. Can you feel it? Oh baby, baby.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy
Maradona. Yeah, yeah. They tryna hate us, no, they're gonna. We wanna do it how we wanna. Yeah, yeah. Stop tryna tell us to behave and go at your favorite age. Don't stop, drop, just rock and roll. We keep on cooking, no one can say no. So we're gonna do it how we wanna. We're gonna do it how we like it. Yeah, we're gonna do it how we wanna. We're gonna do it how we like it. Saying our bullets to your brain. Oh yes they are. Sounding all the same, but won't take all the blame. Oh yes they are. We gonna do it. We gonna do it. We gonna do it how we wanna. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We gonna do it. We gonna do it. We gonna do it how we like it. Ooh, yeah. We gonna do it how we wanna. We gonna do it how we like it. Yeah. We gonna do it how we wanna. We gonna do it how we like it. Saying our bullets to your brain. Oh yes they are. They're sounding all the same, but won't take all the blame. Oh yes they are. You better leave your worries at the door. Release that energy on the floor. You don't need those bad vibes anymore. Trust me, I've been through it, and it ain't worth any of your time at all. Do you feel it now? Do you feel it now? Know that rush I'm talking about. Cause baby, you got nothing left to lose. Oh no. Tonight, no, we don't follow any rules. Oh no, no. You gotta let loose. Yeah,
I stay breaking my own limits, and I won't say I'm not gonna win it, 'cause this crown's made for me. You just wait and see. All my haters getting bitter 'cause I'm working overtime. It's my moment and I own it. Stay in focus and I show it. You know I'm taking the night, feeling it right, stealing the light. And I stay loving myself, serving me well, as you can tell. 'Cause it's my moment. My moment. My moment. Oh. My moment. Oh. My energy's contagious, I'm the master of my fate. Conquering my fears, I'm in control and taking names. I just speak my truth, babe, you should follow suit. It's my moment, and I own it. Stay in focus, and I show it. You know I'm taking the night, feeling it right, stealing the light. And I stay loving myself, serving me well, as you can tell. 'Cause it's my moment. My moment. My moment. Oh. My moment. Oh. It's my moment.
I like the way you're moving, you're looking wild. I like the way you're moving, you're looking wild. I like the way you're moving, you're looking wild. I like the way you're moving, 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 moving wild. Money, diamonds, I'm in full control. Private islands, this is how I roll. PJ, easy, where you want to go. Watch me, watch me, watch me roll. New York, London, I'm in ecstasy. Landed Paris, with a place to be. Always flexing, all eyes on me. Watch me, watch me, watch me roll. I like the way you're moving, you're looking wild. I like the way you're moving, you're looking wild. I like the way you're moving, you're looking wild. I like the way you're moving, you're looking wild. I like the way you're moving, you're looking wild. I like the way you're moving, 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 moving wild.
Wish I could just get you off my mind.
what you doing to me? What you doing to me?
Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hardly can't deny it. It's so obvious, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case the body
time coming. Climbing up and down the walls. I took a tumble, took a fall. It's been a long, long, long time coming. And it just got better. It just got better. It just got better. Hey, hey. And it just got better. It just got better. It just got better. And it's a damn fine day. And it's a damn fine day. And it's a damn fine day. Come on. Yo. Here we go.
You got a marvelous vibe, and I know it starts from inside. So fill your heart with pride and let your light shine brightly. Yo, don't hide. You're a work of art, unforgettable and off the charts. I can't pick a favorite part, 'cause everything about you is the key to my heart.
All right. That's right. Come on, come on. Dang, diggy, dang. Diggy, diggity, dang. All right, okay. All right, okay. Hey. Magnificent. Incredible.
You got a marvelous vibe, and I know it starts from inside. So fill your heart with pride and let your light shine brightly. Yo, don't hide. You're a work of art, unforgettable and off the charts. I can't pick a favorite part, 'cause everything about you is the key to my heart.
All right.
We've had a lot of discussions backstage today. Now, any of you who are not in the industry as it is, we have a call time that's about 2 hours before the show. We make sure all our tech's in place, which means we have a lot of time to banter. And we covered a lot of subjects today. The Autobahn, how nice it is to be called Habibi. Different climates that one of our casters wants to visit. We'll introduce him later. But guys, the one thing we didn't talk about yet, TFT, we're doing that today. We're back. Rising Legends has returned. It's been 2 months, and we're here with the Portal Party. I'm excited. What have you guys been up to in the time since, other than, talking about those aforementioned subjects?
I think just endlessly jamming a new set. I don't think we've had a set that's had quite as much stuff in it as, ever in the history of TFT, but I know that makes us been jamming even more than I have.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's probably one of the best sets that TFT has ever had. Obviously, it's the first patch. There's some balance that are out there, but just the mechanics and the variety that the set is delivering is so exciting to me, and I've been just nonstop grinding and slamming games as much as I can. Obviously, my cats do want their attention while I'm talking, so I have to show them to chat or else I'm going to get punished. But yeah, new set, very good. That's my verdict.
Hi, Ari. Little baby. You're a 5-cost this set. Did you know that?
Yeah, she is. She is. Actually,
always been
I like
legendary to
playing.
me.
Karma reroll. Quite fun.
She's always been
Always been
legendary
5
to
to
me,
me.
Nix.
I got
Gotta let her know.
microseconds ahead of you, Matt. Microseconds ahead.
Beat me to the punch. But let's talk about other things that are behind the punch. Of course, we're coming out of Monsters Attack with the Monsters Attack Championship just a little while ago. We crowned our first North American champion, but EMEA, we were right behind. We showed up this set. Enzo really popping off there from the LEC studio.
Yeah, it was amazing to have all of our players in one place, getting a chance to support each other like that. And, it had been 2 championships before this point where we had no players from the top 8 from EMEA at all. So I think Enzo did very well to get there, even if he couldn't win the whole thing.
Yeah.
And we had our players in Berlin in the LEC studios, and hopefully that is something we can continue doing, which was really exciting to me. We got some great content out of that, and I would have never known how cool Enzo walks if not for that video on our Twitter.
Those are really fun. Shout outs to our main man on the scene, Ricci. He was going through and grabbing some hype videos of the players, and apparently Enzo's been like trolling him via text since then. Which, shout outs to Enzo. Just a memer through and through.
I know TFT Esports has really reached a new peak where we get our own player hype walk like you would get on the LEC, though. So I feel this is a big day. I definitely go check out on the Twitch if you haven't.
Yeah, if you're going to be in that studio, you got to do a walkthrough. You got to do the walkthrough. But of course, we have a new season coming up. We've got Super Brawl back. We've got a brand new prize pool. Other stuff as well, I'm sure. But Makes, I understand you have an inside line on someone who may have more to tell us about the season.
Yeah, I think there was somebody that told me all of the info, and then we did a video about that or something. So
Really?
I think there's a video, yeah.
Do we have that?
Welcome,
Guess we're gonna find out.
tacticians from all of Runeterra. Rising Legends is back with another season, and I'm so glad to introduce the new updates and the competitive format to you. For this season, we will have 3 different ways to qualify for the Rising Legends finals. The best ladder players during the whole season will qualify to the finals through ladder snapshots, so no reason to stop grinding in solo queue, tacticians. The Golden Spatula Cups offer 2 more ways. The consistency reward are the Golden Spatula Cup points. The top 21 point earners will secure a spot, and every player who makes it to day 2 will acquire points. Players who perform the best can also qualify by winning one of the Golden Spatula Cups. To qualify to the Golden Spatula Cups, the TFT regional competitions again have an important role. Every TRC will send the best competitors of their league to each Golden Spatula Cup. But you can also qualify to the GSC by being at the top of the ladder at rank locks. Pay attention, folks! The last way to qualify to Golden Spatula Cups is by playing in the Open Qualifier, where 512 players will fight for 32 direct spots. As the last novelty, we have the biggest prize pool in EMEA history. Let me take a breath. 117,750 euros. Okay, this is huge! But what about our fan favorite, Super Brawl? Don't worry, Super Brawl is back with the same format. The top 4 players from their respective TRCs will team up and face the best competitors of the other TRCs to fight for the glory of being the best region in EMEA. But hold your horses, more details will come soon. Having all that in mind, the best 32 players from EMEA will qualify for the Rising Legends finals, split between the 3 Golden Spatula Cup winners, the 21 point earners from the 3 Golden Spatula Cups, and the top 8 point earners from the snapshots. And that's everything, guys. We will see you in Runeterra Reforged.
And of course, now we understand what's going on with the format, and I just need to call out our graphic designers for a second. You know me, I don't do call-out posts often. But the fact that Hushtail was outside the top 21 for Golden Spatula Cups, this is ridiculous, this is BS. I'm coming for you, Ricci. I'm coming, I got your name. You've done work for us on that GSC stuff, on going in the LEC studio. I respect that, but I'm coming for you for that decision.
Richie has
I
to
also
deal with
want
a
to
lot of
come
stuff.
for Richie. Just because.
Well, okay.
Who doesn't? Who doesn't? And of course, you know, the most exciting thing for me is going to be Super Brawl coming back. I know a lot of our players really love that team-based format. I did as well. I'm going to say coordinated trolling by the French team, denying, I believe it was the Winds of the Wanderer Yasuo comp, was just beautiful, beautiful, miserable strategy to play against, but really kind of a little bit fun to watch, just a smidge.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Of course, the Super Bowl really blew up in the chat. As you said, the French team, and of course the Dark team as well, all pulling out some really, really good strategies. Rest of Amir making it to the finals. To have this all tie into the TRC system as well, that players get a chance to come through and represent kind of as our mid-season finale, I think is absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, it is. I'm really excited. I think particularly for the Super Bowl. I know everybody has been looking forward to have more 4v4 tournaments. So that is definitely one of the big exciting things that we also have in line. But today we're going to look at the Portal Party, of course, and that requires your help, Twitch chat.
Oh, yeah. We're going to be having a little bit of a game for you, Twitch. Makes has been playing this on her own stream, and we thought it would be a really fun thing for you. You guys are going to get to pick the portals, but please don't pick Stillwater. It is very boring to watch.
Pick it.
It is very boring for us as casters.
You can do it.
It is just very upsetting in terms of just my personal beliefs about TFT. Augments have made it so much better. Don't take it away from me. Don't.
I mean, today we've got a lot of recognizable personalities coming in and playing, so I feel like it's behooving to the Twitch chat to know that they're hurting somebody that they know whenever they choose the worst possible portal for every single round.
Or to your friends, not your foes. But of course, circling back for a second to that format graphic you saw, important thing to flag, there are only 8 ladder spots this set. So those TRCs are super important. And all of those signups are happening between the 28th and the 3rd of July for the remaining TRCs who have not done so already. But if you want to talk a little bit more about the Portal Party, tell us which portal you're voting for 10 out of 10. You can head over to our Twitter, and I'm going to do eeny, meeny, miny, makes. Tell them where they are.
Oh, I knew that was going to be the thing as soon as you said miney.
Pretty sure I've done it before.
At TFT Esports at TFT Esports EMEA is where you can find all the info and cool walks of our players. And if you want to say something on Twitter and make sure we see it, you can use the hashtag TFT Rising Legends. But because we want to inform you on what's going on in our region, our Twitter also features information on how you can qualify to the open qualifiers to the TRC. So if you're in one of the countries of EMEA and you're like, I really want to play Rising Legends, I wonder how I get there, you can check out how the TRCs lead you there. So that'll all be on our Twitter.
We got you all covered, including, Peter, I'm hearing there's some kind of contest going on those social medias that I hear so much about.
Yes, I believe we'll have it up on the screen in a second. As you can tell from the way my colleagues are dressed today, this is our Pride Edition contest. So we're looking for you to spot the differences between these two pictures. No, don't give it away, Megs. There might be
I found one.
Oh, I got
Matt,
one
have you
too.
found it?
Yeah. Well, maybe not
Okay.
the same one, but I found one. Sorry,
Okay,
Peter,
I
you were
also
saying
found
something
one.
about it.
Obviously, it's a very exciting contest, and you can join in heading across
too.
to TFT Esports EMEA, where you'll be able to slay the differences and hopefully join in with both Makes and Matt, trying to compete with them to get the most.
And of course,
How many
shout
are
outs
there?
to Vivian, aka Risu, for this wonderful, wonderful art. Really excited to see what everyone's coming through. I love Spot the Difference. I'm very bad at it, but it's like one of those meditative things. It's like filling out a maze, where you're just kind of like, oh, look at that. Oh, there's another one. So I'm really excited for that. Similarly, new set. Excited to see in competitive, but we've all been playing it. Makes a little bit more than others, channeling her inner Setsuko and just slamming as many games as possible. An inhuman amount, I would say, Makes. What is made out the bulk of those games for you?
So the thing is, just to give context, I think I have around 100 games this set only.
Are you
I
back
think
to
other
Cat, by the
players
way?
have more. Just saying. I'm not at the top of the leaderboard of game amount, but coming to our meta, there's a lot of stuff that's really exciting to me. And talking to my IRL low elo friends who hang around like iron and bronze and silver, I was talking to them and I was like, so what legends are you picking? And they're like, what? So new feature in this set is legends, and you actually pick them before you load into the game, and that can be something that people miss. Hopefully you don't, because there's a lot of cool stuff. The way they work is that they're kind of a fail-safe. So If you want to make sure you always get one augment that you actually like and can work with, you can pick a legend accordingly. So for example, for reroll enjoyers like myself, you could be looking at Lee Sin and hoping for that silver honor roll augment.
And then, of course, we've got the other augments in play as well. As you mentioned, some of them are coming from Legends, some of them being a version of a returning hero augments from the previous set. You see Riftwalk being one of the examples there, where you're functionally getting a hero augment to allow you to keep focusing on a particular player. But there are several very, very impactful ones, including new ones like Inconsistency, which will be very important for one of our players we'll be talking about later on, who can never put together any kind of streak.
That's my favorite kind of player because it's me. I'm him. So I'm really excited to see those selections. Of course, in case you're curious, what's top of the line right now, a lot of people really like Poro, believe it or not, Twisted Fate, and additionally Orange. So keep your eyes out for those. But we're talking about selections here. There's choices with the Legends, and you, Twitch chat, are going to get choices with the portals. Going to explain them real quick. Each portal gives a restriction of some kind, an alteration of the base gameplay of TFT for the entire round. For example, Glass Industries will give you gold upon creating an item. Of course, on screen you also see Hearthhome, which is going to give you a radiant version of one of your items. You do get to pick, so it's actually very kind like that. But there are some that are much maligned, like Stillwater, where you no longer get to choose any augments whatsoever, a zero augment game. So I suspect you guys are going to select that one 20 out of 20. But, you know, there's only 3 offered, so the odds of you getting it are thankfully for me, slim. But each portal also comes with a region. To touch on that really quick, our boy Rise has been going on a world tour, finding his favorite spots, his favorite foods, and also his favorite abilities. Each different region gives Rise a different ability. So if we get to those later stages of the game, when we get that 5 cost in there, keep an eye out for the changes to his skills.
Yeah, absolutely. And while Stillwater might not always be an option, there are other fun Legends portals that you can go into, like the Sump, for example. So I'm sure we'll see them. Brozilla has been asking for Stillwater relentlessly in our general chat. He's a huge fan of that one, so do him the favor and pick it whenever it comes up. But there's more stuff, and if you're not like me, you can play Flex, Peter.
Well, absolutely. As you can see on our screen right now, the itemized AD, of course, we're in an AD meta right now, and the itemization for those AD units are pretty similar. So you've got a lot of different ways you can climb up from your early game to your mid and late game. But on the right-hand side as well are the options which come into play when the emblems fall your way, be those from tomes or elsewise.
Yeah, I cannot play emblems to save my life. I tried yesterday. I took a fat eighth. I was like, surely I can figure out how to use an Ionia spat properly. Dear viewer, I could not. I was like, I'll put it on a Callista for a little bit, and then I bled 1 billion HP, because I don't know how to play emblems, but I do know how to play reroll. And Makes, you and I are very aligned on this point, where both of us are just really feeling it. Which of these two have you played more frequently? I think I know the answer, but I just want to double check.
You're just serving me up for Twitch chat to eat me alive, are you not? You know, I've tried to avoid it. I've tried to admit it, but I love hyper rolls. I love just getting 3 stars all across the board. It makes me feel good. It gives me that ADHD instant gratification. It's perfect. I love playing Tristana. I love playing rerolls in general. I said it before, Karma reroll, Echo reroll. Personally, Garen is not my boy. I don't like him all that much. It's too much as Zeke's for me. But yeah, I heard you like him quite a lot, don't you?
Yeah, I really enjoyed Garen coming into the set. See, this is where I've served myself up on a platter, Makes. Here I was being like, tell the people that you're a dirty Tristana abuser. I was a Garen main in the actual full League of Legends game for a while.
You mean the
remember
game
the
that
MOBA?
TFT?
That weird other game
brother?
that is in the client for some reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, I played a lot of Garen in that, so when I see my boy in the game, I just like to spin around. And you get the TF augments, you get free Zeke's Heralds. It's a lot of fun, but I'm really curious, Makes, real quick. Have you not been rolling Katarina? Because back when she was a reroll in set 6, she was your girl. What happened?
She's always my girl, and she's part of the Echo reroll, so I do click on her. I click on Kata, I click on Echo, I click on everything Tristana, so that's how you'll find me.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different ways of running 3-cost rerolls now. You're probably going to end up running Katarina in some variation of them, no matter what you're doing.
Yeah, I have been really excited to see the flexibility in reroll compositions, which sounds so bizarre. But like, if you find a bunch of Katarinas, are you going to go Slayer? Are you going to go for the Katarina plus Echo reroll? Are you going to go for the full vertical Noxus? Because that has been popping up weirdly. People are like, "Hey, remember Darius?" And I'm like,
He
"Yeah,
does.
I do. I do remember Darius." So a lot of fun to be had there. I'm really excited to see what our players are going to be pulling out as well. Is there anything you're hopeful to see, Peter?
Gosh, I know that certainly, going towards the very late game is not really a favorite strategy at the moment, going for the fast nines and similar. I think, to go back to some of the augments we were talking about before, I'm expecting to see a lot of that being determined by how broken some of the augments come through that are. We did see one of our slides, the on or roll augment for Tristana, which is probably one of the most disgusting augments I've ever seen in TFT, that functionally works like a prismatic.
It's perfect. It's fun. It's
Perfect.
great.
No notes, Max?
No. I'm disagreeing. It's perfect. I like it a lot. But someone
could be
else that
both
we
things.
like
It
a
could be
lot
both things.
here in Rising Legends, and we mentioned him earlier. I'm curious to hear what he wants to know about set 9 and what he wants to see today. And I think one of the things Brozilla really, really wants to see is Stillwater. Brozilla, how are you feeling?
Oh, come on, Minx, don't bully with that Stillwater augment. Like, come on, Portal. Like, come on, stop it already, okay? I'm trying to get the most content for you guys, okay? When we pick Stillwater, that would be such a badge game. So stop it, please.
Actually, like
Before-
if we pick it, we just go to your camera, and that will be all the content we need.
I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. Yeah, of course.
Oh.
Why not?
Brozilla, it's so good to see you again, my man. Long time no see. I hear you've been doing a lot. You've been keeping yourself pretty busy, not just with your stream, not just with holding the Hungarian scene on your back, but apparently some TRCs as well. What's going on?
Yeah, sure. Like I started to organize the TRC for Hungary since set 7, and it took off. And right now, I can proudly say that I'm still organizing the TRC for Hungary, but it's such a higher and higher level right now. And we finally managed to get an offline finals.
That's
So
awesome.
I'm really
Wow.
excited about that, and we got a bunch of sponsors too for the event. So the players who and also the viewers who could attend there, they get such a bunch of goodies from there. I can assure that. So
That's so
That-
exciting to hear.
also,
wonderful.
it's such a wonderful thing when like TRCs like that, in Eastern Europe. It's such a great opportunity for the players to start their career as with TFT or anything like in the same game or something like that, because that's such a huge amount of money in the Eastern countries, and that's wonderful to be the part of it, to give that chance to any players who can make it to Worlds, make it to any of these tourneys.
So Brozilla, of course, things going very well for you as a tournament organizer right now, but you have told me you have interest in perhaps one day being a TFT game designer. I know you said that your kind of ideas have ended up filtering through to the game. What do you think about the current set? What's your favorite thing so far?
So far, what I recognized, the set 9 is basically every set molded together. Like we got the special hexes from set 2. We got the portals, like we got the galaxies in set 3. We got like legend-like stuff. We got special augments. We got everything what happened in the past 9 sets. What I'm liking so far is absolutely the base design. Like the Runeterra Reforged is awesome to welcome again new players for TFT, because For new players, it's confusing when they are, joining from League of Legends to the TFT, and they sometimes it's hard for them to recognize champs. And one of the main reasons Set9 is so welcoming for new players is absolutely the base skins, and also the new UI is such a great help for them. I'm pretty sure about that. So that's what I like the most, like the base design. And the only thing what I could complain a little bit that the new legendaries are awesome, but we know that the Cassante is basically Lee Sin and stuff like that. So hopefully we get some, more excited legendaries in the set 9.5. So that's my only one complaint in this set.
Okay, fair. Coming to things that hopefully don't make you complain, we do want to give you a moment to shout out, of course, your community. I know they always rally behind you. Every time I say your name on broadcast, there are like 20 clips of that. So take your time. Stage is yours. Who do you want to thank? Is there anybody you want to shout out?
I especially want to thank my first 6 viewers who will with me together for half a year when I started this TFT streaming from nothing. And I also want to thank my rivals too that managed to push me out of my limits to get better and better content. So I want to thank you all. Köszönöm szépen, hogy ennyi éven keresztül itt is vagytok velem, meg nélkületek nem lehetne ez az egész. Basically, I just thanked them and said I couldn't be there without them.
Yeah, I mean, I understood that, but I'm glad you translated it for chat. So appreciate that you took the time to talk to us, Brozilla. Good luck in the games today. And hopefully you'll succeed. We'll see you out there.
Thank you so much, guys. It was a wonderful time. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay, Makes, I need to test your theory. You said anytime you mention Brozilla on air, we get clipped, and I'm all about the socials. So I think a la Bloody Mary, I'm just going to sit here and go Brozilla. And we'll see what happens with that. We'll see what happens. I'm not betting on anything, but we'll see. I'm really always excited to hear from him, and of course Hungary as well. I think it's worth discussing. As a region, has been putting out some incredible players. We had, of course, Sadi early on as one of our standouts, Noel, but every single set we get a brand new Hungarian player who's just really pushing those upper echelons of TFT. So glad they have that TRC running with Brozilla.
Yeah, and I think it really goes to show how much of a difference one person can make, particularly when they're a streamer that a community can rally around. To put as much effort into growing that community as Brozilla has is honestly wonderful to see.
Absolutely. I mean, even him saying, like, I want to thank the 6 people that watched me for like a half a year straight. You do have to have that perseverance and the motivation to like keep going, keep pushing, find those people that actually want to help you grow the scene. And we're seeing this not just in Hungary, but all across EMEA, that regions are rising up and like getting more into community of TFT organizing. It's wonderful to see, honestly.
Yeah, just like, I'm sorry, I've had so many discussions that talk about like the network effects, so I'm turning off that brain, but it really does take just like that small put together community, that tight knit group that are all, gassing each other up in order to grow a massive scene. And we've seen it with so many countries. Of course, Italy, we talk about all the time as being one of those regions that is like super tight knit, super together, rallying around originally Luque, but now they have this massive thriving scene. Shining Star, friend of the show, ultimate top tier level memer. If you guys haven't seen his Twitter, I highly recommend checking it out. He's got user submitted memes now, apparently, which is very funny to me. Yeah, I saw one of his tweets. He was just like, credits to so-and-so for sending me that. I was just like, damn, shout outs to Shining Star. So yeah, just check all that out and make sure, if your region has not found its representation just yet, all it takes is one person, like Makes was saying. But in order to cast, guys, it takes at least 2 people. And we've got 2 of them on deck. Returning faces both. We have Morgan, Cass, and Weta here to take us into Game 1 of the Portal Party.
Thank you so much again, Nigeria. It is such a pleasure to be here again with the TFT Portal Party. We just heard from our amazing desk that we have 8 players competing right now. So, Wida, I hope you're as excited as I am for today's event.
I'm just so excited. We get to see our final taste of competitive set 9. That would be. We get to see our first taste of competitive action in set 9 here in the Runeterra Reforged, right? I'm super excited to see where this is going to take us, and I believe we have a banger format ready for us.
Of course, we have a banger format, and speaking about the format, this is one of the only tournaments that not just the players are going to be playing, but also you guys in chat, you get to have a saying. Now, you don't only get to spam Bedge, Wogj, Pogo, you can also spam which portal you would love to see, because our format is as simple as we have 8 players competing in 5 lobbies, but this time, they don't get to choose the portals. It is you guys in the Twitch chat. At the start of every game, we're gonna have Maisie listen to everyone in the chat. We're gonna have a poll for 1 minute. Whichever portal that you want them to play on in that game, you have to vote. So it is as simple as that. It is the chat who chooses the portal, not them.
Yeah, so a little nice trip to the sump, or maybe to the Stillwater Hold, right? That could be in there, depending on which mood you want our lovely streamers and participants to be in here today, right, Morgan? And we do have a very stacked player field here as well, right? We got the likes of Macy, we got Lesserford, well-known Spanish streamer. We have Sean's very well-known French player, right? And there are some other interesting names here as well.
Very, very interesting names, of course. Sean's, no one doesn't recognize him, one of the most famous streamers, and again, TFT enthusiast, also the president of Team Aegis, and he's been participating in tournaments since 2019. He's definitely a familiar face, and if you know him, you also 100% know Balotelli. He's been one of our most famous and most known players that have participated in so many tournaments. Challenger player, playing for Team Clash. You've seen him, I bet you have. And if you haven't heard about Alanzq, that is because you're not an OG, same as this guy. He's been there since day one. He left the game for quite some while, and he went to Legends of Runeterra, became a world champion in that game, and now he's back. He's still loyal to TFT, so we got a lot of familiar faces and some OGs that are gonna be spicing it up with today's games.
Yeah, obviously we heard from Brozilla at the top of the show. Naruto 21 is one of the bigger names in the Czech region, have a long history as well with other strategy games in that region outside of just TFT. So always interesting when you have those people in there that have experience from other games. Nomi as well. Alanzq, you're talking about, right? He's the world champ. He is one of the world champions of Legends of Runeterra, which I think is. It's quite a while to think about, right? He won the 2021 World Championship, as you were alluding to. And many of Sean's, for example, right? Yes, he's been competing in tournaments in TFT since 2019, but going back to like 2013, he was the coach in the LEC for the likes of Millennium, back when it was still called the EULCS, as I recall correctly, right? So this guy has been a coach at the highest level as well. Like, there is like so many interesting stories to kind of take a deep dive into here.
Yeah, of course, with all due respect to all of our players, but I'm vouching for Maisie because we're matching with these TFT jackets. So, I got you. I'm keeping up the full bias again because we have the same jacket, of course, that I haven't got it closed. And I'm wearing here my favorite champion, just in case you wanted to ask, what set do I play a lot? I mean, he's kind of tired, but I promise you that it looks better when it's fired.
To be fair, right, Morganus, like, it doesn't matter if you're in TFT or you are in League of Legends at the moment, there is going to be an Aphelios in every single game, you know? At least we get to see Aphelios Seri every single game. It's like you're watching competitive League of Legends as well while you're watching TFT with this set.
Yeah. But it's quite funny because
there's no Yuumi at least. There's no Yuumi at least.
Thank God there's no Yuumi. You know what? She was a menace for me to play against in the last set. Again, even in League of Legends, by the way, funny that you mentioned him right now, they also have Zeri and Aphelios as meta. So it kind of is familiar to see Zeri and Aphelios in almost every game because they're one of the best AD flex comms that you can turn into right now when you roll down depending on whatever you get. And not just that, also with Build Different, which has been very, very shining recently, despite the fact that it wasn't really that good in the past few sets, except maybe at set 8, it received some kind of buffs. But now you can see Zeri, Aphelios, both existing in one comp and Build Different, and being played far more than before.
Yeah, Build Different was not really something that we looked into in the previous set, right? And during the course of Monsters Attack, it was not necessarily a super popular choice. It was very hard to get online. A lot of 2 traits would really limited your ability to kind of build around stuff. Like in this that you're talking about, right? You can run both Aphelios and Seri, for example, right? These forecasts, they don't clash in any way, so you get to build a super strong board with a lot of synergy. But personally,
Yes.
I am looking at something like the Azir today because I think that board is one of the most flexible boards in the world. In the game of TFT, right? Because you're looking at the Azir coming through, and as long as you get like a Rage Blade, a Static Shift, JG, whatever on him, he can kind of use whatever you want him to have, and then you can just kind of like put whatever. Because you play 3 Shurima, you can play 5 Shurima and go 7 Shurima, and depending on which Shurima tier you're on, Morgan, there are so many flexible things you can do.
I don't even have to play him with just Shurima. We've been seeing a new comp that has appeared with Azir, but this time he kind of doesn't have that much loyalty to the Sun Disc because they put a Noxus crest on him and they play him as a solo carry for Noxus. This is something that has been working pretty well so recently, and again, he becomes the strongest treatment, so he ascends, so he has a ton of attack speed paired up with, just as you mentioned, the Rage Blade or the Static Shift, so he's able to put a lot of damage with the front line of Noxus and still being able to benefit from their AP bonuses, their HP bonuses, so it works pretty well with Shurima. So it isn't just about Azir really, it is about whatever that you can slam on him as long as you have the correct front line. This champion almost deals damage with no items Wira. He is one of the strongest champions and the most flexible in this meta.
Yeah, I think it was pretty interesting because when we went to live, a lot of people were talking about the fact that you just go 7 on 4-1, and then you just roll down and click the purple units, except Lux and Azir. Now people are kind of like gone back to the fact that Azir is like...
Not anymore.
He's not quite the powerhouse that he was on PBE with the whole like vertical damage and then just like slot in an Azir. That's not really the same thing anymore, but he is still super fun and he's super flexible. I think that's the biggest thing about him, right? Because you can play Bastion front lines, you can play Juggernaut front lines, you can play Bruiser front lines, you can play whatever you need around the Azir to make it work.
And that's the thing. It isn't just about the Azir, honestly, because the game has had a lot of changes, by the way, ever since the PPE. And the one thing that we have for the first time in TFT is the Legends. Now, if you start speaking about Legends, you could be speaking about those for hours and hours and hours about how each and every one of those have and completely just revolutionize your gameplay. You could play with a Lee Sin, depend on the rerolls. I'm looking at you, Makes, and make it completely worth it to roll for a 4-star Tristana maybe, or a 3-star Echo reroll. You could go for Vladimir, play on a weaker early game, and try to anticipate as much as you can for loss streaks with metabolics, transfusions, tiny titans. So it really directs your playstyle. Me personally, I'm just a classic boomer. I love to play with the Poro and go with whatever the flow gives me. What about you, Ira?
Morgan, you're not a classic boomer. You're a true flex gamer.
Layer.
You gotta embrace that. You gotta wear that proudly on your sleeve that you are a flex king, right?
I am.
That don't let anyone take that away from you. But I think that there are a lot of interesting things to talk about in how the Legends really shape your gameplay, right? You talked about Lee Sin. I only played one game of Lee Sin. It was a silver opener, got on a roll. Nothing to really talk about there, right? Hit Tristana, won the game, easy peasy. But I was playing Ornn for a long time, and I'm still will play Ornn from time to time because there's so much power in a lot of the augments here, right? A lot of the medium forge, for example, is insane. You get a full item and you get 12 gold. So like you get a power spike on your board, but you also get economy back, so you don't have to compromise in any way in terms of like having power in the mid game, right? There's a lot of power in that, for example.
Thank you so much for backing me up again on playing with the Poro, because I received some lovely comments for being just a classic TFT player. Oh, you cannot adapt, you cannot learn, but that's how I learned the game. I try to play with whatever I get. Considering and following up on the same point, sometimes I play with Earth. If I'm going to be choosing a legend, it's either him or Twisted Fate. Yes, I am a meta slave. I'm playing Twisted Fate to climb up in the ranks. Banter, all about you want it. But with the Earth, this is the thing. It makes you get a random emblem or a Tome of Traits, and I would just play with whatever I'm given. 7 Shurima, slam that. 9 Noxus, come at me. 7 Demacia, I'm ready to learn it and put it on board. So it teaches you the game. It makes you able to play and stick to a comp. Whatever is given to you as an emblem, whatever is given to you from the Tome of Traits, you just stick to it. Of course, sometimes you do get 8 Void, and you just sit back, watch your Void units carry you to the first place easily, but I still think that playing with Poro or Earth can be one of the most amazing ways that teach you the new set and force you to adapt, because no game is going to be like the other. But if you play Lee Sin every game, it's almost just like a deja vu, rolling for Tristana every game. That's boring for me.
Another thing that's also worth noting here, right, is that I have actually not played a single game of TF. I'm clean. I did not want to succumb to that level of... So to be fair though, right, like a lot of the interesting things about like TF and what it really enables you to do is that he enables you to get these massive best in slot items, right? That is what seems probably gets teaming up. It's a great augment as well, right? A lot of compositions really like that Zeke's Herald, for example, which is one of the most popular items in the game after being completely absent pretty much for like an entire set now. With the fact you can guarantee Pandora's items, you can guarantee these reroll compositions, whether it's Garen, whether it's Katarina, whether it's set as well, has also been something that people have been toying around with. That is something that you can look into. You can get all those cones, you can get the IEs, you can get the JGs, you can get Silent Resolves, like everything that you need is just at your hand, but it does come at a potential loss of tempo, which is why I prefer to play something like the Orange, for example, because I get that tempo. I can then play for a win streak and get to punish these lose streak players that are trying to hold out for best in slots. So how that dynamic is going to be showcased today, I will find really interesting.
Yeah, same thing. Actually, like Twisted Fate kind of costs you an entire augment that might affect your tempo, just as you said, but you don't get to complain about items, because even if you don't get the teaming up that gives you the Zeke's Herald and stuff, you can still take the Pandoras and you can slam the perfect items at the same exact time at each and every point. So my issue with Twisted Fate is that I'm someone that likes to use their augments to the max. I'm that guy who opens up the average placement of every augment, and I just take tons of stats, gifts from the Fallen, Martyr, whatever that can make me really start winning, and Unified Resistance. These things are just immediately power spike your board as soon as you take them. So if it wasn't really for augments that do this, like, when was the last time we've seen people slamming Zeke's Herald? Do you remember the Grave Seraphine comp? Was that 7.5 Mystics?
Yeah, that was something that can happen, right? The thing about like Siege was never a bad tempo item, right? Siege is a fantastic item, has always been a very powerful item because attack speed is one of, if not the most powerful stat in TFT. Because again, it gives you quicker casting, more damage for your AD units. But that was just like not a lot of value for like a lot of these units in terms of like being able to utilize them. You'd much rather have those items on a Sunfire Cape or an IE, and who knows, the meta might shift into a mood where we get back into that state where you don't want to commit your swords and your belts into that. And I do think we are hopping into game, and I believe some voting has been going on here, Morgan, and it is going to be the Maris Magnum. What are your experiences with this?
Okay, so I think we've already done the voting, and it's going to be Maris Omagnum. This is one of the most augments that I think makes the game quite interesting, because I love seeing people playing with... Okay, Targon's augments, mostly all of them are actually fun. As long as it's not Demacia and House Light Hold, I'm completely fine. Because why would I just instantly lose the combat as soon as my Crown Holder dies? This is one of the augments, you know, it's not augments, I mean portals, that kind of make me play the game like... I hate Demacia and House Light Hold.
Yeah, but this is not the Light Hold, right, Morgan? Maris Magnum, you can see at the top left of your screen here, you're going to be getting 2 Tactician's Crowns for free this game. This means that a lot of these compositions can kind of fiddle with different +1s, so they kind of start acting like augments, augment or like spat +1s, for example, right? So the fact that you can get that extra unit on your board, if you're playing a reroll composition, you don't have to level. You can stay on a lower level, get the better odds for as long as possible, but not really lose a whole lot in terms of your board strength. But your high-end cap is going to be lower, right? Because some of these other boards that play these massive capped out boards, like Shurima boards, for example, become really interesting because all of a sudden you can fit in like 4 strategists, 5 Shurima without really having to make spats. It is crazy what can happen in terms of caps in this portal.
Of course, so you basically get 2 extra maximum team sizes, and that kind of makes it so even the boards that you said that cap really high. Imagine facing a huge Baron Nashor on level 7. Because what wrong have you committed? Nothing. It was just a portal that allowed the Void to get a Void Crest as simple as they can with the augment, and still not have to push to 8 to try and roll for Belveth or try to get that extra maximum team size, because they're already getting it from the portal. So comments that have a high skill high ceiling or high skill ceiling, they kind of cap out really much harder than you think they would. So I think that reroll comps kind of benefit from this in a way, but again, comps just as you said like Shurima and Void do benefit from it a lot. Oh, here's another Ornn player. I bet you're happy now, Ida.
Oh, he rerolls the Forge here, and I think the Overcharged Mana Front is actually pretty interesting with his spot right now. And it's actually pretty interesting because he has Rod and Seer Opener with a couple of Void elements going on as well, which means that these swords that naturally lie within the Void tree become super powerful and just really gain a lot more mana. And with that, obviously, we'll gain a lot more cast and get a lot more combat power. This is a super interesting read from Alanzq, and I'm super excited to see where this goes.
Again, it is one of the first very times, by the way, that I get to see this augment being chosen. Again, it is kind of like stacking up AP and AP over and over during the game, and the fact that just as you said, with the items that he has, it is kind of perfect for his spot. We also see another portable forge, this time from Sean's side, and what did he get from it? Eternal Winter. Yes, one of my favorite items, by the way, from the portable forge.
Yeah, and there's a lot of interesting things about Eternal Winter as well, Morgan, right? When you look at like the interaction with Sejuani, for example, right? The fact that it chills, and that means that the Sejuani passive does more damage. It is what it probably is the best item in the game right now because of like just how powerful the likes of the Freljord trade are and like how well it just buys so much time for your backliners. Obviously, with the way that this board is being presented by Alan right now, it's not really going to be something that is going to do a whole lot for Sean's now. But in the long run, once he starts getting everything going for him, that is going to be so powerful to work with.
Yeah, and speaking of the Sejuani and the Freljords, this is something that we've been seeing slammed into almost every comp. She is currently one of the best tanks in the game. The shield that she gets, the amount of chill and attack speed reduction that she puts on every unit, the fact that the passive makes them deal way more damage. And again, she's a bruiser in the end. So bruisers giving the entire team maximum HP, making your backlines essentially survive more from other fellow Deadeye players. And the fact with Eternal Winter, just as you said, that it procs the passive makes it one of the best items in the game. You never know. You can put it on a Bastion, just like he's doing now with Maokai, who gets to heal a lot every time a spell is casted near. But still, Eternal Winter is extremely strong in the current meta, I do agree.
Another thing that's worth noting here when it comes to Freljord is the fact that it provides the shred, right? Because look at the screen here, Naruto has built he's built a Last Whisper, not something that you see a lot of people dive into right now, because you do have a lot of shred from Freljord when you play these 80 lines. So interesting here means that we are not going to be seeing a Freljord gunner board from Naruto. Maybe we're going to be seeing a more vertical Sawn build.
Yeah, maybe heading more towards the name, more towards the Orgar and zones, just as you said, with the Last Whisper that can be very applied very quickly with Zeri's Chain Lightning attack, because she essentially spreads it on the entire board. But again, if he does manage to go Freljord, or if he's contested, he might be in a spot that isn't so well for him, because the Last Whisper essentially is going to be useless with the Sundering already coming from the Freljords. It's not the best idea. Now, I really love 6 zone boards. You don't ever see them, but hear me out. The chem mods, when they're overcharged, they make the game far more exciting, because how satisfying is it when you see an Urgot dash into the backline and then boom, he just explodes, destroying their entire backline because of that one chem mod.
Yeah, it's definitely super interesting here. We can see Nomi on a traditional opener here with the Void. So I think he's just going to be whatever he's playing. He's just playing Void plus a powerful unit in the Jhin too. Jhin, I think, is a unit that a lot of people in the PvE were a little bit disentangled with at the start, but then all of a sudden I realized this unit is actually really powerful. Even though like, it takes a while for Jhin to get his ability off, once that ability comes through, it does so much damage on live at the moment. And oh, is he even gonna kill some units here? Okay, that's actually really rough for Nomi. He's level 5-3, and he takes a 4-unit loss. That is absolutely horrid for him. But Sean's has that portal priority. We can also see that Sean's is currently playing that Poro Legend here, so picked up the portable Forge without playing Ornn.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting that Alanzq got the portable Forge with Ornn and he dodged it. Now Sean's gladly takes it when he gets it from the Poro. Also, one more exciting thing, or maybe not too exciting actually, for You Better Know Me, he just lost when he also has Spoils of War. Thing is about Spoils of War, if you lose with that augment, it is kind of absolutely horrible. Specifically, if you level to 5, so essentially your econ just got destructed, and you haven't killed that many units, so you didn't get to have any loot. But now, we get to see the first Tactician Crown coming up from the Targon portal again. What was it called? Taurus Omegnum? I don't know what it's called.
Maris Omegnum.
Maris Omegnum.
I do believe that is. Those are not words that you're normally accustomed to saying here. But we can see Balotelli has already slammed that early JG, looking into some of the AP lines here, slamming down that cone as well. Okay, this is he has this Pandora's box. We are up Pandora's arms. So we are on the. This is like what we've been talking about, right, Morgan? This is a TF player, very traditional setup. Gets that early Chalice of Power, gets a Hand of Justice, gets that JG for that maximum crit that they can have. And I'm just to see where this goes specifically, because if he starts fishing for something like an Ionic Spark, for example, he's going to be looking into playing Irelia Echo. And I think that is a super interesting composition to follow. Not Irelia Echo. I'm talking about Katarina Echo, obviously.
I don't think that Sean's really wants to win this fight, but it's kind of look close from my side. But again, if Balotelli loses this, it's absolutely bad because he's winning. He leveled to 5, and if Sean's wins it, he loses his loss streak. But thank God, they're both now doing absolutely fine. But had it been traded, I don't think it would have been really good for both sides. Now, the Tactician Crown makes people shine again really well. None of the players in this lobby have been able to maintain a 5-win streak or a 4-win streak so far. So we do know that this is going to be a rough lobby. Everyone is winning, everyone, and you better know me. Also, just took another loss with Spoils of War. So I think his spot currently is not the best in this game.
Yeah, Spoils of War is an interesting augment, right? Because when you get like a lot of good stuff from it, it's good. But in reality, it's a very feast of famine augment, right? You need to be dominating to have a chance of getting that extra loot. And when that doesn't happen, well, then you're in for a relatively rough time.
We can see again Alanzq. Oh wait, if I'm not mistaken, it's you better know me. My bad. Playing against Alanzq, yes, with the double Tarek 2-star again. With the Onyx Spark, he's able to put a lot of damage with Darakshan on the Spear of Shojin. He can cast way quicker than he normally does. And of course, with the Magic Shred coming from the Tarek as well, that Cho'Gath is going to be dealing a lot of damage with his Devour. And you better know me, gets a 3rd loss with the Spoils of War. So essentially, he's been playing with almost no augment for the past 5 rounds. Yes, he did get a few drops from it, but it is not the best situation you would love to be. Spoils of War has to be very, very aggressive in the early game. You have to get as many units killed as much as you can.
Yeah, it definitely is one of those like more aggressively leaning augments here. Speaking of something that isn't that super aggressively leaning here, Macy is currently on a trade sector plan with the Tristana right now. I assume is going to be item holding and not so much like the primary carry, because we can see we have bought into the XP tree. And if you want to play something like the Tristana reroll, you normally don't level to 5 if you want to be staying at as low a level as possible, because you want to hyper roll on free 1, level 4, try to like freestyle as much as possible.
And here it goes. This is where we start seeing them maybe pivot, maybe take one more loss, or maybe start changing their boards accordingly, and the rerolls begin at the start of every stage. Now, they're going to be getting a Tactician Crown, not at the end of this stage, but at the upcoming one. And sometimes we get to see players actually go out before stage 5. It rarely happens, but we might see it happen. So this is the thing about Maros Omnignum again, is that it kind of gives you a chance to come back, and it also makes the ones that are already winning more and more dominant, because they're able to get an extra unit without leveling, and while also keeping econ and keeping units on their board. So again, this game is one of the most exciting for me. And Maisie, I think, might not be going for Tristana reroll. I could be wrong, but essentially leveling to 5 would have not been her plan, right?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was alluding to before, right? And the reason why I'm a little bit confused, and I can understand why you're confused as well. You look at the fact that she has 6 copies of Viego, 3 of them chilling on the bench here. In reality, if you were going to lean completely off of this plan, you would sell out of the Viego, you sell the Maokai pair to make further stop building that economy, then trying to prepare for a massive roll down 4-1 to lean into one of these more traditional forecast carry-centric compositions instead, for example. So interesting to see where this is going to take us here. You have my sword is actually a really interesting augment, I believe, Morgan. I think it's been like one of my favorite augments for sure.
She rolls it, however, and decides to go for either Capricious, Scoped Weapons, or Training Reward. I think Training Reward could be good here. Again, you spoke about Econ, you spoke about how she needs it, and also having 2 duplicators makes sure that she gets the Tristana ASAP. Scoped Weapons, however, with this comp, I believe, could be completely of no value. So if she decides to roll it... What? Is Scoped Weapons any good in here? Am I missing something?
So Scoped Weapons is an augment that is very much trial and error, because like think back to Monster's Attack, Scoped Weapons was not really used that often until like Belvath was like the primary carry for a lot of these compositions that revolves around the mech front line, etc. And we don't really have that carry that really benefits from having that Scoped Weapons addition, I believe, right now. But over the course of this set, that could very much change, right? Because Scoped Weapons, we know what it does, we know that it can be super powerful. But right now, when you look at like how it's performing, that is not necessarily what has been the case so far this set.
Yeah. It has an average placement of 5.5 right now. I just checked, so that augment is definitely not doing so well in the past few games, and I don't think it definitely would do anything for a Tristana reroll comp. Again, just as we spoke about it, you mostly need econ, you mostly need something to help you with the reroll. So I think that the Lee Sin augment was kind of really good for it. Training lessons, I think, if it's not wrong, and vouching to Naruto, who is still looking for the earliest chance to try and get the Zeri and maybe a Senna for 6 gunners or a vertical zone. Maybe he could also look for his 20 if he gets it, but kind of unlucky with the build over as he just only started getting losses for that T-Hex a round ago. So I don't think we'll be seeing a 30 power T-Hex in that game.
So we have we have the augments here on the right side of your screen, Mark, and we have some pretty interesting pickups, right? Like we're looking at something like Sentinel Spirit from Sean's, for example, which is going to put so much power into his Ionians once they come through. And I'm super excited to see how that actually is going to work here.
So am I. We finally get to see again another fight between Balotelli and Naruto, who's been having a huge loss streak right now, but the Javan on level 6 again is such a huge pickup from Balotelli. Gunners being able to scale for too long, however, because his front line has kind of stunned them and they haven't given enough time. But this Samira might be clutching it again with that dual gauntlet and a Hodge that Tristana gets to live, but Naruto wins that one fight. All special thanks to the 4 gunners, and you have my bow.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about this position specifically for Naruto, right, is he stayed on level 5 here to try to build a better economy for his position. He also is on the pillar. So I actually kind of do want to like start to chain those losses, and that's an interesting thing to follow here. Some prime power level forecasts here, both Shen Sejuani as well as the Asir in play, and these are like 3 of the cornerstones for a lot of like general flex competitions. We spoke about Asir at length here, sure. Well, the cloak is not necessarily the best component. It is going to pop off, but the Asir as a unit here could be a massive boon for someone. Sean ends up picking up here and just wants to get that forecast cloak.
Yeah, I think Alanzq just contested, however, if I'm not mistaken, from Sean's, who also has augments that make him be able to pivot or play into an AP board. And we also see another player maybe playing towards the Shadow Isles with that Senna. Could be challengers, could be vouching and looking for that Gwen too. With that Defiance again is absolutely strong. And what's up with this lobby, man? We just saw a Javan at level 6 and now we get to see another Gwen with Death Defiance and Giant Slayer. I think people have been kind of okay with the rerolls at level 6 already.
Yeah, I mean, this is not necessarily like a reroll board, right? It's just a traditional strong
social distancing.
Yeah, you just lose a lot of value on 4 units by doing that, but that can happen. You're trying to cheat the leveling up a little bit here, right? But I think that Gwen is one of those carries that we saw a lot of on the PvE with these Slayer lines, these Shadow Isles lines, but when we have transitioned into the live environment, really haven't seen a whole lot of her really popping off, but she's a super exciting unit to watch, and I am super excited to see whether or not we're going to be staying with this vertical Shadow Isles build from Lesser Fort, or whether or not it's going to go somewhere else.
Yeah, and I think we missed an attempt to roll down from Maisie, because when we spectated her about 2 or 3 rounds ago, she had something like 30 or 40 gold, but again, she still
has 30 gold.
She still had 30 gold, so that means she did a small roll down. Still kind of unlucky with the Tristanas. We see her having a pair of Viegos, 2-starred, and Maokai still not being able to get them. But again, this game has so many Shadow Isles players. We've seen a lot of Maokais. Again, one of the strongest tank units as a 1-star. And yes, that is a Belveth at level 7. What is up with this lobby?
I mean, there's no reason to really pick this up, right? I think Belveth is a unit that a lot of people are still trying to figure out how to make her fully work. I think she's a super exciting unit to watch. I think I'm super excited to see like her really pop off at some point in time. But to kind of go back to your point about the power level of Maokai, a lot of the power level comes from the fact that you have a super strong carry that pairs up nice with them in that Viego, because Viego during stage 1 and early stage 3, early stage 2 and early stage 3, obviously, doesn't really need his trait to do a lot of damage. So just like having that Shadow Isles active does need the rogue to pop off here. So just having that combination of the 2-star Maokai, 2-star Viego is going to either save you a lot of HP or just produce a massive win streak for you, depending on the rest of your board.
Yeah, and did you see that fight? Holy moly, Gwen 1-star with just a Death Defiance and a Giant Slayer being able to put that much damage and still sustain that much. Again, with the 4 Shadow Isles, she does have a lot of damage. And no, you're not pivoting this on. You aren't, Leza. He had the perfect chance to continue with Shadow Isles again, and that early Gwen was really perfect. And I'm kind of surprised that we have not seen a single player yet being able to switch to Aphelios or Dead Eyes with Freljord, but it begins now, because this is where the roll downs begin at 4-1 and you just play and pivot to whatever you get. But is it really optimal for Leza to pivot right now into Zones instead of Shadow Isles?
It depends, right? Because the thing is that once the other forecast carries start to come online here, this Gwen will slowly but surely fall off, right? She's not super strong right now. She needs a lot of. Like, you need to be super heavily into something like the vertical Slayer setup, where you have different setups, very often also paired with something like a Slayer Katarina, for example. So you do see Maisie is rolling it down right now, is slowly but surely finding her free star, even 2 combos away from that Tristana, which would make the composition pop off here. But the rolling is coming down a little bit too slowly here. She's rolling during the fight, when in reality, she doesn't necessarily have to right now. But again, she's just trying to get online here. Balotelli, we're talking about, Morgan, 3 cones right now.
Yeah, Balotelli right now doing his best again, but this time it's not going to be the 3 Ziggs Herald, it's a 3 Chalice. Lissandra right now buffing his board, absolutely making it survive way too strong. Again, that's Senna damage. Might give Tristana a little bit to survive a bit more, and we might see Maisie finally being able to break down her 7 loss streak. Look at her camera, finally, surprisingly, celebrating that she's been able to stay alive, and thank God, we're still in it.
Yeah, I'm just to see what she does here, right? Because taking money is an interesting one for sure, because it does give you a lot of like additional gold. But I like the fact that she picks up the Gunner Crest here, because now on level up, she's going to be able to find a Jace, for example, and go into the 4 Gunner, which I assume means this Jace is going to get picked up. No, she's super into trying to like have enough gold to secure her free stars here, because the more free stars that she can find, obviously the stronger her competition is going to be here. Now with that. Kled being made into its 4-cost version, that is going to provide her with a little bit more damage with that Gunner emblem as well, because Kled stays alive for such a long time that he's almost always going to get that full Gunner proc.
Yeah, Maisie's in a way better spot right now, being able to get that Kled to execute people with the Gunners. Again, she kind of did skip the Jace, but that's because she doesn't have enough experience to level right now. I mean, gold to buy experience to level up with, you get the idea. So she's kind of waiting either for the Tactician Crown on stage 4-5, if she can make it to survive there, or maybe just rely on the Kled being able to hit 4-star before, because he's much better than the Poppy in my example. Specifically, if you have enough front line, because she's lacking damage right now, so slamming the Gunner Crest on the Kled was a perfect idea. He gets to execute people, he gets to scale again with that HP, and we can see here finally being able to win more and more, specifically with the Locket value of a 3-star Viego that is able to push an accumulative amount of 1,600. Also gets another reroll from that trade sector. Let's go. Tristana coming up right now. Maisie. One more. No. One more. Okay, even if she rolls it now, she's not gonna have enough gold, is she?
Yeah, and this is actually like I want to point out, like, the fact that she doesn't like roll the 0 here specific is actually a pretty good thing, right? Because something that a lot of players will do when they're rolling, generally speaking, when they're just like rolling for reroll compositions, they will often send it to 0 without having enough money to buy whatever they need to pick up. I do this on countless occasions as well. So just I want to point out the fact here that this is something that she actually does, and I think that like showing her she has the understanding that it doesn't really benefit her getting that extra shot reroll out of the way, because I think she might just have to lock the shot anyways.
Ooh, a Void Crest also coming up here for You Better Know Me. Again, we spoke about how you might be able to get 8 Voids really early online in the game because of the double Tactician Crowns that you get the Targon portal. So I'm really excited to see Yunomi's board when he's able to get it. And again, Maisie, please don't go out now. We want to see the Tristana. Okay. That was close. 3 HP, but we're still alive. We're still in the game. No Tristanas on that carousel. Oh my god, what is she looking for right now? Maybe another bow? Or more buffs than Tristana?
She has no open component. She has everything slammed here, and there's no sword, for example, on a higher cost unit here. It's actually really unfortunate for Maisie that she has to pick, like, that she feels the need that she needs to go for a 1-cost unit here, because in reality, if you wanted to prioritize some frontline items instead, for example, could have gone for a higher cost, secure herself more gold to roll with, but she really wants to secure that final item for the Tristana in the long run.
You know what's kind of unlucky is now she's at level 6, so there are essentially less odds for the Tristana to pop off right now. So it is kind of quite hard to hit that Tristana, but I hope to hear that and see her 3-star Tristana shine right now as she rolls it, but I don't see any notification happening down there, so there might not be a 3-star Tristana in this game, or a 4-star Tristana essentially for Maisie, sadly. Brozilla, however, not living her best life so far. Maisie, sadly. Oh, she also did miss the Tactician Crown that comes at 4-5. But would it really make a difference? At least she could be able to get 4 Gunners online now with that Jace. So this fight will decide if Maisie can stay or not to roll for that Tristana once more.
Yeah, and speaking of like, we now see like the two different setups in terms of like what gunners can do, right? Because on the opposite side of the screen now you have Naruto, who is currently playing the more traditional vertical gunner setup here with the gunner emblem, as Macy is going to be going out in Aves, sadly for her here. But Naruto now, what somebody you might be contending for are going to be out of the pool now, but you can kind of see around the board here, Alan having to roll stock on that Lux one. He's kind of stuck in two minds about whether or not he needs to. Like, if he needs to go deeper here in the sense of rolling, he wants to like try to read it out for a potential level 8 board instead.
Oops, okay. We kind of have to say goodbye to our first player to be eliminated in game 1, and it's going to be Maisie. Sadly, not being able to hit that Tristana 3 or Tristana 4, however, but it's fine. We still got 4 more lobbies. We trust with the Tristana reroll. 6 sorcerers right now jumping on Alanzq's board, who's also not having the best or the most consistent HP right now. Again, not even a 2-star Lux so far, but he knows he has at least 2 more lives. Luckily, as well, playing against You Better Know Me, who's not been able to hit that Belvith yet, so we don't see a Baron appearing before stage 5. And with 6 sorcerers, again, this Lux is going to be melting people, but the Kai'Sa casting gets the backline, but again, the Vel'Koz is still alive. Sorcerer damage is more than enough, but the Kai'Sa, Alanzq eats a lot of damage, and he's only stuck with 7 HP right now in order to hope. Maybe for a 2-star Lux, he has to roll in that stage now.
I mean, to be honest, right, you could kind of make the argument that he had to roll down for roll for a deeper board here, like better board, going deeper on 4-1. Again, we didn't see his position on 4-1 because in reality, well, we know he could have rolled down to like 20 gold and then slowly but surely rebuild his economy, but he still needs to find a little bit extra power. This Lux only has like 1 item outside of that Damashi item, so needs to find something with AP on it. Double giants, they are not necessarily the most optimal situation, but it is going to be what he has to work with, which kind of comes at a deficit here. But the Ari now is going to be a massive pickup, to be just having a stronger sorcerer on the board. But the biggest of them all would be to find that Lux too, and he's rolling for it, but it's slowly but surely drifting away. He's on a level 10 board in reality, but keep in mind, so is the rest of the lobby at this point. And when you fail to hit your like forecast carry 2-star, that is going to be an absolutely horrible position to be in, and Sean's kind of in the same spot right now.
Yeah, that early Harry that he got might be able to kind of save him in that combat, but again, we're watching Sean's, and right now Alanzq's board again. Thank you so much, Danny. We get to see him with that 1-star Lux, still have not been quite lucky in order to get it for a 2-star, but again, the 8 sorcerer, I think if he has it slammed on his board already, will make him able to survive. Sean's again gets a loss that might be enough to eliminate him, and Sean's is gonna be the second player that we say goodbye to from the first game of Porta Party.
Yeah, and that's obviously going to be super unfortunate for the French representative here, but going out with a bit of an interesting board here, trying to lean into like the heavier aspects of the vertical Ionia with the challenger setups here. So Alanzq, Morgan, that you say here, you are alluding to, finally finds that Lux too. It did just win a fight. Question is now, is the 6 sorcerer board going to be strong enough to take down some of these other strong boards in the lobby? Look at the likes of Nomi, looking at the likes of Brozilla. Is this going to be enough?
Well, I don't know who he's missing, but I think he needs a crest in order to be able to hit the 8 sorcerers, if I'm not mistaken. He's missing Malzahar, and that's it. I think you need a crest to be able to hit the 8 sorcerers, but still, 6 is more than enough, and that Lux has a Gunblade. A double Giant Slayer, again, just as you said, is the not the most optimal thing, but with the sorcerers, with the strategist, he does have a lot of AP. Melting again Naruto's board right now. His front line is able to tank too much 6 gunners, which takes a lot of time to amp up. It's not gonna be enough to eliminate Alanzq's front line, and again, now that the board is stacked, and the Ari does get her 3rd cast, Alanzq gets to win another round against Naruto, and he's still in the game with 7 HP, coming back absolutely strong. Surprisingly, he doesn't lock the shop for the Eri, so he's looking for more and more frontline, maybe trying to hit the Joven or the Shantu.
Yeah, the R2 here is not really going to do a whole lot for his composition. Furthermore, comparing something to the Joven 2 is going to buy so much more time. Shin 2 as well, just having that stronger front line. Here's Balotelli. He is on his reroll line, stock on level 7, trying to find that free stock Katarina, but he's still going to be so many copies away from it. Needs to find just 2 more with that Little Champion duplicator on the bench here. But you can see here, as I was alluding to with the items here, we can kind of see the JGs, the Hands of Justice with these cones. There's still a whole lot of combat power in this Echo and this Katarina.
Yeah, and you can also see Balotelli, again, 2 Katarinas away, but it doesn't matter. He's against Alanzq, who's just been able to almost set Naruto on the verge of elimination. If he gets to lose one more fight, again, the 6 sorcerer and their front line is kind of way too strong. Katarina has not been able to go there, and with the Morello Namikin, she's not healing enough with the double Hudge, and he gets 1 Lux alive. The Soraka healing does make him stay alive, but that Ashe is not going to be doing anything as she gets blasted away. However, it was just a 1-unit loss, so Balotelli is not leaving us yet.
He's not going to leave us just now, but he still needs to find a little bit of power for that Katarina. Blue buff could be an option just to get like these quicker casts out of the way with additional power from the free chalices of power. That will be a nice little addition. He is kind of struggling because, in reality, you prefer, in my opinion at least, to have the Katarina be the one itemized. I think Katarina does so much damage when you have everything online here, but he is also playing the more traditional version here, where you don't go into Noxus, for example, so just playing with heavy Freljord and like the Sawn Lean. And someone also can't really hit Morgan. Lesser Ford currently stuck on a Seri 1, but has that Urgot 2 in the front line. Super tanky, as we were talking about. He was going to transition out of that. He finds the Seri 2 now, finally, but he was going to go out and away from that Gwen board.
Depending on who he goes against now, we've also seen You Better Know Me finally being able to hit his 8 Void. At level 8, he has 10 units on that board, so this essentially makes the Void Remora or the Baron or whatever comes up from this have a lot of AP and a lot of HP as well. So we can also see Leza's Lord finally trying to survive here with that 4 Gunners board. Again, the Zeri's doing a lot of damage, but the Freljord with the Sunder and the Shred is going to make his front line fall down way too quickly, and Leza Ford has no one to save him except that Urgot that is doing his best right now to survive. That Defiance, Bramble Vest, BT, that's a lot of healing going through him again, but he gets magically lifted, and that's going to be it. Leza Ford, is gonna be getting out on the hands of Balotelli with that little devil team as he burns him away from the first game.
Yeah, Balotelli here in a important elimination, right? Eliminating one of the people that were trying to fight him for that top 4 spot here. Another player that's also currently kind of etching on the ultimate limits now are going to be Alanzq, right? He's on 7 HP, he's on a win streak, and is not in the matchup pool here for Balotelli. So it's outside of his hand with that newfound spike in that Echo free, that continuous healing from the ability as well from those Hands of Justice will give him so much power here, but whether or not that's going to be enough to take out these backliners, that is the big question, Morgan.
Is it going to be enough or not again? That Echo 3 that we spoke about again before the game with Makes against an 8 Void board that has essentially 10 Void units on it because of the double tactician crown. The Echo is able to one-shot, however, because of the Hodge and the Jewel Gauntlet, but there's not enough damage coming except from the Echo being able to heal a lot again because of his ability. The Baron might be able to one-shot him before he gets to cast another round, but no, that Echo's way too strong. The Kai'Sa gets to cast, but again, he is way too broken with all of these punches given through You Better Know Me's face. However, he's on a lot of HP, but Balotelli gets to survive for one more round. This Echo is a real MVP with a whooping amount of 21,000 damage. Oh my god, man.
Yeah. That is so much damage, right? And sure, like this probably does a lot more damage consistently than the Katarina, but I think it's just it's super enjoyable to watch Katarina go around here. But keep in mind that Alanzq kept on winning. Now the Brozilla also down to single-digit HP right now, and Nomi, almost just by the process of math, is going to be secured like a top 3 finish here. And I'm excited to see whether or not Alan, for example, is going to be stronger than Balotelli in the head-to-head, because you kind of look at what he's been building now, the 6 sword ball with that overcharged mana front, doing so much damage as well with that long-distance pals. There's so much power in this Lux, but the question is, the Lux is so squishy. Like, she could get a one-shot by the Katarina, by the Echo, with all that power from those chalices. So the positioning game here is going to be super insane to follow, as it is indeed a 50% chance for Alan to queue into Balotelli.
Okay, so the thing about Echo is that he counters the DPS damage over time, and this is something that Lux does. He's able to heal 30% of the damage taken and maybe more on the 3-star, I don't remember the exact value, but he kind of counters, and again, look at him, he's just one-shot the Lux, kicking her absolutely out of existence. One punch, man. Giga Chat Echo is able to punch the entire backline again, one by one, eliminating them, and Alanzq just watches as his board gets absolutely obliterated, but that Echo with the double Hodge, the Jewel Gauntlet, Addy, you can do all you want, baby, but the only magician in this board is gonna be Balotelli with his lovely Echo as he punches Alanzq's Lux into the void, quite literally right now. Whoa, man.
And that is the power of Rise as well. Keep this in mind here. The removal from Rise in these Targon galaxies, Targon portals, sorry, should I say, is super, super exciting to follow as well. Because like that single target removal is just super, super powerful. And as I said here, top 3 now secured. Brozilla going out in third place. Alanzq fighting bravely, but at the end of the day, only down to that 5th position now. And Balotelli does look like he's in a prime position to take home the victory in game 1.
I'll be really excited to see if one of them is able to take down this dominant Echo, but this is not the fight that we're gonna be watching. We're gonna be watching Naruto and You Better Know Me, who might be able to survive for one more fight, but this is not a luxury that Naruto has. 6 gunners again makes that Zeri get to her maximum form absolutely quickly, being able also to chain that lightning damage with the front line again, with the Martyrs, giving her the Zeri more and more time to survive. You Better Know Me is not gonna be able to win just yet because 6 gunners is just too dominant, and the Martyrs healing for Naruto makes his backline survive. Balotelli also gets to win another round, so I think we're gonna be seeing our winner in exactly 1 round. Wida.
Yeah, and this game is so close, right? Like, it's just insane. Every single player right now alive has a chance to take home the victory in the first game here of the Portal Party. And keep in mind, there's 5 rounds in total. So every single game matters that just a little bit more than a regular tournament scenario. So Naruto's gone up board here, did take a victory against Nomi, but Balotelli, we know that he has the ability to deep dive into that backline. These are compositions that he's so comfortable playing with as well, so it is no surprise that Balotelli is absolutely on fire right now.
Again, in order to get rid of that Echo, you have to one-shot him, because essentially he keeps dealing and healing from one of the damage. You have a lot of CC coming from that Sejuani again, but the Zeri just gets absolutely deleted again from that Giga Chat Echo that we just called him this multiple times. His backline will not survive. The 6 gunners are not going to be able to put in any damage because they got absolutely deleted. Somehow, You Better Know Me gets to survive, but this is not going to be an option for Naruto as he watches his board get obliterated one by one on the hands of that Echo who's been dealing a whole amount of damage. And Naruto is going to be our 3rd place players that he gets obliterated by Balotelli, and now it's between You Better Know Me and Balotelli again.
Yeah, but the question is, whose board did You Better Know Me face off against, right? Because if he did beat Balotelli's board, there might be a positioning minigame here, but that's a Noxus crest here for Balotelli.
So.
He can use this to pick up extra combat power for this Katarina, get some extra HP, extra ability power on her as well. None of the other augments here really taking his fancy. And there's a little bit of extra damage for this Katarina, allowing her to be more durable in fights and deal even more damage.
The only situation where I could see You Better Know Me's board winning is if he's able to get a 3-star Kaisa, or maybe if the Rek'Sai has enough damage with a 3rd item maybe that gets him to one-shot the Echo with true damage if he's below 60 HP. Otherwise, I don't think that this Echo is taking any damage. Again, a triple chalice, a magic wand. He also has perfect items, double Hudge, Jewel Godless, so he's almost critting every single time. I don't see him dying. I just can't see him dying.
Well, we will have to see here, Morgan. You can kind of see that the fight still. Look at this absolute perfect pathing here for this Echo as well, being able to go directly onto this Baron, taking it out over the course of a couple of casts here. Now, you gotta keep in mind here, where is this Rek'Sai, Morgan? Look at the CC coming through. It has been removed from the fight here, and that means that You Better Know Me takes out Balotelli in dominant fashion here, actually. It was a close game, but the German does take home the victory at the end here. So we got to see a lot of dynamics in this game, Morgan.
Yeah, this is the thing. The CC was the only missing keyword that we've not seen in many people's boards right here, but You Better Know Me definitely had it. With the Baron knock-up, with the Yasuo being able to keep him at the front of the board, with the Lissandra stunning him for quite a few seconds in order for the Kaisa to be able to put in that damage. All he wanted was to stop that Ekron from casting his ability, because every time he did it, it was one unit gone off your board and him going back to full HP, essentially. So crowd control was all that You Better Know Me wanted. He had it, and he definitely won that first game with a blast. But Balotelli coming back with just 7 or 3 HP into a 2nd place. This was one of the best and closest games that I've witnessed in my TFT casting career in general.
Yeah, it was a super close game to follow. That is absolutely true here. I think that this is one of the games where a bit like one different fight, like a match making sense, right? Like where, like, let's say that the Balotelli queued into a different player early on when it was down to 3 HP, and taking it to like a loss with like 2 units more than he ended up doing would have been a big decision maker for just the general shape of how this game was going to go. But we also got to see the power of, first of all, Rek'Sai free. Like, we haven't spoken about Rek'Sai reroll. We might get to see this. This wasn't a Rek'Sai reroll game, but Rek'Sai reroll is a super strong combat tool against some of these like 3-star reroll, like something like the Garen, for example, as you talk about. Like, that true damage coming in is such a powerful tool to work with.
Yeah, thank you so much again, chat, for giving us that lovely portal for Game 1. We still have 4 more games to go to, and again, I bet that our analyst desk is going to be extremely excited, again, because we spoke about it. Makes loves to see reroll comps. She told Niberia you're putting me in front of Twitch chat to eat me alive for speaking about Echo, but guess what? They're going to be praising you now, Makes, because that Echo was an absolute blast to see in this game, being able to get us in a second place for Balotelli, making him clutch. So you are absolutely right. We're going to catch a break, because no one caught any breaks in that game with Balotelli and everyone coming back. And we're going to be going straight after it to our lovely desk.
First game of the new set, and I couldn't be happier. Frankly, we got to see a lot of the compositions that we were talking about, and especially Makes. I imagine feeling very smug over there in your chair, huh? You think you're smart with your Echo Carry?
I love Echo Carry, but it's not as strong as it seems. Don't play it. Don't let them know. It's just for me. Maybe if you're nice Twitch chat, we can share this secret, but do not let Riot know. They're gonna nerf it, and I'm not here for that.
Oh yeah, I think we've already seen on PBE that they're preemptively putting some nerfs in place, because this is pretty dang strong. I think in particular, having so much damage and so much healing on the same unit is always going to be a recipe for some big trouble.
Yeah, man can 1v9 if he wants to. Honestly, that's the strongest thing. I've tried the composition a couple of times, and the amount of times that Echo just clutches it out is insane. We saw in one of those fights, Echo went down to something like under 200 HP, I think, if I was counting the bars right, and then just full healed off a single ultimate. So
yeah,
that's the kind of thing you're looking for.
The great thing about the Echo Comp in particular is that you're running Invokers because you already have the Lysandra, and that means you can go for that Rise. And specifically, the Targon Rise is just your best buddy if you're running an Echo carry. Whatever Echo cannot kill, Rise is just going to yeet off the platform, and you're going to be very happy about that. But whenever I play Echo carry, I just go 3, 2, 1, face dive. And it's just so fun because like it just continuously does that. He gets so much mana. It's great fun to play.
I mean, all credit to Balotelli for seeing that opportunity, because of course, when you only get the Targon Rise one in every 11 games, if that, knowing that that's the way to kind of unlock the full potential of the comp is pretty impressive. But I want to call out, of course, our winner from that game. You better know me. Of course, another reason for you to be happy makes from Germany, doing incredibly well in that game. Started out with Spoils of War, which rewards you for getting kills, but loss streaking didn't seem like the start that would lead you to first place.
No, not necessarily. We were all kind of confused about it, Matt, right? Like just looking at it, thinking, oh, it's going to be like a strong early game. Didn't come together. But then that dedication pick just really clutched it out for Nomi, I think.
I think it also depends on what the augments you're offered are, because it can be treated like an economic augment as you get later in the game, since it's based on a percentage chance when you kill a unit. So if you're having a game that has multiple tacticians crowns, everyone's going to be having 10 units on their board, which gives you a much higher chance to get that additional gold, and that's what afforded him the ability to go to that level 9 and have that 8 void cap out so incredibly hard. So I actually, in the context of knowing what the portal likes, I'm kind of a fan of Spoils of War here.
I mean, again, much like with the with the different regions coming for Rise, the different portals as well, it's asking a lot from our players this early on into the set to have a really good read on how to optimize fully the portals that come through. But I think you're right, Matt. It did feel like in this game we saw the real, already bleeding edges being pushed this early on into the set.
Yeah, absolutely. But there was more that was really exciting. We did get a good slice of everything we've seen in set 9 in the first patch already, which is compared to other launch sets or other launch patches, it feels like there's a great variety and diversity, which is supported by the portals and the legends. So there's lots of ways on how you can get to that first place. And sometimes you just need the stars to align, and they definitely did for Nomi with that Rek'Sai 3, the Kaisa, and that Void Emblem coming through from the dedication. He was just set up for an all-star win. And notably, Void is just really good against the Echo comp, because the Echo will get stuck on that Baron Nashor, and the Kaisa can clutch it out in the meantime.
I do like as well.
Oh, sorry, Peter. Go ahead.
I was just no, don't worry. We'll come back to that later on. But we've got overall standings, of course, because we've only got 8 players. It's not too hard to keep track of everybody.
I was really struggling before we had it, so now I'm caught up here. But of course, Nomi taking that win there. I do want to talk a little bit about Rise, while we're here having this discussion about the portals, because he's a really interesting unit this set. Incredibly difficult to get to, being that 5 cost. With the experience changes, we see fewer and fewer players going 9, which may change as players get more comfortable with the economic curve. But as a result, you already see him infrequently. But because the regions make him so different in power levels, it's always interesting to see, because Mix, like you're saying, on Targon, dude's busted. Absolutely cracked out of his mind. A Freljord, also a lot of people feel that chill is incredibly strong, but then you get to something like Zaun, where he just kind of does damage, and Noxus, where he does damage and then gives like items, and it's like these really weird situations where you're like, okay, is this a Rise game? Is this not a Rise game? Is this open to me? And I think, like we've been talking about with the augments, I think like we've been talking about with a couple of the choices with the portals, it's just one of those things that we're not going to figure out until like halfway through the set, and I'm really excited to see that. Yeah,
for sure. It always feels like that, doesn't it? But as you said, we can already see that some of them are really strong. Shurima also, I think, has to be noted. There's just so much CC. Feels amazing. And something else that feels amazing is getting more games in, Matt.
Yeah, we've got our casters ready with game number 2. Morgan and Wida, take it away. Looking forward to seeing it.
Thank you, Nebria. Thank you, Peter. Thank you again, Makes, for the lovely analysis. It's always a blast to see all 3 of you guys together. And again, we love having you so much. Again, now it's your boy Morgan and Wida commentating for a game 2 of the Porta Potty. Last time we had our chat choose a Targon portal. This time, what is it gonna be, Vida? What would you love to see this game?
I mean, there's a sump, right? That's always an interesting one. Economy just doesn't matter. I had a period of time when this set launched, I was just like playing Tahm Kench, just because like I just wanted to play like AFK. But then like you don't really get the value from that when you're playing this when you get the sump in because there's no economy, right? It's just like everyone is playing Hustler, right? So that is going to be pretty interesting to follow here. As you can see here, we only played one game so far, so if you just joined now, you haven't really missed a whole lot outside of a fantastic showcasing of what the Echo is about to do, what the Voids are able to do, but right now these are 8 players, Morgan, and I'm actually super excited to see what portal will be chosen, because again, it is Twitch chat you're talking about that they get to pick the portal, and I know you love a bit of Demacia, right? Bit of a House Lighthold. That is your favorite, I heard.
Yeah, that is completely my favorite. I love it so much that I would just mute my microphone, sit back, and get to enjoy that full action in the game because I wouldn't want to miss a single second. That's what's gonna happen if they choose Demacia House Lighthold. That is how much I love that portal. I swear to God, Twitch, if you guys choose Demacia House Lighthold, I swear to God, listen, there are so many portals in the game. There are 30 portals. Just please, anything but Demacia House Lighthold. It just revolutionizes the gameplay, and I am that one person who throws his carry back straight into the left corner or the right corner, and for some reason Katarina from the enemy team just goes like, ooh, that is such a lovely carry with a crown. Why don't we just kill him and end the entire fight? And then I lose the entire game because my crown holder dies in the first 3 seconds. The end.
That sounds a lot like a player diff.
Yeah, it also does sound like something people have always told me. It's a pro tip. Get good. I've always tried to.
Yeah, so no, I was just excited to see like what this is going to be in general, right? Because like there are some super interesting options in the game here that we can kind of get to look at when we get to it, right? I think there are some super fun options for sure. So I'm just see like which ones we get with, because like I've been having a ton of fun playing the Ionia portals. It was like getting to guarantee a specific trade or getting to have that extra unit on your bench where you can like kind of have that benefit 2 trades to your board, for example, 3 trades, right? You can get to play some pretty interesting stuff, especially again. I know I've been talking a lot about this Azir Shurima composition, but that's just kind of how it goes when it comes to it, right? Like the Shurima stuff here, because you can get the whole unit on the bench that you don't want to play here, and these are gonna be our options, Morgan. And there is a super fun one here, all the way to the right.
Okay,
Let's deep
hear
dive
me
into the workshop.
Yes, we got Shadow Eyes Treasure Sanctum. When any unit dies, you collect souls, and every 40 souls, you get more load orbs. Boom, boring. You get a Masterwork upgrade from Freljord Hearthhome that allows you to upgrade any item to a starting version. Boring. But you know what I love? Built over Jace Workshop. All augments are gonna be prismatic. That makes for a very, very stacked lobby. People are either absolutely winning, or if they get a built over crown, they're absolutely losing. And then you see them coming back with a 50 power T-Hex to wreak havoc upon everyone in the lobby. So please, Twitch, I'm not gonna affect your opinion. I'm not trying to influence you, but
Absolutely
take Jace
not.
Workshop.
Absolutely
Take
not.
Jace Workshop.
You definitely did not try to do it by calling Shadow Isles and calling Treasure Sanctum and Hearthhome.
Yeah, I did nothing. No.
That
wasn't me.
Absolutely not. I will say that I actually quite like the Hearthhome because it has a very it has like a very set in stone spike point in the game, right, where every single player in the lobby, they get to choose which carry item or frontline item they want to upgrade to the Radiant version. Very often I end up just defaulting to upgrading the upgrading to Demon Slayer. Oh, it was a very close vote as well in the chat here. It seems like we are going to be stepping into the workshop of GAs here, but only a 4% difference between the two. That is absolutely massive here from these, but
I love you. I love you, Twitch chat. Thank you so much. Again, Counterfeit is kind of mad in the chat, but I'm so happy about it right now. We got Jace Workshop, baby. Thank you, Twitch. I love you. I'm gonna be gifting every single one of you arenas, codes, little legends, and whatever you want. Pancakes, hugs, whatever you request. Jace Workshop is gonna make this game absolutely interesting and a banger to cast on. And honestly, Vida, you didn't have to say that you love Hearthhome. You know why? Because you already admitted a game ago that you're an Ornn player. So anything that includes forges, hammers, Radiant items, I bet you would be in for it. So I had already guessed that you would be up for Freljord this game. Am I right?
Yeah, man, another thing is also worth noting here, Morgan, is that so all the way back in set 1, we are kind of in a reforged version of that, right? I played a lot, and when I say a lot, I mean a lot. I played a lot of what would it call? They're called like the frozen trait, right? Like a lot of those. Like it was like freeze people with like ash and stuff. It was great. Glacial Rangers was my composition back then to go to. That was good times.
Yeah, that specific set, I had only played it like a few games. I only started getting like really serious about TFT in set 1, and then I quit it for like 5 or 6 sets, and then I came back to set 7, and that is when I started participating and playing once more. But this isn't about me. This is about the loveliest cinematic that I've ever seen in a board. Holy moly! This is the first time that I've seen this entrance. It seemed so intense. And Noxus and Ionia and people fighting. This was one of the most exciting cinematics for a game that I've seen.
Speaking of like interesting and intense decisions here, right? You have the opportunity to like you have this set up here with the 2 Aurelias being picked up here. We also see that Sean he likes to zoom in on things when that is going to be an interesting one. So let's see what happens here. It's gonna not pick up. It's choose to not pick up the Cho'Gath. It doesn't really necessarily want to spend too much time thinking about the Void Open. They're gonna go for a Sorg line as of right now with that early Swain. So super excited to see what this is gonna end up in particular, because you can do some super powerful things with a Sorg +1, for example.
Sorg +1 might be really effective and exciting just with Seedless game. True that they did receive a few nerfs. Of course, when the game was first released on a PvE, the sorcerers. If I'm not wrong, they would be able to damage 2 units straight away from having 4 sorcerers and not 6. Now, that kind of gives you an early access to Sorg 6, and we have Piltovers again, Jace Workshop, so it's gonna be Prismatic. Tiniest Titan, definitely not the best. Transfusion, he's not going for a lost streak. Golden Ticket might be really good. If we're going for a reroll comp, but I think in Prismatics, playing on a lost streak might be very, very effective and, let's say, punishable, because you'll be losing a lot of HP. Everyone is so strong, so going for lost streaks, a strategic soul. That sounds exciting.
Strategic soul is really interesting, right? Because you can kind of go into the Teemo reroll version of multicast, is something we haven't seen a whole lot of. Something that we might get to see a little bit later on here. It might just be Tiniest Titan, right? It's such a strong econ tool. You get so much HP. You're talking about, Morgan, right? If you're playing for a lost streak, playing some of these reroll compositions, getting Tiniest Titan, as well as the reduction in size, is fantastic. You get 2 gold, you get 2 HP every single round. It is super powerful. Brozilla is on Cruel Pact as well, Morgan. That is going to be super exciting to follow here. But early Gunblade Slam come through from Sean's. No Sunfire, just the belt. He wants to guarantee that lost streak to the best of his ability.
Yeah, now you see, Peter? Now we see why we said that Jace Workshop is gonna be absolutely a banger to commentate on. I wish you guys could see his face right there in the backstage. He's not in his best mood, but you know what? I'm happy. This game has a lot of variety. This game has a lot of crazy stuff going on, and I think for Cruel Pact, just imagine, Wida, if we can get a Think Fast in stage 2 for him. Now, we might be seeing someone break the record of Last Card X, who's been able to hit a 3-star Zeri on 3-4, 3-5 if I'm not mistaken, but he had Cruel Pact and Think Fast, right? Now, what are the odds that you could get this happening in this lobby? Quite huge. What are the odds that he's able to get another 3-star 4 costs in this lobby as well? In a tournament, on stream. They're pretty huge as well. So I'm looking up for that. If he gets a Think Fast, I'm so vouching for him.
Yeah, we'll see here, right? It's going to depend, because there are different ways to play it out. And the biggest thing here when you're playing Cruel Pact is to ensure you don't lose any fights. And that sounds like super like easy to say, super binary, but like it is actually like super important when you're playing these like Cruel Pact boards, because if you can't get to level 7 without losing a fight, you are going to be in trouble, because a lot of the powers you're talking about, right, Morgan, is that the ability for you to stay on level 7 for such a long time, because you get there so early on, and just like start picking up these 3 costs, these 4 costs. That is like where all the power lays when you are playing Cruel Pact.
No, wait, huh? Yeah, I actually lost Wizard. That is kind of surprising. I don't think he's going to be losing another battle. Is there a way that you can play...
Brozilla hasn't lost with his chat. Like he is 2 for 2 now. He leveled to 50 HP, and he stayed on 50 HP. And there's level 7.
No, he goes to 7, yeah.
5.
Yeah,
I'm going to see here... So a player like Balotelli, for example, has an interesting board here, right? Has the Deadeyes, has some Ionias here, but doesn't have like a 2-star Aurelia, for example, that could tank for a long time, because depending on how strong Brozilla's board, how strong Brozilla's board actually is, Like, it is still a pretty scary proposition for him to queue into some of these players. Oh, Morgan, we have the Rek'Sai reroll.
Yes, a reroll comb. Yes, it is upcoming right now with these items slammed. You can tell that we're going to be seeing a 3-star Rek'Sai. We've seen the Echo last game, but oh wait, actually, Brozilla did lose the first round. It's confirmed because he's.
Oh, he did. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he did. Now he's on. Oh, we're sorry, Max. We're sorry. We love you. He's in a 2-win streak right now, able to get level 7 really quickly, and this is something I love to see. You can reroll on any 3-star unit. Of course, you cannot play Cruel Pack that much with, say, Noxus, Katarina rerolls, even though you could, because they are 3 stars essentially, but they're mostly contested with people playing with other stuff. Now, Cruel Pact is really amazing because you almost get to choose the first item for the carousel at every start of the round. So I think Brozilla is in a perfect spot, and he would have been in an ever better one if he had won the first round.
I'm just gonna see I'm just gonna see where he's gonna take this item wise, right? Because there are like a few different ways to play this. There is the IE Titans Resolve BT, but it's also the way where you just end up going double Titans Resolve BT. And is this early raw pickup here instead going to mean that he's going to be leaning into a Gunblade instead of the Bloodthirster for his healing option for this Rek'Sai because he just wants to slam for as much tempo as possible? That is a question that I am going to be interested to follow. Okay.
Ooh, it's a Z.
He's going to go into the Kaiser line instead here. I see. Okay, this makes a lot more sense as well. I can get behind this.
Yeah, 100%. Again, slamming the Herald on the Rek'Sai with the Titan's Resolve might not be the best combo, because essentially you have to throw her for the backline, so that is going to waste a lot more time for her to get her Titan's Resolve stacked. But it's okay, as long as he's able to win, as long as he's able to keep a good win streak with that early Kai'Sa. Again, it is kind of perfect that he has a Kai'Sa, he has a Gwen, he has a Kalista, he has a very good amount of high-tier units. Maisie Marzipan, of course, has no chance to win this fight, no matter what she does with the Prismatic Pandoras, which I think is... I don't know if you could agree with me or not, but it is kind of one of the weakest prismatics in the game, because a lot of other augments offer much more value. So a Pandora prismatic is not that strong, is it?
It has the issue where you give up so much tempo, right? You kind of have the two difference here, right? Like there's so much tempo in what Brozilla is doing with the Cruel Pact early leveling, and then you have the complete lack of tempo from having to wait, and you're down a prismatic augment to a certain extent, but it is not necessarily the worst prismatic augment in the game. I do believe there are some that are a little bit worse. And kind of like pivot the conversation back to what Brozilla is doing on his board here, right? Because very often when you play these Rek'Sai reroll setups, it is a Rek'Sai plus Kai'Sa carry system. But normally you have someone else with the Seeks, and you don't have the Seeks on the Rek'Sai in this way we've been talking about. It's about 3-starring the Kai'Sa and 3-starring the Rek'Sai and 2-starring the Kai'Sa. You kind of just like split for the AP items here, but it seems like Brozilla has already made the decision to focus a lot more on the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I kind of love his decision, by the way, because again, this is kind of brand new for us to see someone play with Cruel Pact in that way. And more definitely and more exciting is Alanzq playing with Bastion Crown. This is the first time that I've ever seen this chosen in a game in front of me. So
I have a story actually for this.
For Bastion Crown, let's go. I'm ready.
Because like my last game before today was actually a game of I opened up with the Bastion healing augment where it heals when you go to 50 when it gets to 50% HP. Morning Light, and then I got 2 Bastion augments. Like I got the gold Bastion augment and I got the Bastion crown. And it was I just had like 6 Bastion in the front line, just like all of them just like healing 24/7, and just had the affiliates in the battle. It was a super fun ball to follow. Sadly, I tanked too much damage in the early game, and I had to go in there 1v1 against someone with 100 HP who was streaking. I won 4 fights, lost 2, then lost the game. Sad, right? But it is like Bastion front lines are super powerful because like there's so many resistances, especially at the start of the fights.
Yeah, this kind of reminds me of mascots with the first aid kit. You would just have them healing fully back to full HP every single second from the final set. Now, why did I just remember supers? I might not be even sleeping at night because I'm kind of scared I might get hit by a Yuumi. But never mind, it was just for the story purpose. And we do get to see Lizardwood, however, being able to survive with that Noxus crown on a 5-win streak. Think about Noxus, you speak about tempo, this is one of the comps that solely relies on beating everyone in the lobby, so you can have your comp be even more and more snowbally and even more strong in the early games. So speak about tempo, Lizardwood right now is doing absolutely perfect with a Noxus crown, being able to hit level 6 with a 100 HP, full win streak, doing his best in this lobby.
And I believe that Nomi here, again on the Spoils of War, but has now gone into a Piltover position. So I'm interested to see whether or not he's going to play Piltover all throughout stage 3, just lose out, take some massive hits, because he does have a lot of HP to work with, or whether or not it's just like going to be a rental, because there are versions of the Gunner boards where you do play around with having the T-Hex on the board without cashing it out. So whether or not that's the line he's going to be taking, it's going to be super exciting to follow.
I don't know what's up with Ubernomi and Spoils of War and him losing with it early game and still being able to come back in the late game. What's his secret? That is something I want to know, because Spoils of War essentially relies on you killing units, getting loot, getting gold, getting everything that could support you. And now, for the second augment, we see him having Hedge Fund, Freaky Friday, which is...
I love the fact that it's called Freaky Friday, by the way. That is such a great nod to Freak. It is such a good... It is such a good... Oh, goes for the balanced budget. So much economy here. That is going to be super interesting here. I like the fact that he's rolling a little bit now, because he knows he's not going to have any economy issues. Granted, he's able to kill some units, and then he has the economy coming through from that balanced budget, but he needs a little bit of power so he doesn't get like 7-0'd every single fight.
20! That Renekton is going to be going away. The Rage Blade mostly will be slammed on either the Jinx, maybe trying to kill some more units, or... Does he have the ability to slam 4 bruises now? Okay, no. He's going to have to keep either the Piltover or the Gunners for that, so he cannot, definitely. And he's going to be keeping that Renekton for a little more while. We also see that Cruel Pact does have a Void Crown with Brozilla. So, is he going to be able to get to level 8 this game? Slam that Crown?
I mean, it's going to happen quite late into the likes of stage 5, right? Like stage 5, stage 6, stage 5, stage 6 territory, depending on how safe he feels around the lobby and how much power he's going to be getting. But there's not going to be that early spike from being able to like just push level 8 on like 4-2 when you've hit a random Belveth, for example, right? But it does mean that he can get to 6 Void pretty easily, play around that massive Rift Herald instead of playing around the Void Remora, for example, get that extra CC over the course of the fight when the charge comes in towards the backline carries, for example. So there's a lot of power in that regard. As you're talking about, Morgan, here is the sale of that frontliner, of that Renekton, but it's still just a 1-star Sejuani. That is not necessarily the strongest frontline in and of itself.
Yeah, again with the items that he slammed on her, she's going to be able to cast earlier, just getting more and more shield shells, so the backline can stack as much as they can with the Gunner effect. The Rage Blade being slammed on a Jinx will make him able to win a little bit more time, able to kill more and more units, so he can get to come back with the Spoils of War. Again, playing Piltover, starting from stage 3 with an economic augment, something that doesn't heal you up, something that doesn't give you the ability to survive, is kind of a very scary playstyle that Ubernomi is following. Same thing goes for Sean's. Until now, with the Tiniest Titans and the... what was that second augment called?
It's called a Wellness Trust, and the interesting thing about this augment is that as long as he's above 50 gold, he's going to heal 2 HP. So every single fight, Sean, is healing 4 HP in combination of the Tiniest Titan as well as the Wellness Trust. So he has a lot of... He has a lot of like longevity in this game. Sure, he doesn't have a lot of combat power, but he's going to be able to cheese at least like a couple of placements just by the fact that he's going to be healing so much over the course of a game.
Yeah, this lobby is quite interesting though, with everything escalating like really quickly and people changing and pivoting as quick as they can. However, I would have wanted Brozilla to go for maybe a 3-star forecast, but that doesn't matter. Again, as long as he has the 6 Void as early as he can, and as long as he can stack up more and more units with the Z-keys, looking maybe for an Archangel in that Kai'Sa, which will be absolutely perfect. I completely believe and vouch for the idea of him getting an early Belveth. If he does, you can have 8 Void at level 7. That is massive for the Cruel Pact augment.
This is something we were talking about, right? Because I kind of misremembered what this augment specifically does, right? This is the heart. It doesn't give you the emblem, right? Because that's so much. That's so powerful. So like on level 7, right? As Granny finds that 1% Belveth, this can easily turn into one of those Baron Nashor boards we're talking about, right? So we don't even have to look into the wars dice of stage 5, as we're talking about. All it takes is a random Belveth on a carousel or in the shops of Brozilla, and all of a sudden, that early Baron Nashor will come by to say hi.
Yeah, another lovely win for Brozilla. Again, no one is going to be able to dethrone that guy from his absolute tempo that we spoke about multiple times at the Cruel Pact, at the Void Crown. despite the fact that he's still not even had that Rift Herald into action. But because he's been the first one to hit level 7 in this game, he also does have the ability to get that early 2-star Kai'Sa. He does have the ability to get to that early 2-star Rek'Sai. So essentially his Void units are way stronger than you would think they are. We get back to You Better Know Me with the Spoils of War, decided to try and win more units with the Freljord and the Togan. I think that he might be shutting down the T-Hex, absolutely, and pivoting his entire board for a Deadeye Freljord with Aphelios. I think it's a cool pivot, because he has not been getting anything that makes him survive or stack or cash out the T-Hex at all either. So I kind of think and believe that his star can pivot, because no one else is playing Aphelios in this lobby. Is such a very cool move from You Better Know Me, by the way.
Yeah, this is a fine understanding of his position, right? He is in a pretty tough position in terms of the economy. He does have 2 copies of Aphelios, but the nature of this board is already halfway through the transition, because of the way that Sejuani, the Freljord like core just fits so nicely into everything. Still needs to find that Ashe, etc., to kind of fully build out the board. But I do agree as well with you here, what you're saying, that this actually does make a lot of sense with the way he's approached this so far.
Yeah, now he has 3 Deadeyes. 0 Mythic on the Ashe. Let's give him 3 Freljord, another Ashe, so another Deadeye, my bad. So he's gonna be hitting a huge power spike once he get that just 2-star, 2-cost unit. Again, he's also able to get back with his economy pretty well. He doesn't need to push 8 at all. He just needs to let go of that Vi maybe, or let go of that Orgod for now, even though he needs it for the 4 Deadeye. So I think it might be a little bit too scary to push to level 8 at this moment. So he's keeping on that rolling. We've seen him dodge another chance for a Taric, but it doesn't matter. He already has him 2-starred, and he's maybe rolling just for that 1 Ashe or the 2-star Aphelios, which kind of hits right now. 1 more for the Sejuani will be a huge power spike for him.
Yeah, so now it's a bit of a debate about which approach do you want to take to this, right? Do I want to say, I'm strong enough to go in towards that level 8? Now, he's 51 HP, has a lot of gold on his bench, so in reality, he's probably at like 20, 25, 30 gold if he wants to sell fully on here. And this is the good thing about this composition. You are actually relatively stable for the most part the second you find just a couple of 2-stars, so I can agree with the fact here of him trying to go in towards this level 8 instead. But look at the side of Naruto, who's playing on this multi-caster line. You can see how much power there is, even with just a 2-star Sona producing a ton of damage. And now it's the next step of the question, right, Morgan? Because now you got to figure out, okay, was this a fluke? Is the rest of the lobby this strong? What does my matchup pool look like? Do I have to go level 8? And also, holding the gold for a potential level up, for example, is also super important to look at. But rolling for days is a super strong argument. These are actually all 3 super interesting options, but we are going to be rolling for days, Morgan. So not quite a think fast, but 25 free rerolls.
25 free rerolls, so he's going to be able to get all of his board maybe to a 2-star, which is something that we would love. You Better Know Me too. He's been able to hit the Aphelios. Who knows, but he might also be lucky enough to get another Case Sandy pair to put him in a 2-star, or just an Ashe, which kind of has been surprisingly missing so far from all of these 3 rolls. 0 Ashes have been coming down in that shop, able to hit the Sejuani. Finally, that 1 Ashe also hits, so I think we might be shutting down the K-Sante, get back to, alongside with the Vi for 4 Deadeyes. As soon as he slammed that Ashe, and that's it. He has the perfect composition for that Aphelios, and his front line is fully 2-starred, so rolling for days kind of does save the day for You Know Me.
Yeah, but just see whether he's going to be actively trying to accomplish a 3-star Urgot here, right? Because if that's not the case, then you don't need to hold on to this excess Urgot on your bench, because you need to make these economic breakpoints as soon as possible to have a chance to move in towards these higher econ states here. But with the Spoils of War as well obviously coming through, he is going to be getting a lot more money just over the course of this fight now, looking towards what can happen here. I would look at Reforged's position. That was super interesting. Naruto also now, he's full streaking, found that Teemo free. And Reforged also spiking around the lobby. Super spots here from our players. These reroll compositions that have been a lot of in this game, considering it's a triple prismatic, Morgan. They're all coming together quite nicely.
Let us see what is going to be coming down from Carousel again on the next round. Brozilla is only missing the Belveth for his 8 Void. Something that we got from Chad. Thanks so much. Chad, not chat, by the way. And again, he's still holding on the rerolls in order for him to be able to get that 3-star. But again, that Shroud has been quite perfect to set his entire back line and the Aphelios to get way too delayed from him getting able these chakrams, and this might be the first round that we see Brozilla losing if that Aphelios is going to be able to put enough damage. But actually, no, the Kai'Sa just puts him out of existence with that Archangel and Jewel Gauntlet combo, and you better know me is on 2 lives barely right now.
He's on barely on 2 lives now, and that is going to be a Belveth on the carousel. That is going to be massive for the likes of Brozilla, but are people going to deny him that opportunity to get that? The door is open for him to be able to move around here. Sean's looking for something for his board instead, and Brozilla lining it for him. There is that Belveth, the 8 Void Morgan, your favorite trade. Second game in a row, we get to see a little bit of that lovely Baron Nashor action.
We're going to see that lovely Baron Nashor. All thanks to that carousel that has given Brozilla his only missing unit, the Belveth, the Empress, the Queen of the Void, whatever you want to call it right now. And this is going to be one of these very, very rare times, by the way, where we get to see an 8 Void composition on level 7, all thanks to the crown that he has on the Vel'Koz and the Void crown. So, living his best life right now. Brozilla is not going to be losing a single round in this game except the first one. Killing it with 12 win streak. Who's able to win that guy? I don't think anyone in this lobby is too strong enough for the Baron Nashor just yet.
We will have to see, because if there's one player that would be Naruto, right? Because look at this now. He doesn't have his primary carry in the fact that the Sona free start just yet. He's in that Infernal Void, so just sitting at level 7 for the rest of the game. But look at this, right? Free start Talia coming through now. Free start Teemo as well. There's so much power in these multicasters. They cannot get through that Baron Nashor, however, but when you look at this board, Morgan, there are so many interesting things to look out for, because when you look at the bench, 1 away from Swain, 3 copies away from Sona, 2 copies away from that Vel'Koz. So Naruto, sure, he just lost his win streak, but he's only a couple of pieces away from having an absolutely Exodia-esque board.
And you know what's kind of scary as well? Is that Brozilla is 3 copies away from his Kai'Sa. And there's no one else playing her except maybe, I think I saw Maisie or Bella. Who was it who was playing Kai'Sa? He only needs 3 copies of her right now. He's also healing every round, special thanks to the Cruel Pact. So he might be able to stay alive, and you better know me, he's now sitting on 1 life. Is he gonna be able to make it to stage 5? That is the question. However, we're gonna be spectating Sean's with 6 Sorcerers, 5 Demacia, solely relying it's either him or you better know me in this round. Lux has the blue buff, so she's gonna be casting a lot. A double Sorcerer crest here, so he has a 6 Sorc activated. The Freljord will shred him, will give him a small amount of attack speed reduction, so they're not able to cast that much. The Aphelios is not able to do any damage, and you better know me might just be losing this one because the Gunblade on the Lux and them melting from these 6 Sorcerers. The Organ has tried to do it, but no, you better know me stays alive when Billy just 1 HP. He's not gonna be leaving the lobby just so early.
No, and with the way these HP totals are lining up here, Sean's position, as long as he stays above that 50 goal point, is going to be super interesting to follow, right? Because it's a bit of a double-edged sword for him right now, because the second he has to roll super deep to try to upgrade his board, for example, or go to the likes of level 9, all that healing is going to get cut in half. He's no longer get the healing from that Wellness Trust. So that is a super, super big thing to look out for right now. And look at this from Nomi. He's holding on to 6 copies of Urgot, 6 copies of Sejuani, but he's rolling on level 7. So now the big question beckons, can he find any of these 4-star free-star forecasts? Sorry. That is the question. And so far, it's no bueno for Nomi. There is no way he's going to get there. But he does have that second Protector's Vow to work with. And Naruto also rolling down here, cannot find these few copies. But keep in mind, Morgan.
Cool. Again, 1 more Sauna copies left for him, and sadly, for you better know me, he's been able to hit surprisingly 6 pairs of Urgot and 6 pairs of Sejuani on a level 7. That is kind of huge. Again, all thanks to the Spoils of War, all thanks to the rolling for days and balanced budget. Playing with 3 Econ Augments is something that you wouldn't love to see lose so early, but here it goes. The multi-caster Sona is just killing it, despite the fact that she's still on 2-star, but still a lot of damage doing able to his backline. And again, that Void Crest has done nothing at all, the Void Crown, for Alanzq, because he doesn't want to mess with your front line, because Sona and Vel'Koz already have access to the backline straight away.
And also keep in mind here that Nomi has been eliminated, right? This puts the entire lobby back into flux as Brozilla finds that 3-star Rek'Sai that will come into these fights a little bit later than normal because it's not in the front line. But Nomi, he is on that he's now on 9 points, right? There are so many people that are going to be able to catch up to him, start looking at a potential title win for themselves here. The biggest one to keep an eye out for is going to be Balotelli, finished second place in the previous game here, but Mazic's still in it. Sean's also really looking at another strong performance from him potentially, but Balotelli, level 9, Prismatic Jewel Lotus. This is an absolutely immense board to look at.
A challenger board going against another challenger board at this point, but it might be quite hard for Alanzq again, despite the fact that he did get that Zephyr. But a 2-star Senna and his board is kind of way too strong. The Bastions are not able to survive again because, again, Senna has the same access to the back line, just as the previous board, and Alanzq is not going to be having a very good chance at all in this fight. It isn't only him, but we're also saying goodbye to Shones, and we're now down to our top 5 players, which are Mazy, Balotelli, Naruto, Brozilla, and Lezaford.
Yeah, and something that I'm actually kind of interested about here is the fact that Naruto chose to roll down before Sean was eliminated, right? Because Sean has been on the edge of elimination for a while, but Sean was also holding on to quite a few copies of Sona, right? Holding on to at least 3. So I guess that Naruto is going to be quite happy with that being the case now, because now he has a higher chance of finding that Sona free and further stabilizing his composition. Let's afford on the Cecile 2, and on our board right now, we have Macy with a scary-looking Aphelios.
Very, very scary looking Aphelios with a double Zeeks, which we spoke about a lot before this game, by the way. Balotelli is level 9. He has a whooping amount of 6 challenges, if I'm not mistaken. It's a lot of damage being presented here. The 2-star Senna has a lot of damage, and again, that Aatrox with the emblem 2-star as well. Her front line is not going to be able to survive at all, and she just gets obliterated with these 6 challenges. Look at her camera, look at her reaction. She's just a little bit sad because of the challenger board from Balotelli being so dominant in this game.
But to be fair, it is improved in terms of the first game of the day here, right, for her. She's up into a 5th place instead now. Can look in towards that middle of the pack. Another Seeks on this carousel here. But there's also some useful items here, right? The Shroud, fantastic utility item that you need to keep an eye out for in this game. But now let's afford, what do you want here for your board? That is the big question. Brozilla, with that Rage Blade, wants some more attacking prowess for what I will assume is going to be the Rek'Sai, or is that going to be for his Kai'Sa? And again, you're talking about he was closing in on a potential Kai'Sa free, right? But you see Balotelli finds that Kai'Sa 2, eliminating that option, at least for now.
Yeah, Balotelli is sitting on 8 challenges, actually. I've mistakenly said that there were 6, but I'm sorry, boss. The Jewel Lotus as well, making his entire combo able to crit effectively with a 2-star Senna, Giant Slayer. A Hodge slammed on both him and that Aatrox is kinda dominant to play against. It doesn't even matter the front line that is being given, and the survivability that this Irelia gets, because they're too dominant now against the 3-star Thresh. I think that is the Azir Noxus combo that we spoke about before last game as well, if you remember, Weeda. But again, 8 challengers with this board, and these items are just way too dominant. Balotelli, no one is able to survive against him, and that 2 damage coming out from the Kalista. Lezaford gets 24 damage in just 1 round against Balotelli. Brozilla also almost knocks Naruto 1 more step towards his death and elimination from this game.
And he's closing in on that. Brozilla, that is closing in on at level 8 here as well, being able to go into and get a bit of a, get more front line with a Bastion, for example. That's going to be just in the fall. He's going to get himself better odds for that Kai'Sa free. But will require the likes of Balotelli to go out. And that's going to be a head-to-head duel here now. Lezaford finding that final piece of the puzzle for him. That 3-star Katarina. These Darius reroll boards are super exciting to follow. But can it take down this Void setup from Brozilla? That is the big question.
The Zephyr is also pretty nice, but it doesn't land exactly where Brozilla would have wanted it. The Katarina is still alive. Luckily enough, though, the Kai'Sa's on the other side. The Baron is already doing way too much damage. The Azir is stacking a lot of Rage Blade stacks. The Nessus does tank some of the damage, but again, the Kai'Sa is not able to reach the Azir just yet. The Katarina is still alive, so that means his life is still on the edge again. Brozilla might be losing his first round here against that Azir comp. The Noxus Azir is dealing enough damage, and never mind, I'm absolutely mistaken, because Brozilla's Kai'Sa is just way too dominant, and Lezaford is not able to give him his first loss yet in this game.
No, Balotelli's streak here is also broken out. These 8 challengers now matching Balotelli's 8 HP. Not ideal for him, right? But the fact that you know that there's a losing matchup for you in the pool already means at this point in time for Balotelli that he's most likely not looking into that first place. And Brozilla, after losing that first fight on 2-1, has won 19 fights after that one in a row. He's absolutely flying, showcasing the power of that Cruel Pact. Showcasing the power of the 8 Void. Yet again, it could be back-to-back wins for this composition, Morgan.
Let's see, what is he missing right now? 2 Kai'Sa pairs, and maybe some front line for his Kai'Sa to be able to deal more and more damage. Unlock it could be nice here, because you're essentially getting a lot of damage, or it could be a Warmox for that Cho'Gath or the Kai'Sa to work out with. What would you do here, Weeda? Oh,
You
he
have
was
the
for the
Quicksilver.
Rek'Sai.
I mean, this is fine. This actually doesn't matter. Like, this is actually a pretty good pickup, right? I think in general, like, just ensuring that this Rek'Sai is able to continuously attack, not get locked down by something. That is super important here. I would like to see Brozilla take a more active approach around moving around this Shroud on this Cho'Gath, trying to block away some of the power level from that Senna, for example, but I don't think that's going to be a super big deal. I don't think it's going to change a whole lot in these fights. You see the explosivity of the fight, of the competition of Balotelli. These challenges just resetting left, right, and center, leaving this Baron all alone and to be executed. Brozilla taking a huge chunk here. And as long as Balotelli is alive, there is no way for Brozilla to even consider leveling to 8. Unless they need to do it now when Balotelli potentially is out of his matchup pool.
Yeah, the Roll Pact is keeping Brozilla alive at this point, but is it gonna be enough now? He has to full reroll for that 3-star Kai'Sa, so I'm very excited to see if he's actually able to get it. Because him getting that 3-star Kai'Sa might be the only way that he's able to eliminate Balotelli's dominant Night Challengers board.
But the issue is that Balotelli is hawking the Kaisers, right? And you can see on the board here, Lesafort also holding a Kai'Sa on the bench here. And it's going to be super detrimental for Brozilla and the ability of his to try to find this Kai'Sa. He is at the mercy of a potential Kai'Sa on the carousel or him eliminating Balotelli by himself.
Yeah, just one more point for Brozilla against Lesafort right now. It's probably going to be contested between Brozilla and Balotelli because that Kai'Sa, no one has access to her against from Lesafort's board. The Katarina might be able to get her just with this cast because she's close enough before the Kai'Sa gets to dash away or maybe get one shot by that Darius, but she dashes away on the perfect time. They're focusing the Baron now on Balotelli. Somehow, Brozilla loses this fight again against Lesafort's battle, so we still are down to our top 3. We did not eliminate any of them yet.
No, and this is kind of the issue when you are playing these cruel pack boards and you're not stable enough to stop pushing that level 8, for example, right? Because he's doing the right thing. He's staying down here trying to find these 3 stars, trying to find those final upgrades. But when you're playing contested in this way he is right now with Balotelli, for example, he cannot find that final little bit of extra power that he needs because he cannot go level 8, get some of those legendaries on the board, for example, you would normally see from board people that win streak out early on. But Balotelli playing the perfect spoiler right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be the 2 legendary boards again, Brozilla with the 8 Void at level 7 and Balotelli with the 8 challenges. This time, he does manage to land the Zephyr on the Senna, so that's a lot of shielding not being given to the front line and a lot of damage not being applied because of that Giant Slayer and Hodge being able to shunk a lot of damage from Brozilla's board. The Kai'Sa gets targeted again now by the Warwick as soon as he finishes that Vel'Koz, but it doesn't matter because his Kai'Sa will be falling down by the hands of Balotelli, and again, Lesafort is still alive somehow, but Brozilla is gonna be 3rd place in this game.
And he is going to be 3rd place in this game now. And it looks ever so good, but now we have the 2 players on 8 HP here, Lesafort and Balotelli duking it out. This 8 challenger board, I will say, is super, super fun to watch, right? It gets so explosive, Morgan. There's just so much attack speed all over the shop here. And now Balotelli sending it towards that level 10, trying to find just something to close out this comp. Give that a little bit of extra X factor over to it. Slayer, Son, Gunner, you name it. He has to pick up the litter. Even just that Scion on his board right here is going to be just fine.
Yeah, he has more than what he needs right now in order to be able to beat Lesafort's board. The only way that I can see him losing is, I don't know, his Senna and his Kai'Sa both get one shot and one chunk of damage by the Katarina, and that is something that you probably won't likely see. He does manage to get
not getting
Shroud.
shrouded here is massive though, Morgan, right? The no shroud on this Darius means that potentially on the resets will have easy access to the backline, but the Senna right now just taking it out slowly but surely.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage being applied in for Balotelli, and there's nothing you can do against his 8 challenges board. Again, way too dominant, level 10. He has a lot of damage, and he also has a lot of confidence to claim the 1st place right now in the 2nd game. He's done an amazing job in this game so far with 8 challenges. You barely get to see anyone actually, get to win a game like this, but the 2-star Atrix, the 2-star Senna, the perfect items on each and every one of them made him the most dominant board in this game.
Yeah, we got to see like the part again. Like I'm happy that chat voted. It was very close with them avoiding going into that Jace's workshop, but we got to see what this workshop is actually capable of producing, and it produces some insane TFT ready to get showcased to all the lovely viewers at home. Right, that was a super fun game to follow.
Yeah, that was a very, very exciting game. Special thanks to the chat. I love all of you guys for choosing Jace's Workshop. Again, we're gonna be going back to the desk very shortly, where we get to see Makes party with me because we both wanted that Jace Workshop, but Counterfeit is gonna be shedding tears because no one chose that. Wait, what was the third dog? Brozilla even? Yeah, I don't mind. I don't care. We got Jace Workshop. That is all what we need. And for the third game, we're gonna be having more and more exciting gameplay because nothing is ever happening twice in a row. We've seen You Better Know Me become first place. The second game, he's 8th. So this is how close this lobby is. This is how intense it is. Thinking of intensity, we're not going to be wasting any more time, heading into a break right off, and then we're going to be heading with our desk to analyze and tell us what happened in game 2.
She's such a misfit, always ready to brawl. It's like her business, roughing up your friends. The law, there is no difference. If you believe you're strong, she's a bulldozer, making sure you're flat on the ground. She's like a boomerang that never gives up. She flies in circles so she hits you when you're bad in the dust. So just remember this: when she's chasing you down, face first, you'll be thrown into the proving ground. She'll knock you out. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now it's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes mine. As a matter of fact, the best bet one has is to quickly react to the first attack that's aiming for the bullets. She'll never go back, just resist. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now it's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes
Banger after banger after banger. I am excited by the Portal Party. I am having a grand old time. I don't know about you guys. I know, like, Jace's Workshop, whatever. I
liked it.
But I mean, we had some fun with it. We had some fun with it.
Oh, that Twitch chat really let me down there. Oh, it would only have taken a few more votes to tip it over into something more sensible. But
We don't do sensible here. We only do fun. So get on with it, Peter. Can't be voting against Twitch chat if you're part of Twitch chat, to be honest. But something I did want to... No, I'm saying I was part of the majority and we won.
Uh-huh.
You were saying
2 deaths in a row makes it just like I'm better than everyone else, and she's kind of right, so that's fair. But Max, you wanted to talk a little bit about our baby boy Baron.
Yeah, exactly. So you can also be better then, because if you hit those 8 Void, and we somehow got 2 games back to back with players being on 8 Void, if you right-click the Baron with the new unit tooltips, it is going to tell you to put that Baron into the backline. And if you've been paying attention, that's not what players do. And I wanted to elaborate why they do that, because every time Baron comes up, or any of the Voidlings for that matter, he knocks up the targets that are in range of the unit. That's just such a massive CC, and he has so much health that he can casually stand in the front line and just do the damage from there. If you backline him, probably gonna get more casts out of him, but for the general board, it just seems to be stronger to utilize that knock-up rather than putting him in the backline, because your main damage dealer is going to be Kai'Sa or Rek'Sai for that matter, or both of them, Bel'Veth, whatever you want. Usually it's Kai'Sa.
Also has that innate healing off his spell as well, so you get just like that, all that extra EHP. So it is just gross, just a gross little unit.
And I think it was a real problem for Leatherfoot in this. I mean, we saw Noxus coming out for the first time today, and having a huge tank in the way. I think Makesy pointed out in the green room, you've really got to be getting those resets through the Darius. So I'm impressed that Leatherfoot managed to get into second in that game, given that was just not an option against Brozilla, who managed to ride the Cruel Pact incredibly well through that game to have a very, very strong board despite being stuck at level 7.
Yeah, he did incredibly well with that combination. Of course, we saw him lose the first round, and we all kind of panicked a little bit, and he was like, the second round I won, but it took me a little while. Hold on, let me just go 7 real quick. Let me go. And then he stabilized, made his way all the way up to like 43 HP or something. Eventually fell down in third because he wasn't able to get the full strength of the board online, being stuck on 7 and being denied that Kai'Sa 3 by Balotelli. And I really want to talk to Balotelli's board for a little bit, because yes, 8 Challenger is very cool, but the highlight of that board for me is the Aatrox, because Challenger Spat is best in slot for him. And I'm going to explain why. His ultimate allows him for a certain set of seconds to have incredibly powerful auto attacks. They do massive amounts of damage. So getting that ramping attack speed with the healing allows him to put out these huge blasts of damage much more quickly than is usually possible without that Challenger Spat. So just really quick, on his feet thinking from Balotelli there.
Yeah, absolutely. He got that from the Toma trait, so it wasn't even really something he was looking for, and he just saw that out and was like, yeah, I guess I'm going 8 Challenger, and that's not something you can really plan for, so really, really cool to see. With that, he is taking the lead here in our leaderboard of the day, followed by Naruto, Brozilla, and then Leatherfoot in the top 4, but it is not over yet. There are 3 more rounds to go, and everybody can still take that first place and take the bragging rights of the Portal Party.
Yeah, it was a huge thing that Nomi didn't manage to follow up that first game with another strong finish, or he could be doing exactly the same thing Balotelli is doing now, which is separating himself from the rest of the pack. Given how volatile we've seen these games be, having that cushion of points, of course, is going to allow you to play just that little bit more conservatively and still stay in the position you want to be, which is at number 1.
We saw this game like we tend to in prismatic lobbies, where it's just like, you can go for the economic augments, and I think especially with the rebalancing of augments this set, with the removal of like 80% of them, there's definitely a trend more towards utility augments, but you are taking so much of a risk if you go for econ, because the people who are taking aggressive augments are just going to roll over you. A strong level 8 board is much weaker in a lobby that has triple prismatic.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's what it came down to. We're kind of talking about it behind the scenes when he picked up that role, and I was like, don't do it. Don't go for a second non-board strength augment. It's like, he hit his comp, but everybody else hit like 1 or 2 rounds after that, and kind of like, oh, was that really worth it? I don't know. But he's not playing his usual style anyhow. He's being a little bit more flexible, going a little bit more for those econ trades. So I think it was him testing his limits to a certain extent.
Of course, we are getting ready. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Peter.
Well, I was just going to say, we know you better know me as usually a pretty aggressive player. He did say coming into today's event, knowing that he was going to be playing with Balotelli, who's also known as a very aggressive player, that he might well step outside of that comfort zone, as you said, Megs. And I think in this case, the results may vary.
course, after those standings, we saw Brozilla at the top of the pack, middle of the pack still being actively fought for. So to take it away, we're going to toss it over to our casters for game number 3. Thanks so much,
still
Navir.
here.
It's really great to be coming into game number 3 and, starting off the desk. It's really good to be back here with my good friends Counterfeit and Makes. Guys, are you excited to cast our first games of the day?
I thought that desk was incredibly insightful, and now we can move on to the next game again.
Everyone
Knowing
was so attractive and smart, Peter.
they were, but now we've got to make up the difference here. So again, if you just tuned in, Balotelli is leading the pack by a considerable amount, but there's still plenty of players who could catch up in this game.
Absolutely right. And if I, see our chat, I think we're already in the game trying to get that vote set up for you. So don't go anywhere. The poll should be coming in just a couple of seconds as players are on a break. In this tournament, Twitch chat can participate and actually decide in what portals we're entering. So that should be very, very interesting. And we're very curious on how we're going to enter this game around. We did get Prismatic through 4. Is it going to happen again? Are we getting something different? Where are we heading to? Here comes the voting, and the poll is live. So hop in, vote for what you want. We have Alanzq Industries, the University, and Shifting Sands. Peter, which one would you choose? So just making sure that we don't go for that one.
I think we've had enough prismatics for one day, surely. I like Alanzq Industries because, as you mentioned in the previous game, if you want to have aggro, which normally you're getting it from the prismatics, Alanzq Industries getting gold every time you complete an item that, of course, encourages you to slam items like crazy and make your board very strong from just the beginning.
And it punishes those dirty, dirty TF players. Nobody check my match history and see which legend I play with. Who we all just despise so much for their best in slot items. Apparently.
If you pick Ezreal, Alanzq Industries is your best friend. But I'm betting that nobody here is on
nobody
Ezreal.
does it.
And it seems like our voting has come through, and we are going to go with the Alanzq Industries with a percentage of 51. So players and Twitch chatters really seemed to want to have a little bit of extra econ coming into this one.
I got a question for you guys. Have you literally ever seen someone pick Shifting Sands?
I picked it
Once.
yesterday by accident. So I just saw people in the other two portals, and I was like, I guess I'll go
Mix,
with
what
the
for?
third one.
It's a fun idea. It just.
And then I
feel
won.
Oh, you won? Oh. Was it because of the magnetic removers, or just was that coincidence?
No, I like a little bit of randomness. So I just walked into the one that nobody was sitting in, and then I realized what I had picked, and I was like, I really don't want this. And I was like, Mates. And I was like, no.
I just have no idea how I would play it. I think that's
It's
the problem
fun.
for me.
So you slam a lot of items, right? Like you, for example, if you hyper roll, you can slam all of your tank items on Poppy first and then take them off. You can slam all of your additional carry items on a Jinx and then later put them over to Zeri. So it allows you to play stronger boards without needing to have transit units. You can just play the actual board.
I don't think I'm smart enough.
I think, well, we won't have it this game at least. So Maisie, who's our designated diver into portals for the tournament, will be staying on there, making sure it does happen. So again, we'll be having extra gold awarded to our players every time they complete an item. So we're expecting everybody to slam their first item, because of course gold is better the earlier you can get it.
Yeah, I really like playing this one on my own. It just sort of is extra free gold because I'm still stuck in the mentality. I take Pandora's items a lot. I'm ready for the shame, but as a result, I'm not used to slamming items anymore. So it reminds me back of just all right, we're playing for early board strength. We're just going to get as much econ as possible. And it forces me to try and play win streak, which I suck at. So it's forcing me to learn, and that's always a win.
But there's only so much room in the game for win streak, because when we will see what happens this time with our first augments coming in. Of course, again, Leatherford is one of those players we talked about. Balotelli's coming in as our leader. Leatherford, Brozilla, Naruto, they're all on double digits right now, with you, better know me, just behind them. So again, they are all the players who've got the best chance in this game of upturning the table and making sure it stays competitive in our final 2 games to come.
Absolutely right. And we can see that Leatherford is already kind of lining up, seeing if he has that angle. And that is something you're seeing out of all of the players, I think, for every single round, just in those early stages. Always. I mean, that's always been a thing. You pick up the 1 cost. But if you get Poppy, Viego, Maokai, and Tristana, and you maybe even get like a 2-star of them, you're like, I guess I'm going into the realm of Yordles.
I don't want to chat here. Glask Industries is especially punishing if you get bad item openers. And Leatherford has the worst item opener in the game.
What, you don't want to build a Zephyr from the first round? Outrageous.
Not on this
This
map.
was shifting sands now.
Yeah.
If this were Nox Crya, if that'd be really good with those static portals for the extra item. Zephyr Slam every day. All right. The third item kind of saved it a little bit.
All right. So we've got the on item coming in for Leatherford. Of course, we'll be checking in on some of our legends which are being played by players. And of course, coming into this game, our players did not know what the portals would be, so they wouldn't have a chance to adjust those legends to take account, as you said here, of TF being weaker in this particular setup.
Yeah, it's not ideally what you wanted, right? Every time we see those Orin Forges come through, and he is even playing with the legend, you're kind of hoping for Everfrost. That's the one thing you really, really want. It did not come through as a choice here. Are going to hop on over to Sean's. He's currently checking what everybody else is on to, so we can see them happening in real time. Balotelli, as all of us, being on the Pandoras, and then we have 2 transfusion players with Nomi and Alanzq.
Just look at how many items there for Sean, though. Got the 5 item start combined with the Pandoras. Means that he's going to have best in slot from really early in the game and might be able to bypass what you were talking about before, Matt, the unwillingness to slam early.
Yep, he's going to be looking for Tristana reroll. You pointed it out earlier, Makes. If you get all of the components on his bench, that Kale, Poppy, Trist, and then the 2 Shadow Isles bros, you're going to have a pretty easy opener into this composition. But Peter, as you're pointing out, no items on this bench can turn into things you want for that composition just yet.
You could go for the Guard Breaker, essentially, which is one of those belts gone at least, but yeah, like you're saying, not essentially ideal. And I have to correct myself, it's actually not only 2 players on Transfusion, there is a 3rd one. So Naruto, Nomi, and Alanzq all on that Transfusion. We're gonna hop on over, and if you're like me, and even though you played a couple of games, you still don't know what anything does, Transfusion is going to give you extra health. In this case, it's going to be 80 health, and then you get 3 more health per missing health point on your little legend, which means the later stages in the game, the tankier your units are going to be.
This is such a good opener, too. Going to be going into that Bruiser with Transfusion is incredibly powerful in the later stages of the game because you're going to be looking for perhaps Cho'Gath 3. He's kind of fallen out of favor after he got hit with the Nerf bat several times, just broken knees all over the place for him. But that Rek'Sai 3 is still incredibly strong, and her healing scales off her max HP. So once she gets those kills rolling, she is nigh unstoppable.
But further to what you were saying, Makes, about the Transfusion here, that certainly late game it will be very good, but if you can take a few losses, you're going to be getting even better value, particularly, as Matt said, with the Bruisers. The item setup here is still pretty good. As we check in with Balotelli, going for something a little bit different here, using the Kale as an early item holder.
Yeah, but if you're looking at those items, we can already deduct that Hyper Roll is not something Balotelli is looking for. He has that Rage Plate, he has that Hotch. We're looking at a more flex variant of the later stages, could even still go into Aphelios or even the Zeri Gunner coordination here. Rage Plate just so good right now. Even Callista likes to use it if you're willing to go into that 2-cost reroll. It's not something a lot of players do. The Shadow Isles are just not in everybody's favor, but it can work out.
Leza, we saw pick up this Orinforge earlier, and is paying dividends. My God. Sunfire plus Death's Defiance Kassadin. New one from my book of tricks.
It's not a rift walking Kassadin, but I suppose it's the closest way you can do without having the augment. So check in on everyone. Of course, Leatherford, one of the from Spain, 10 points coming to this one. Is currently undefeated. Nomi, of course, from Germany, looking to make up for the previous games. A bit of a disaster there. Currently doing pretty well as well.
Let's see what we're getting from this carousel. Of course, the players with Pandoras, who are Sean's and Balotelli, they're kind of just like, nah, I guess I'll just take the highest cost unit and I'll get some extra gold out of this. I can reforge it if they're not having any item unit combinations that are really speaking to their mind. But we are going to hop on over to Leatherford, and every time I see an itemized Kassadin, I'm like, Rift Walk, but it's not. It's not going to be a Rift Walk, especially not with those items, but it is going to be a strong Kassadin leading us through that early game, which is going to be the reason for those 3 wins that he has racked up.
Yeah, just really showing us the power of playing your strongest board. I mean, we've got the Bastion and the Challenger in there as well, but it's just raw board power that's keeping this win streak going. 2 more to go to get maximal return up against Alan, whose board doesn't seem like it's yet going to be too much of a challenge.
The Rek'Sai has not hit her stride just yet, still 1 star. Doesn't do a whole lot at 1 star. 2 star, she can start carrying you through the game with good items. She's going to be looking for a Titan's Resolve later, but for now, she's just kind of sitting there. But it may end up being enough, as the healing from the Death's Defiance is not saving the Kassadin for much longer.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be a hit nonetheless, and I think those 2-star units will take it out on the Malzahar just barely. But Matt, you were noting earlier how great Transfusion is with those bruiser boards, and Alan's seeing that option to go into Void Bruisers, to go into the Rek'Sai carry, that's just a match made in heaven for this combination. You even want to go for like all natural as one of the augments, and it is going to give you very, very beefy boys in that front line to take down anything that strives their path.
Love me some beefy boys.
Yeah, and Leatherford is going to have an even beefier board than from before to keep this win streak going. So has the Demacia 3, which means a Radiant item goes on to the strongest Demacia. Right now, that's the Kale. So with nobody else win streaking, Leatherford shouldn't be too worried about losing his streak to anybody else.
Brozilla here sitting on this 2 Zaun. We've seen Zaun come up in prominence as a trait, especially on the vertical recently. So excited to see where this goes.
Yeah, that's actually so interesting to me because I was kind of fighting with Bebe. And if you don't know who Bebe is, he's one of our co-casters from the championship. He's currently like rank 1 challenger or something, like globally. Like he's very high in LP. And he said the best version of the Echo board, and I consider myself nearly a one-trick Echo player, he says the best version is to actually go for 6 Zaun. And I've yet to see that one play out. So the jury's still out on that one, but I'd love to see it. So if any of the players feel inclined to, I'd be very here to watch it.
Yeah, if you get up to 6 Zaun, of course, that will overcharge all of the mods. So if you've got the right mods in the right places, that could be incredibly powerful. Leatherford, though, is powerful enough to keep that win streak going. Maisie pulling up into 2nd place with a small win streak of her own, and Brozilla and Balotelli both riding on loss streaks.
Let's see what he gets.
Yeah, the items are going to really decide Leatherford's fate, because right now he has nothing to slam.
That's okay. You know, sometimes you just ride it out. You take that win streak that you have, and you just keep going. Leatherford, I don't think needs to be worried just yet. Crux, this time around, feel more threatening, especially for players like Sean's who are on that hyper roll. And you'll see him continue the roll down here. He is going to try and find those 3 stars. That is how you do it before you naturally hit level 5. But he needs to keep going here if the Tristana is what he's looking for. Does park on 50 gold for now, and I'm a little bit confused on why exactly we're doing that. Maybe the Tristana is just supposed to be an item carrier, but in that case, we could just sell off all of those units, Sean's. What are we doing?
Yeah, and the conservative version of this roll down here is usually down to 30 gold. We've seen it a million times, and you stop if you don't think you're going to be able to hit the 3 star on the full roll down. But
come on.
kind of doing both here from Sean's. He did stop at 50, so I guess he's just deciding the odds on level 5 are good enough to be worth the extra 2 gold this turn, and the following turns.
Yeah, because you're right. It's more conservative than we would expect. I have definitely heard in this set at least that 30 gold is the new 50, but I mean, Sean's is a long way off from hitting any of the, hitting at least the Tristana 3-star, so maybe going to ride this one out for long term. Fortunately, he doesn't have the transfusion, but we've got our next augments coming in.
Missed connections could be good, because if I recall, Peter, I believe it was, you posted the diagram earlier from Leduc, where it's just like they all come out in orbs.
They do. They like spawn in a circle, and you can basically walk into the ones you want, because like Tristana is always like top right or something, and like if you know where which unit is, you can be like, I'll take this, I'll take this. And Sean's really saying like, yeah, I'm not competed on this comp, I don't really care, I'm just staying healthy and happy here. Losing a little bit more HP is not going to be a problem for me. I pick up Tidy Titans, you know, and I heal all the way back up.
A little surprising to me, honestly. Tiny Titans is a very strong augment, especially if you know you're going to be playing a weaker board than your fellow compatriots in your lobby. But the ability to force the 4-1 cost 3 stars he's going for seems like it would be very tempting.
We'll see how it works out long term for Sean. It seems like he's playing very conservatively so far, because we could have even taken the bronze ticket there to enable more rerolls, but apparently it's comfortable enough with where he is, just biding his time to make a comeback. Bear in mind, Shaw's is on the lowest points type of Amazing Marzipan at the moment, so he does need to get a big win in this game.
See, I am not comfortable with this position, because whenever I play, I just roll it. I roll it down, baby. There's no coming back from this. So whatever we're doing here with Sean's, I mean, I'm happy that it's working. He finds that Maokai 3, but I cannot relate personally.
It is the duty of our players to be relatable.
He could just go for Kale 3 here. Like, he shouldn't, but he could.
I mean, I think this was being said in the chat as well. The self-control being shown by Sean's here is immense. We know, of course, he's got an enormous amount of experience, a huge part of the French scene. He's seen probably an absolutely inordinate amount of TFT. So if there's a player to trust to keep his nerve, it's him.
He also said in his profile that we had all of the players fill out that he could win the championship, but he just hasn't tried yet. So we'll see. We'll bow down before Sean's and see how he does it. Maybe we can take some notes on how to execute this hyper roll differently. But on the other side is Alanzq with the Rek'Sai reroll in maybe in kindergarten. She hasn't really grown up yet. She's not level 2, but she did find that Titan, so that is going to help, and Alan will find a win.
And you can see how strong that 2-item combo is specifically for Rek'Sai. The synergy between them is ridiculous because you're going for that scaling attack speed from the Titan's resolves and eventually the resists. And Bloodthirster, when you're low on health, gives you a shield based on your attack damage for a huge amount. So you have this attack damage, you have the shield coming in from Bloodthirster, and now that you have all that damage, your chomp starts doing more. And then, because you're Bruiser, the extra health gives you more healing when you kill with your ability. So there's just a ridiculous amount of synergy in this composition. So he's kind of hit the Exodia just short of the 2-star. So it does feel like a very weak version.
Well, Max, we are getting closer to the dream composition. 4 Zorn in place
has a
right now. Yes. So I believe we're going to be finding out from most others what the mods are actually in, because we see a mod like the exploding modification. We've got Shimmer Injector. We'll check what the other one is. If we get the explosion, eventually this Scion could total boards.
All right, we do have the Shimmer Injector for now. The second one is going to be checked, and we're very close to those 6 Son. Currently found the Echo. Everything is kind of like 1 star now, but there is a Scion involved, which is extremely strong. And on the other side, we are seeing the board that is weakest in the lobby right now due to not having hit just yet. Sean's will take another loss, and Brozilla marches on. The roll down was worth it. He stopped the bleeding for a hot minute, but will it be enough going into that next round?
Worth noting as well, Leatherford is no longer on the win streak, though it looks like it's only taken one loss along the way. It's gone back to his winning way, so staying very close to the top. You better know me, on the streak just below him, pushing up. But what's this? Sean's patience has paid off on the right-hand side of your screen. Poppy 3 has landed.
No Tristana, though, which is the big thing that's going to take. Oh, Robotic Arm's interesting as well. This is just huge rolls for Brozilla. He finds everything he could want in a single shot, short of the Zeri
Zion too. Like,
do you lock
we're
for
on
this?
3-6 and he has 2 Zions. Yeah, I think you lock it. Unless you don't plan to play, but even if you don't, like, it's just such a strong unit. We'll see
Okay,
how it goes.
so-
On the other side is Leatherford, and that Zion is going to try and show what he can do in just a second. Charged up. He charges in and misses the backline. That's not where you want it to go.
No,
Look
that's
at
big.
that Kassadin.
Yeah,
Boy
well,
is
bear in mind,
beefy.
this is the board that Leatherford has been working with for pretty much the whole game, with just a few modifications. So Will, again, loses the streak again, but is still staying up at a really healthy amount of HP.
Yeah, looking really good for him. That Kassadin, we can see even in the later stages of the game, coming into stage 4, holding his own against this composition. Of course, until Sion popped off with the additional auto attacks from that Zon augment.
I'm just waiting to see the Zixon. You know, I'm just like luring and wait, trying to have it here, but it seems to be a little bit out there for Balotelli for now. Gonna hop on over to Balotelli, who is on the Demacia with some Azir, but it's Azir 1.
I mean, this is still going to build up to be pretty big. We saw before, with the Noxus Azir, that's a bunch of extra power. In this case, the Demacia version is still going to end up having a probably pretty damn useful third item to give a little bit more flexibility of carry. And of course, the other carry will be the Lux.
There goes the 5 Demacia. So he's able to pick up a little bit of an upgrade here, but this board feels to me a little weak right now. We saw that last fight not go great for him. That's Lux is going to be able to get the Demacia bonus, so he's got 2 strong AP carries with that additional Radiant item, which could save him, but running up, we see Naruto's board contesting Alan's Rek'Sai carry.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just seeing that as well, and I was like, no! He has Bis items, two Titans, and a Bloodthirster, has the Freljord already in play, and a Heimerdinger for extra support, and a cool tech with that Heimerdinger turret that you're seeing, in case you're not too familiar with it just yet, is you place the turret into the front line, you pick up the repair mod, and you just use it as an additional tank. It's going to repair, it's going to stay there, units will get stuck on it. It's very, very nice to have, especially if you're maybe lacking a little bit in that frontline deposit.
Yeah, and I really like it as well with the unified defenses. Once that third repair comes in, it will come back in 2 seconds. But as we get our last augment arriving, it's going to be gold. So particularly for Balotelli, things need to step up right now.
Jeweled Lotus would be really strong here. It is going to be the pick with that double AP carry, neither of which has a Jeweled Gauntlet. He's just gotten a 4th item for these already incredibly strong units with the free Radiant.
Naruto being able to find that Rek'Sai 2 over Alan. I'm not sure if he's close just yet, but it is going to be a tremendous upgrade. And you can see he's also on that transfusion. We mentioned it going into the game. He has found the Lysandra with the Freljords. He's playing the 3 Void. It's just a perfect combination. He even would like to go for those 6 bruiser in the later stages, ideally with an emblem. It's not going to be coming around. Augments have happened, so that will be what he's running now. But he is up against Sean's, and Sean's has finally hit.
He took the longest road possible to get here, but maybe this patience will be rewarded. Of course, mention the transfusion will make it just a little bit more rewarding to be patient, make the front line strong. The Tristana now up to 4 stars because of the board being put together this particular way, and doesn't actually target that tanky Heimerdinger turret until pretty much the end of the round.
Yeah, I do want to talk a little bit about this board. Naruto, of course, taking the loss now that Sean has stabilized, but this is going to be an incredibly strong board if he can hit. He's got the Bruiser frontline alongside unified resistances, giving everyone in that line an additional 25 magic resistant armor. Plus, that triple repair-o-matic turret that you guys pointed out earlier, getting a full heal every 2 seconds after it dies. Just completely unkillable frontline. Unfortunately, the backline sucks. So...
funny.
It's true. He would like a Kaisa there, and then ideally some Kaisa items. So that is something to be on the lookout for. And of course, he's still heaps away from that Rek'Sai 3, which is going to be the ultimate win condition. But hopping over to Balotelli, still on Azir 1, still on Lux 1. But is it enough to take out the Yordle portals that Sean's has racked up? And I don't think it will. That Tristana is just too strong.
Balotelli on 15 points is going to go out in dead last. We've seen this now 2 games in a row, having the strongest players getting knocked out first. But, considering the players we got here from such different backgrounds, we're seeing an incredibly competitive day of play.
Yeah, that does even up the table quite a bit because there was that huge clump in the middle of the pack around that 11 points mark. Balotelli had a gap of 4 above second place. So now it is anyone's game to win.
There was a Kaisa, and Naruto just said, nope, don't need it, left it to Alanzq. And I'm so confused by that decision because we were just talking about his backline not being ideal, and the Kaisa could have made a lot of difference here, but Naruto seems to say, I want that BF sword, I want that Jarvan, that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, we scoot around the place. We do check in with Brozilla, so we should be able to get some intel on what that last... Zorn chem mod will be. So it's overcharged and it is on our friend Sion. So we may well have a chem tank here, which will cause that Sion to run into the backline and blow up everything.
I love
the
how
last
this
one
looks.
went on Jinx as well. So additional bonuses for everyone.
Yeah, we have the Shimmering Injector, I think, on the Zeri. We have the Robotic Arm on the Jinx, and then we should have a third one on the Sion that we will find out as soon as possible. And he is going to go up against You Better Know Me, just notifying you. In that front line, there's not an awful lot of 2-stars, but it looks to be just enough for the Zeri to get a little bit of extra play. Is going to get stunned by that Jarvan, and You Better Know Me is coming to play. That Azir is not going to give him time to breathe and serve him out another loss.
Yeah.
Although it was a little bit disappointing. We were hoping big things from the Zorn 6 board, but I think maybe just the pace has gotten away from Brozilla here, who seems to still be in good spirits nonetheless, knowing that 8th place is probably out of the question. Maisie Modspan down on 11 HP seems to be headed for a quick 7th place as well. So for the remaining players, things are looking relatively rosy.
The positioning really got punished there from Brozilla, having that incredibly clumped backline thanks to the Zeeks into a Jarvan who targets clumps and stuns them forever. I don't know if anyone in the chat has run into a Jarvan 3, who I unaffectionately call Jarvan 12, but he will just stun your board for the entirety of combat. And he'll do that at 1 and 2 star as well. So Brozilla on the wrong end of the Jarvan stick.
You know, it feels a little bit like Morgana, where when you get hit, like your entire team just reports you for AFK. Yeah. I think the same happens with the Jarvan stun. It's just like, I was here, okay? I was trying, just get off my back. But the big kicker, I think, for Brozilla has to be finding that Urgot, to finding a better frontline to make sure that the backline actually has time to kill off units like a Jarvan before they get too close, before they get their casts off. And this time around, he is finding a win, and he is very healthy. Like 50 gold, level 7. Yeah. We're not dipping into the 30s just yet. And you are seeing it is the chem tank on the Zion as last mods. Everything is overcharged, so that is one massive little boy there.
If we can get a Warmogs or similar onto him, then it's going to get even more nutty as it goes on. But still a far way away. Again, Brozilla feeling pretty comfortable. You Better Know Me up at the top of the current table, or this particular lobby at least, on a 10-round win streak with over 50 gold. In fact, gold is not being spent overall by a lobby nearly at all.
Yeah, really strong economy, and this is one of the benefits of Glask, right? You get those gold early on, you slam your items in the early stages, and it accelerates your economy massively. If you don't slam, if you're one of the players who tries to hold out until the later stages, you are just behind permanently on econ.
We are going to
Welcome.
see Protector's Vow being slammed as third item onto the Zion, leveling up to level 8 and trying to dip in. Could go for another Bruiser, and that's exactly what we're doing. The Sejuani comes into play, but Naruto has also found it, and we are seeing a Heimerdinger to come in as well. That is strong.
And this is so interesting. So Maisie Mothspan and Naruto both in position to get eliminated in this round. Maisie, we haven't seen for a little while, is running Ionian Challenger. So should be able to put out some pretty big damage, but the 2 stars aren't quite there yet. Alan with the full Baron board. Maisie could be in major trouble.
Arms up in defeat. Maisie knows what is coming for her at the hands of our big boy in the front line. We'll be taking a loss, which is good news for Lesaford. We saw when his Ghost played against Brozilla that he has pivoted into a very similar comp to what Maisie was running with that double challenger carry, and he's now hit those 2 stars.
Yeah, and of course, Naruto with that Heimerdinger 2 did find a win here in his matchup. He's also up on the chopping block with 7 HP, but I think he should have been able to stabilize here. Lesaford has been streaking in the early stages, now not as strong anymore, but we're back with Naruto. Only on a Kai'Sa 1. Would have liked that Kai'Sa 2 to add a little bit of extra damage since he wasn't able to find that Rek'Sai 2. Is going up against Alanzq, who has pivoted out of the Rek'Sai carry.
This is a fascinating board being put together here, because as we noted before, the turret is a purely defensive measure, so most of the damage from the competition is coming from this Rek'Sai, who's not at 3 stars as of yet. The board is incredibly tanky, but there's so much damage on Alan's side, they can bust through pretty much any tank line given enough opportunity.
Rek'Sai down! Rek'Sai down! The carry has fallen, and so will Naruto. It was not enough here to get that another win, and he is going to get eliminated by Alanzq. They were competing on the same comp, and Alanzq smartly deciding to get out of it, to itemize that Belveth, and, you know, he kind of find a Void 8 too, but we'll just mentioning that
Just
on the
casually.
down low, right? Like, just casually.
Yeah, but like you were saying, really strong heads-up play here from Alan saying, all right, Naruto's got absolute bis. I do not. I'm still on a Rek'Sai 1. This is not going well for me. I have to find another way out. And pivoting those items onto the Belveth, perfect pickup.
Yeah, I mean, to see her fully itemized with the Edge of Night as well, the Titans and the Bloodthirster, she's got incredible staying power in these rounds, and she's going to need it because Leatherfoot's still got a very, very strong comp that's going to be putting out an absolute butt ton of damage.
Yeah, we can see this Belveth doing her best in that front line, getting consistently targeted, won't even get that health upgrade. She's trying her best, dives into the back line, but Baron's going to be the one doing the brunt of the damage for Alan's team. Will be able to save him for now. Hits on the Kai'Sa, she dodges away, but not long for this world, unfortunately.
We are seeing that Sean's also seems to have found a loss. You know, the Tristana can only get you so far, especially if you're running challengers, question mark?
Yeah, that's...
What's going on there?
For sure, yeah,
Might
Sean
be an
spent
issue
most of
with
this...
her overlay. You know,
I hope
willing
so.
to go out on a limb.
Because Sean's has been spending the whole, or at least most of this game, very patiently putting together a gunner board. I suppose the argument against that is because there's only so much room where the gunners are actually good in the game as a one-cost reroll, so being slow is not necessarily the way. Leatherfoot hitting 2-star Scion just illustrating how much this board, or these boards are going off.
Was a bug. Fortunately, this is going to be the gunners, not the challengers. Important.
Yeah,
I've got the
exactly.
Heimerdinger in play.
We are seeing the Heimerdinger in play. That is going to be the unit that allows you to have the Yordle 3. And we are seeing the very same tech that we saw earlier with that repair turret in the front line. Especially with this comp, you have so much backline, you spend so much gold on getting that hyper roll ready, you need to have additional frontline units, and that's exactly what's going on. But Brozilla is up against Chance, and Chance is on the chopping block. 13 HP. Can the Tristana eke it out? Will the stuns come in handy, or is Brozilla just too strong? Tristana getting eliminated by the enemy gunner backline, but Chance hangs on with just 1 HP.
It's always tough when you go up against basically the late game version of the same board that you're trying to put together. You see the 3 Zeeks there on to our friend Zeri. It's just an absolutely cracked board. For Sean's, Leatherfoot is still within striking distance, but goes up to level 9. I just don't know if Sean's going to hold on long enough to make top 4.
Yeah, I think this board just isn't strong enough in the field in which he's competing. Everyone else here has incredibly high cap later game boards. And yeah, Tristana's really great in the early to mid, but you're betting and banking on being able to punish other people's HP so that you just need a couple of wins or the rest of the lobby takes each other out. Sean's did not have that advantage. Took a ton of losses early, slow rolling for those carries and found it late.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think that is the reason why it's going the way it's going. Jason, Zeri 1 just instantly knocked out by that Baron Spit. And can the Tristana do anything here is the question. Stun coming out on the Kai'Sa. Maybe that is the deciding factor here. She gets stuck in that corner for quite some time. And Sean's is able to find one more win. Leatherfoot going down bottom 4.
So Sean's does make top 4. That was particularly impressive considering we had a double Archangel's Kai'Sa in that last board. I just didn't think there was enough damage there, especially with only a Zeri 1 being in the mix. But Tristana, 4-star, and the fully repairing turret, I think just providing enough tankiness along with those 3-star bastions to keep the comp going.
Yeah, the turret is especially strong at 3. The way the Repair-O-Matic turret works is as long as Heimerdinger is alive, when that turret dies, it takes a certain amount of seconds to repair. And it's just -2 every time. So it goes from 6 down to 2 seconds. And 2 seconds is a really short time in these long, drawn-out fights that Tristana specializes in. So it is going to be a huge buff to Sean's board strength, but maybe not enough to chew through the 40 HP on everyone else in top 4.
This is a comp we have not been seeing nearly at all. The Shurima 7 coming in. We're seeing such big variety of the comps being played, Megs.
Yeah, and I love that. Remember, this is a launch patch. That's not something we get a lot of with set releases, to have such a diverse variety in comps that are being able to get into those top 4. But Sean's might just be on the receiving end of that one. Turret being taken out first is going to repair back up. Eyes on the Azir. He's in the backline for Nomi. Can he take down to Tristana, or will she get to him first? That is the big question, and it seems to be a 1-on-1 that Tristana is able to eke out. Nomi getting a loss here, and Sean's once more able to get one more round. He is into those top 4 as of last game, and I think that's kind of where you're hoping to end with the Tristana carry in a lobby like this one.
I was still really impressed though, because we had Cassante knocking the turret out of the way, so making it an irrelevant factor in that last round. I want to see how far Sean's can go, because everyone else's board is getting very, very strong, but we're talking about 3 or 4 bad rounds for the other players, and maybe Sean's going to eke that top 3.
Brozilla, interestingly, selling away that Scion for the extra economy, swapping him out for a Jarvan Sejuani combo for the stunts, going for Zeri 3 as well.
Do like this. I like this more than what we were seeing before, so we'll get an early cast through, and that will stun most of Sean's board at once. Brozilla up to 6. Zorn has the big explosion, which chunks out most of the board. Sean's been holding on like an absolute titan, but this will be the end of the road for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we said it, the Tristana, the slow roll, he was being safe about it, and hats off to him for actually being able to get that comp together in time before he bled out. But the top 3 have been decided, and Alanzq, with that quick thinking, is able to hold on. Nomi on the back of the Shurima still here as well. And Brozilla, we just saw him, he's also still holding on. Now, a little bit of rolling is going to commence here. All of the players are quite close in terms of HP. We're seeing 22, 25, and 31, and all of the rounds could be deciding. They will hang on for one more round and get a pick of the carousel, but will that be enough?
8th Void coming in once more. And I want to keep an eye on the Jarvan in this fight. We've seen him and his ultimates make so many deciding plays here, but he's not going to be able to find a huge stun into the backline, onto the Kai'Sa at the very least. And the Bel'Veth just gets completely bursted down by this Azir, finding a completely punishing angle. The Baron finally will be the target of Azir, doing a great job tanking it up, but this Kai'Sa just does not have enough damage yet. Azir, oh, all on his lonesome. Kai'Sa's final ultimate, not quite enough to take him down. Azir survives. And Better Know Me taking one more win.
I have to think a difference maker there is Nomi is managing to push the board even further than before. Cassante 2 did come in, so it's not a board we expect to see all the time, but it's working really well right now.
It's something that's so interesting that we don't get a lot of in live plays, that two players actually went all the way. They went to level 9. That's not something we get a lot of. Player damage in stage 4 is just so high. They're going to revert it back down. It's going to be less, and players will be able to hit that level 9 more often. But Heimer 2 coming into play for Alanzq, as well as Bel'Veth 2. That's massive upgrades for Alanzq.
We've seen before in the rounds the Bel'Veth getting knocked out before she really gets her damage in, but that's going to make such a big difference now that she'll be able to stay alive for longer. Brozilla, though, on 25, You Better Know Me on 31. Alan, the only one on the chopping block this round.
Our Zaunite hero here in Brozilla. Of course, not going to be going against an elimination round here, but we can see just how strong this Zeri board is going to be against a fellow backline threat in that Azir. Zeri just firing away with those extra auto attacks, the lightning chains, but not quickly enough. That front line from You Better Know Me is unbreakable.
Wow.
Alanzq being able to beat the ghost copy here, so it's still a 3-hat race, a 3-horse race in this game. I mean, they have hats. So
Depends how fast the person wearing the hat is running.
Brozilla and Alanzq could theoretically both get knocked out by Nomi here, but we are seeing that they're going to go up against each other. So probably it is going to come down to a top 2 after that, and no double knockout will commence. Alanzq is going in up against Brozilla's Psalm board. Will the Void 8 be enough? That knock-up from the Baron Nashor in the front line should help, but will it be enough to take down anything else? Keep your eyes on to the Kai'Sa. She's in the back line. She is stacking up, and she is trying to sneak out while the Urgot is onto her, taking out everything into the front line, and the Zeri in the meantime has fallen to that Bel'Veth, and Alan will find a win against Brozilla, who maneuvered a top 3 once again. Very, very good, but You Better Know Me, still fighting a ghost copy, will get a win as well, and we are on to our top 2.
This is a big game for Alan. Of course, for anyone who's unfamiliar with Alan, because of course it's been quite a while since it's really kind of been front and center here from set 1. Of course, taking a little diversion across the Legends of Runeterra to become a world champion over there. Now, when this game might start to build a hype towards perhaps a return to the main competitive season in times to come.
Looking really strong on this board. Of course, he has finally hit that Bel'Veth too. The lack of that in his main itemized carry has been a bit of a thorn in his side, so the extra board strength is going to do very well in this matchup.
You Better Know Me looking for that Azir 3 though. He has 2 Azirs on the bench, would like a couple more, has not competed on the unit, so there are a few more in the pool. With 19 gold, you're just not very likely to find them. Will he do it is going to be the big question. He has a little bit of extra HP, so if he loses the next round, he can still go on. However, it is looking like he's very strong, so the question is, will he actually lose the next round? Shroud of Stillness on that Jarvan is going to be a massive relevance going into this fight. Hits both the backline, but Heimerdinger and Kai'Sa are not touched here, and they can cast off right away, same as the Bel'Veth.
You got that insurance policy of the double Archangels when that Kai'Sa casts. It will be huge, but the damage from the Azir is building up and up. Nomi loses a lot of the front line in a hurry, and I think we'll have to use some of that extra HP to push for another round and perhaps makes find that Azir 3 as unlikely as it seems.
They have about 30 gold to roll with for him. He's already spent some, so never mind. It's not going to be going well for him.
3 more? 3 more?
2 more, 7 gold, he can do it. I believe in him.
All right. Sell that board. Sell that board. I do think the problem here for you, Nomi, is the rest of his board isn't contributing a huge amount. We've got a Aatrox 2, but so much of the damage is coming from Azir. You really do need to hit the 3-star to get the maximum cap. It didn't happen. Surely this is the end of the line.
On the other side, Alan was trying to put together a Heimerdinger 3, found a second Heimerdinger 2, but also didn't come into play. But they are fighting it out now. One of the players is going to lose, and one of the players is going to win. Look for that Belvest. She's right in the middle of the fight, going up against that. She's like head to head.
She's going off.
God, I'm taking you down. I don't care. Nomi will take a second place here, which is still quite good. And Alanzq taking first place in our third game of the day.
Well, guys, I'm coming out of this game, and I have a grand theory. I think it might be a little bit controversial, but bear with me.
I'm
I
scared.
think 8 Void is good.
No.
Really?
You take those
I know.
words back, Matt. You take them
Well,
back.
we have a sample size of 100% of our games so far today. And in all of them, Baron's been pretty disgusting. I think, just to say conservatively, incredible unit, gets stronger, gets 25% more HP and AP with every star of your Void units. So anytime you can go for it in your games, I think I can say it comes highly recommended at this point.
Yeah, I think it can be, because with it being a vertical, I think, there's just, you've got such a clear path towards getting there. As long as you can find that emblem, then you know you've got just an absolutely ridiculous unit that can do a lot of the work for your composition.
I love when units do a lot of ridiculous work for my composition. Not necessarily an 8 Void Fiend, but I did like a lot of what we saw in that game. Notably, the board that Nomi put together with the Shurima is not something we see an awful lot of. Usually people go for that extra emblem to even go for the Azir. And we did get to see those 6 songs, so shout out to Brozilla. I really love that.
Yeah, lots of verticals coming into this game. Very exciting gameplay as the meta continues to expand. So will our brains after the break as we toss it over to the analyst desk. We'll be back with them in just a couple of minutes. See you soon.
Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored.
A lot of stuff happened last game. A lot of action was going on, but I'm surprised that my name actually is not Makes because we've had another Morgan in game, but it doesn't matter. I'm gonna be rallying all the Empire and we're gonna be taking over this broadcast, baby. Weira, a lot of stuff happened in this last game, all thanks to Alanzq Industries. That was one of the closest games we've seen so far in Porta Potty.
Yeah, so one of the things about Alanzq Industries and how it kind of functions is that you get rewarded for slamming items that give you that free gold, which means that even when you're playing for tempo, like that tempo will also help you reach an economical breakpoint that will then help you get even more economy, whether that's through building up streaks, or whether that's just through hitting those breakpoints with that free gold. So super, super fun game to watch. A lot of interesting things to dive into.
A lot of things happened, and this game was almost a pretty nice game, specifically for Alanzq being able to hit the 8 Void. Not just that, but also very, very close to something that we've never seen before. At least I've never, a 3-star Heimer. Also, another close shot for You Better Know Me, almost hitting with that 3-star Azir. But Alanzq had that winning comp with the 2-star Belveth, 2-star Heimerdinger, and also being able to hit the Double Swarm and the Shrinkinator. So the Shred going over the entire board was one of the many things that made his comp really do a huge amount of damage.
Can you say Heimerdinger for me once again, Morgan? That sounded delightful.
Heimerdinger.
Okay.
Piltover, Yordle, Technogenius.
Can you read the tooltip for me as well? While you're at it? Just read the tooltip.
Come on, Rita.
Just right when you look at this position from Alan, right? Like his board scales up with the fact when you start losing that tactician's HP as well, right? So the further into the game that he goes, the better this composition will be, the more power there is going to be in the HP pools, etc. And I think we got to see some fun things this game. We got to see that Chem Tank Cyan into the backline. Kind of blow out some of these backlines you can see right there in the specific clip, but it wasn't enough for Lesserford or Brozilla to kind of stay in the game here. Sean also took a pretty interesting approach here by staying above 50 and not going to 30 gold on 3-1 Morgan.
Yeah, I mean, we had a lot of stuff happen in this game which is kind of absolutely smart for our players. Some of these did work, some of these they weren't enough to survive in such a very, very snowbally and a very high roll lobby. Like, for example, the double or the triple Repair-O-Matic on the Heimerdinger turret. I had to say it again. Oh my god, I hope we didn't catch this one. The triple Repair-O-Matic on the Heimerdinger with the unified resistance, keeping the turret reviving over and over and over, having an additional frontline unit is kind of very, very smart. But again, in this lobby, we're people don't just target, and champions don't just target your frontline. Kai'Sa being able to access your backline immediately, Yasuo's and all of these units, it kind of took away the fact that the Repair-O-Matic was kind of broken, because essentially, they don't just target your frontline. Otherwise, it would have been one of the smartest things I've seen people do in TFT and Set 9 so far.
Another fun thing to talk about in this lobby is actually Kai'Sa, because we had two players in challenges, we had some... We had quite a few white players as well, and it felt for a while that whenever you looked around on these boards, that Kai'Sa was just like everywhere. Like it was on every single board. It felt like almost on like Sean's board as well. It felt like you looked around, it's like, okay, that's a Kai'Sa, that's a Kai'Sa,
that's a Kai'Sa. Oh, there's another Kai'Sa.
Right? Like there's just so many of them, and it was kind of crazy because like some people just like stuck on 1-star Kai'Sas. Like Maisie was stuck on 1-star Kai'Sa, Naruto was stuck on 1-star Kai'Sa, Lesserford was stuck on 1-star Kai'Sa, I believe. Right? It was crazy to follow.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense, and the only reason that we've seen Alanzq finally able to hit the Kai'Sa is when it was only 3 of them still alive, because a lot of these were taken outside of the pool. But let us take a look at the standings. Again, we only have 2 more games remaining out of 5 games for today. So far, the one who has been able to cover the most points, Brozilla, but he's extremely close with Balotelli and Nomi both at 16 points. Maisie, being the only person below 10 points at this point, hasn't had that much luck, specifically in the first and the third game, but I'm extremely happy for Balotelli, Nomi, Brozilla for being able to make it and be extremely consistent over the past 3 games.
Yeah, and I think that for the fact that we're looking at something like Balotelli, right, is a player that we expected to be one of the favorites going into today, right? A player that we know and love from deep runs in like regional finals to GSCs to be one of the key central figures of that Italian blender mafia, right? Like he is such a like ever-present player when it comes to just his competitive achievements that we just kind of expect him to be at the top of the field here, and taking that A is really rough for him.
Yeah, I mean, you expect this tournament to be mainly for fun. It's not as competitive as the Golden Spatulas and Super Brawls and all of these things, but surprisingly, this lobby and all the players in it are extremely consistent, and most of them are, okay, You Better Know Me, go first, 8th, second. So this lobby is extremely consistent. Same thing for Balotelli, same thing for Alanzq, who's finally been able to grab his first win. So I'm extremely excited for what's going to be happening next. I'm extremely excited for what we're going to be seeing in the fourth game. And I wish, please, dear God, if there's going to be a Demacian House Light hold, let it be in this game. We'll be on the casting last game. I don't want to cast a Demacian House Light hold. I wish Peter gets it with all my heart. Oh, I mean, did I say Peter or Wida? Yeah, I wish Peter gets it with all my heart.
Well, he also got it in the final game, so we'll see. But I think that the casters are slowly but surely getting ready, Morgan. So it's not going to take too long before we get to throw the game with them, because that's what this is all about. We want to see the game. We want to, talk about new exciting things. And to be honest, today we have seen nothing but new exciting things all over the place. Sure, there's been a massive amount of 8 voids in these games, Morgan, but maybe not this time.
Yeah, maybe this time, maybe not. But however, just as you said, exciting things, and we don't want to let the hype die. So let us go straight away. Coming right back to you, Mr. Niberia and Counterfeit, and of course, Morgan casts. You guys go.
So it's really funny that you guys tossed exactly then, because I don't know if you guys saw in the green room, but my alarm went off the minute Morgan was just like, and it's time to toss. I was like, how convenient. That's fantastic. My game 4 alarm is ready. And I'm super excited for this one because we've gotten to see Void a couple games. And you know what I'm hoping for? No more Void. I'm just hoping, maybe House Light Shield is really bad for Void. And I would take it in that situation. I just want to see, some of those fringe comps. I know Clarity Roll exists. That'd be cool.
Some people say cringe comms, other people say fringe comms. To me, it's all the same. I'm here and ready for them. I'm excited. House Light Shield, I'm not sure if that's something we're going to get. I think we're going to save it for our casters that are currently on the analyst desk. I heard a certain caster called Morgan really likes it, so we are going to go there. But just a reminder, if you just tuned in, where were you before? But also, we do include you here in Rising Legends. You can actually pick the portal. So as soon as the game loads, we're going to pause and we will do a poll on our Twitch chat where you can vote on which one of the 3 portals of the game our players should enter.
So with this being a game 4 coming in, of course, a reminder for anyone who has literally just come in, where we stand with the points. We've got two packs of players, Brozilla, Balotelli, and Nomi, on 16 or 17 points respectively. Just below them, Naruto, Leatherford, and ZQ, all on 14 points. Then Sean's and Maisie Marzipan quite a way below. I do want to point out for Brozilla, though, of course, we did do well in the previous game, is currently points leader and has yet to break through top 3.
One thing I know about Naruto, just as a general weep of this desk, he never gives up. So I'm hoping Naruto 21 can live up to the name. But here are your choices, chat. The poll is running. We can go into Ecliptic Vaults, Shifting Sands, which was offered in the previous game as well, or Orin's Forge. You can see on the left side what these do. I personally don't mind Shifting Sands as much. If you get a Zephyr online early, you can actually clutch it out quite well with this one. Ecliptic Walls, just more generic, a little bit of extra econ. Orin's Forge is going to give you an additional Orin item anvil, which means everybody will be beelining for those Everwinters. And it seems like that is chat's favorite. Last chance to vote. Get those in there here on top of the Twitch chat before the voting closes.
I've been really excited to... Oh, go for it, Peter.
I was going to say, we just remember from the previous set, of course, all items, even if they've been a little bit reduced in power as of this set, it's generally speaking going to be the world's most popular one, and it will be our pick here for game number 4.
Yeah, when this comes in is going to determine the tempo of the lobby. If you get free item economy at 2.5, suddenly things are going a little bit faster than you're used to. But we'll see how that pans out. I'm excited to see what Brozilla brings out this game. It is going to be Orin's Forge as predicted, because Brozilla has been playing incredibly well, but he's also been playing incredibly memely, going for those 4-cost 3 stars every single game, just really trying to push the game to the absolute limit. And I appreciate it, man. Farm that content. We love it.
Absolutely. It feels a little bit like, he's asking his chat, like, hey guys, what should I play? And then there's this one person, usually me, going like, oh yeah, do Zigson. And he's like, okay, bet. And he just yeets it. So We'll see how it goes. Going in for now is going to be the Reforged Maisie Marzipan voting for the players, and the game is going to commence. And like you said, Peter, it is going to be. Ooh, I love that intro. Wait, beautiful, so nice.
It's
okay, now
amazing.
it is going to be about when that Reforged comes through.
Oh, for sure. And I did want to pick up on something that was before we move too much further. You mentioned the potential for, so if we did have the shifting sands, some of our players picking up on some of our freshest memes of building a million Zephyrs, knocking up the entire opposing front line, and then murdering their back line with Luxes.
The only way to do it. It's the only way to make it work. But there is going to be this strong Slayer opener here from Sean's, picking up 2 Ionia and the Kale. So a strong angle for him to consider, but you can't hard commit this early.
So Sean's, along with Maisie Marzipan, really needs to hit a first place in this one, or it's going to be consigned to the bottom part. As we mentioned before, we've really got clumps of players right now. For Brozilla, I think slow and steady seems to have worked really well, because for You Better Know Me and Balotelli, they've both taken last places so far, which is the only thing keeping them both from being hyper dominant.
Yeah, absolutely. You do want those first places, even if you're not Sean's or Maisie Marzipan. But those 2 players really need them to still have a shot at those bragging rights. And remember, it isn't invitational. We ask players from all across EMEA to come and play, but they're also representing their countries. And I'm not sure the French community would like if France went last in a TFT tournament.
Damn, just setting him up. Just lining him against the wall and being like,
Try
France,
to win. Come on.
if you
He's
want these slingshots, they're here. You don't need to use them, but they're here.
I do want to. I hope Alan goes this unstable yordle delivery. It's such a crazy fun augment to throw out yordles onto your bench again and again and
5
hopefully
yordle.
put together.
Do it.
Yeah, you've got to do it. He's doing it.
Yeah!
That is so cool.
Oh my
Let's
God.
go.
I have not really seen full vertical Yordle since the start of the game. Ooh, Swain Hero Augment would be really fun.
It's really strong too, but Sean's saying no. No, we're going to be a little bit
No
more
to fun.
conservative. Not going to have fun in this round. We're trying to win in serious tournament. Naruto on the other side, back to back with the transfusion.
It's worth bearing in mind, of course, Sean's the head of Team Aegis, where Palabal, Magaki, and Unid all are part of it. You know that they're going to be watching this and be giving Sean's a lot of crap after this is done, if he doesn't do spectacularly well.
That's part of the experience, right? Like, if you're not memeing about it, then you're doing it wrong.
Yeah.
Good luck.
It's called a party. It's not a portal business meeting.
That's the
That would
next
be a
event.
terrible name, too.
Portal coming out from Rising Legends. It's the Portal stand-up meeting.
Oh, no. Just
Okay,
quickly
businessy.
touching base about set 9. No, thank you. We'll
We'll
here
circle
for a
back to this
party.
later,
Oh,
Makes.
stop it.
Want to discuss some possible synergies between our various
Oh
streams?
God! This was in place the whole time, Matt. I just never realized.
Oh, I'm giving myself PTSD.
It's the heat. It's the heat. It's driving us to madness. But we'll keep an eye on Alan, of course. We do see that there's a couple of other players who are scooping up some of these yordles, but if Alan can get all the way through to 5 yordles, he'll be upgrading 2 of his yordles to 4-star, which is where they really unlock their hidden power, and it can be absolutely nightmarish to deal with.
For now, what he's going to do is printing gold. You can see his bench is empty. He has 2 Tristanas on the board, and he's on 30 gold already in 2-2. That is so much money to be sitting on, and if he's going for a hyper roll like Yordle 5, where you are playing Yordles with gunners, I assume that is going to be your aim here. I'm not entirely sure. Then that's just a really good start for it.
Matt, I don't want to rain on this particular prey, but we have seen people use augments like Unstable Yordle Delivery and just throw them away the second they turn up. So I hope this
Those
isn't
people
the
are
case.
monsters.
They are monsters, but monsters are the ones who win the business meetings.
That's
Twitch
true.
chat will shun them. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it'll be bad PR. That's all it comes down to. It's perfect. We can Oh god, I was about to
Alan, the
unironically
guy
say
that
circle
didn't play
back.
Yordle?
I was about to unironically say circle back. Get me out!
Stuck in your brain now. You cannot escape. But
I know.
on the other side, there is a player that is competing the Yordles. Lezaford has picked up Tristana 2, Maokai 2, Poppy 2. He's really digging it in there and wants to go for that hyper roll. It seems like might just be a transition because I'm spying now. There's a Ginzus in play. That's not normally a Tristana item.
Yeah, Tristana Best in Slot has generally been that Last Whisper, Gunblade plus Giant Slayer that we saw last game. You know, that has been just like 100% best in slot. Everyone goes for it. So maybe a pivot in the future.
I think sometimes there could be a reason where you change up that Giant Slayer for Guardbreaker because there's so much shielding in this set. Guardbreaker is just an extremely valuable item. It just really, really comes into play against nearly every board. So something that we are seeing being picked up a lot more of. But yeah, I think both of them quite viable. Ginzus, maybe not so much. She gets enough attack speed as is.
Let's check in with Maisie Marspan, who, much like Lezaford and Balotelli, all three of them managing to maintain an early streak, is spending some of that cash and has a really fascinating ball put together here with a really, really early itemized Zed.
I really enjoy playing this Slayer composition. We've done it before. Edge of Night isn't commonly the itemization. Generally, you want to go for the same items you find on a Darius carry. Bloodthirster, Titan's Resolve, plus Infinity Edge. But Maisie, 100%, that third item needs to be an Infinity Edge because Zed benefits so heavily from being able to crit on his ability, given that his Ionia bonus is just straight up crit chance and damage.
I mean, this will certainly make great items for Yasuo later on as well as Maisie moves through, but we haven't seen her on Ionia before, so we'll have to see how familiar she is with the line. Currently, Windstream, Balotelli is still fighting. Lezaford is still fighting as well. And it looks like it's only Maisie and Lezaford who will keep that streak going.
All right. Hopping on over with Sean's. And, you know, I'm getting a little bit scared. I think, Matt, you're maybe getting a little bit excited because there is a Garen in play. It has a Rage Blade. And we might see it. Is that what's happening here?
Yeah, I was trying to spin in my chair, but it turns out when you're hooked up via cables in several different directions, doesn't work out very well. But the spin to win is coming out here from Sean's. Going to see a BT coming up next for this big, beefy boy. You're going to run vertical juggernauts to give him a bunch of defenses, give him the healing and attack speed, and then just stack Zeeks around him.
Matt, if you want to spin your chair, remember you're not on camera right now. You can just pretend by moving from side to side
just
on
do
the
like...
microphone.
Woo! I'm totally spinning, you guys. You would not believe the RPM I'm achieving.
Well, for Sean's, unfortunately, it's not actually working out super well so far. Of course, in a previous game, we saw Sean's be very, very patient for the ball coming together, but he's still a long way away from hitting, say, level 7 and really getting those Garen and the rest of the Juggernauts online.
Well, as you say that, he finds a second Garen and a free Darius, so he's doing better than most, I'd say.
Never mind.
That always
All
sucks
right.
when you're making like a completely valid point, and then the player just like gets the perfect shop, and you're like, well, all right, there goes the last minute.
To be fair, it is still relevant, just not to that player anymore. But
Yeah.
Lezaford up against the Krugs, and he is strong enough to beat them, I'm pretty sure. But he also leveled up already. Alan, on the other side, he has not, and one of those Krugs might be healing. Yeah, there we go, but still is going to be able to complete this one. 3 units on 2-star, and we'll see how it goes. If we are going to see a roll down here right after that, this could be where the hyper roll commences, and he's definitely going to go down to 50. Is that going to be enough? Will he hit the units that he needs, or is he going further down the line? Once a 3-star Tristana to start us off, but everything else should be 3-star as well. That's what we're all about. Close to the 50. Do we keep going? Yes, we do.
Ooh.
We're going further down the line. Tristana
There we
3
go.
will be found here, and I think that's where you stop.
I think I have a disappointing read on where this is going, guys.
Oh, really? Please.
Yeah.
Doomsday for us.
You pointed it out earlier, Peter, and some people do just sacrifice the Yordle at the altar and get paid their blood money and take their gold And it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen here. He's going to go for that Tristana reroll composition, and he's going to cap out with Gunners, and he's going to ignore the perfectly awesome and sick 5 Yordle vertical. So no second 4-star coming out this game. I am greatly disappointed. I'm saddened by this.
I feel like if you know...
This is a personal affront.
I mean, it is. But Alan's in a pretty good spot right now. I mean, admittedly, this is prior to our competitive season starting, but we have got ourselves a prismatic augment to help pump in more power.
All right, Battle Ready is something we see players pick up generally. 12% more is quite a lot, but it's definitely not the strongest that you can get from the Prismatics. Is going to be the pick for Alan here, regardless, on that Vladimir Legend, which is going to secure you these transfusions, these Battle Readies, just making sure you get what you need. I think we had another player on that same. Maybe Naruto also picked up Battle Ready, because I think he's also on Vladimir. And yeah, there we go. There's Tristana for you guys. That's how you do it.
It's worth noting with the Yordles, it kind of, when you read the Yordle ability originally, it sounds like you need to have 3-star Yordles, but that's not the case. In this case, just having the 3-star units at all is going to be a huge push up in power. Now Alan is free to move forward from level 5 and build a late game board.
Okay. This is part of my crackpot theory crafting. So take it for what it is. I would have been very excited to see what Double Trouble 3 looks like with a doubled Tristana. Because you get massive stats on a unit that's been upgraded to 4-star. I don't know how Double Trouble works when you already have 3 stars. I would assume it just drops the orb, and he already had 4 3-stars. So he would get, I want to say, about 30 gold for free, and get to keep the Tristana, who would then get a massive buff on both of them. So it would have been cool, is what I'm saying. It would have been cool.
What happens when you sack off your augments for money longer term? Because I mean, that's
maybe I've been cooking too long and too hard, but I don't think I've burnt the dish yet.
Well, hello, we've got something a bit different here. We haven't seen You Better Know Me for a while, and he's gone for the Shimmer Scale items.
Yeah, and that's something I really love. I think going into this, Morgan was saying, I think it was Morgan, that we kind of got the best of all sets. Oh no, it was Brozilla. There we go. Brozilla said that. And it's true. I am so happy that Shimmer Scale items are back, even though it's more to remember from my little juicy brain. But so cool to see those items come back and not be a one-off of Dragonlance. We're getting them here again, and that Gold Lancers, it's really good on AP units. It's just so good. My favorite will forever be Mogul's Mail, because it reminds me of Idus, but still, on an AP unit, you couldn't probably wish for a better one.
It's a really, really potentially powerful item, because if you can get the kills, you're getting gold. And we know, how much you can snowball, because of course you spend that gold to get a stronger board. You keep building up to a stronger and stronger. So You Better Know Me on 16 points, tied with Balotelli in second place, still very much with a chance of winning the Portal Party if this game goes well.
What's really interesting to me here as well, on the side of You Better Know Me, is he seems to have committed to this change in playstyle where he's going for this very heavy econ utility thing every single game we've seen from him so far. So continuing that trend, it's going to be interesting to follow as we get into the regular season if he decides to compete in those Golden Spatula Cups.
All right. I am checking because here comes our Orin Anvil for all of the players. And now the Gamba starts and we're looking for Everwinter. Whoever finds it is going to be Everwinterly happy.
Boo! Boo!
My brain fell out of my ears listening to that one, but you're absolutely right. But at least we've got a decent item here for Sean's, being able to give the sniper across to Senna, who's firing across the entire board, so she will be a little bit more of a damage threat. This is a composition here for the Juggernauts notoriously does not have good backline access, so having a Senna there as a little bit more of a damage threat could be the difference maker.
Yeah, but you pointed it out earlier, Peter, and unfortunately it's coming to fruition. That's still a Garen 1. It's 3-5. This is not going great here for Sean's. 48 HP as well, so he's got to find that Garen 2 soon, or he may be out of it.
Yeah, and you can see he already rolled down a little bit, I think. So he went to 6, rolled down to 30, and was kind of stabilizing there and going back to slow rolling. He is able to find those wins on the back of 4 Juggernauts, though. You cannot overstate how tanky these boys are. Juggernauts, my favorite frontline ever, I think. Just so cool. The lower they go, the tankier they get, and you can really see that play out for boards like this one.
I think the one thing that's really missing here for Sean's is we don't have Pandora's items, so we can't pick up unlimited Zeke's Heralds, which is usually the way we're seeing this board built, where you put all of the eggs in one basket with Garen. So he's going to need to find the full damage from somewhere else, and we've seen from before, perhaps in this case his patience might work against him because he's just not getting strong, perhaps fast enough to keep up with the lobby.
This is pretty gross here from Brozilla going for that multicaster. Manazane plus Ginsu's on this Talia, doing plenty of damage. But as you were saying, this composition is going to be playing out a little bit differently here for Sean's. I kind of like the angle he's taking, though, with the Buried Treasure. He's going to be able to itemize a secondary carry in that Nasus, plus the Thieves' Gloves on Darius. So lots of flexibility on where the primary damage is going to come from, which will be much more relevant as we get later, because he is still struggling to find a Garen 2.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not he gets that. But there is something that I did want to explain because I saw someone ask for it. And because there's like 140 augments, final reserves being picked up by Maisie is going to come into play later on. This is basically the prismatic version of Last Stand. And as you can see, as soon as you're basically eliminated, in parentheses, you're going to get reduced to 1 health instead of like 0. You'll remain alive. You'll get 80 XP. And 25 gold. She's already on level 7, so she'll instantly hit level 8 or even level 9, depending on how far she takes this one. Has a rise in shop, does not pick it up, but it is going to be very relevant later on, and we are going to see that one come out. So don't be surprised by it. It's basically prismatic Last Stand.
I do like this for Maisie, though. It fits with her stated goals coming into the competition. She knows, of course, the quality of the players here, even with this being a heavy co-streamer event. She stated that she just didn't want to come at dead last in every single lobby because of how good everybody is. I think this is a great augment to make that happen.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with the way it's being played so far in this line, because I would assume what you want to do with this is econ up because you have that additional health, and then start rolling after you have the full econ, because if you hit level 9 on any board before you roll, that's going to be absolutely disgusting. But Maisie instead looking for the current combat power. I'm interested to see how it plays out for her.
Is going to take a loss here, but remember, she's kind of just safe. Next time augments come around, she might even get a little bit of extra strength, and it will be gold augments as last augments coming through. Ionia 6, Challenger Crest, should be looking interesting to her.
Yeah, the challenge is going to be pretty darn good. We can already see that there's 3 challenges in place, so that's going to be a big step up in damage. The only problem that Maisie's got right now is that we've got a lot of 1-stars hanging around, and at level 7, it's a big risk to try and throw all of your money after hitting the 2 stars.
Yeah, she's kind of safe, right? She doesn't really need to go anywhere. She can just like even econ back up. She should be able to reach to 50 with the HP she has and then slow roll it from there and try to find upgrades. Obviously, right now, the board is weak. It's probably going to lose out a little bit more, but she knows she has like an extra life. So she doesn't need to do risky stuff right now. She's going to get the extra XP and the extra gold, and that will be what she's looking out for. On the other side, Naruto looking for Voids again. And Matt, I know you were asking for a game without Void 8, but I'm not sure it's going to come.
Look, without Void 8 was the hope, and it looks like I don't see a spat here unless I missed it because I blacked out after seeing Void again. But I do see Rek'Sai carry, and I like Rek'Sai carry. She's fun. I like the double Titans. I like the BT. I like that she was and charges through units. Just a fun thing.
Can you do that again? She does what? Oh, okay. Thank you.
That's
my new ringtone now.
Yeah, Riot, if you want to contact me as like a Foley artist, I got that. I got other sounds too. I got like, you know.
Oh, wow. That was actually really good.
Yeah, we got options here. Yeah,
also
I think she
Reforged.
just makes random noises now. She needs a new voiceover. It's been a while. Maybe they need a new voice actor. I'm putting my name in the hat.
I like that. I like that. You have to keep hunting for job opportunities, of course, in this economy. But You Better Know Me is also in economy, I want to say. 63 gold, 7 losses down, 12 HP, and he's just hoping to finally get something out of this here. His Lux is the one that he's looking at. Will it be enough? Looks to be if that could happen here, but the Aphelios takes her down before, and he is going to face one more hit here, knocked down to 3 HP, and now he really needs to get a move on.
This is the big problem with the Gold Monster's staff, though, is that Nomi's in an awkward position where either he spends the money on going up levels, or he keeps the money and makes sure the Gold Monster staff actually does anything.
I want to see what he's going to pick up here. I think he's probably just going to go for the item. Will slam the guard breaker on the Lux, give her a little bit of a better ability to chew through specifically the shielded front lines in this game. But like you said, Peter, he is between a rock and a hard place here. 65 gold coming out of that round, so would be enough to level up and roll with the golden ticket. Might not have to blow all of his economy, but definitely a significant chunk.
See, that's a conversation I remember having quite a lot during the Dragonlance when these Shimmer Scale items were still a thing, where there would always be the consideration of, do you roll down or do you keep your gold for the Shimmer Scale item? And I think if you already lost 7 rounds, then your Shimmer Scale item is not doing enough for you. It's not going to get better with 10 more gold. You need to do something, you need to invest that gold, and even if that item doesn't do anything, the rest of your units might just be enough to kick something out here, and we're going to see if that will be the case for Nomi as he's trying to claw his way into the top 4. Lesafort and Naruto going up against each other here, and Naruto running it back, trying to get that Rek'Sai carry online.
It's doing really pretty well. Well, Matt, could you, for people who maybe haven't played the Rek'Sai carry, can you kind of run us through how does this work compared to, say, a regular Void board?
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of seeing it right now, right? The regular Void board relies heavily on the backline Kai'Sa as your primary carry, plus the Baron as your tank. When you're going for the Rek'Sai carry, you want to go for the vertical broad bruisers to give her as much maximum health as possible. Then you're relying on the synergy between Bruiser, Bloodthirster, and Double Titans. You're getting additional attack damage and ability power from those Titans as they stack, which give you resistances. Then you lose the health enough to get a massive shield from BT, and you start chomping away.
You're absolutely right, and I followed all of that, and you should write it down, chat, if you ever want to play Rek'Sai reroll. But Sean's, we're finding Warwick, 8 copies of it. We're finding Darius, 8 copies of it. But we're on 4 Garens. I thought is Garen reroll.
Yeah.
What's going on?
I mean, we've still got a couple of Zeeks now, which has managed to be put together, and the itemization is good. But you're right, for Sean's, the window of opportunity to get through this game at all with a decent finish is closing very rapidly. The Juggernauts are pretty tanky, though.
Garen's surviving on a sliver. Looks like he may be able to make it out of this one alive. He's got to walk to the Aphelios, though. It may spell his doom. Survives, but Nomi heads in his hands. Takes the loss.
Yeah, that Lux did not survive. He did roll down, which I think was the correct play to try and find some upgrades, but it didn't really come together, and the Lux was just annihilated in that background.
So this does happen sometimes for this kind of composition, is that we haven't found enough Garens, but we have found an absolute ton of Darius. So there is a world in which you can just switch things across to Darius and say, you know what? I was never playing a Garen reroll composition. I was actually playing a Stealth Noxus composition the whole time.
Yeah. Warwick is in a similar position, so options.
Yes,
You're never hitting Garen
options.
3 is the main thing.
Yeah.
It is. So do you just... Oh, well, there's at least another Garen. Yeah, there you go, Garen too. This is the chance to change those items. Maybe.
I mean, it's gone.
If that's what we're wanting to do. No.
Your tone of voice is just killing me. It's like, all right, if you want to live, there's options. We're good.
Yeah, I was
note.
offering, that not
You better
gonna...
know me. One of our front runners on the day, has been knocked out in 8th, so that removes him from the conversation before. He was tied up there with Balotelli and Brozilla, but will not have the chance to go ahead of the pack in this game.
Chance still has a chance if he gets this comp to first place. I'm not sure if it's in the cards, but he's definitely out here trying and looking at that gear and like, you better work, you better put it in. Come on, Demacia, you bring me that win, and it seems to be doing something. The Darius is helping. Maybe you should be playing Darius carry, I'm just saying.
Yeah, a little bit of carrier
I thought you were against the Darius carry a moment ago.
Look, if it's all you got. Thieves Glove's not doing a ton for Darius because he does really rely on not super specific item. Oh, selling out all of the Warwicks and still not finding Darius.
Well, we've got a item remover there for Sean, so he might be able to actually transfer some of his items across, but for Maisie Marzipan, she's in trouble as well. Does have the chance to put in one more unit. We've got Ionia 6, we do not have Challenger 6.
We have Challenger 5, mind you. And 4.
Uh-oh.
That's not exactly what we were hoping to do, I think. She's not looking like that was intended.
No.
We're trying to do something here, but I think just judging by her emotions showing in that player camera, that was not it. Maisie, I'm so sorry. There's going to be eliminations all across the board now on the left side. We are seeing Sean's being taken down by Demon, Teemo, and Maisie will also
Is Maisie
fall
okay?
prey. No, I don't think so.
Do we need to send a care package?
It's just
You're in the same country. Do you have the emergency number on hand? She doesn't look okay.
Honestly, I'm pretty alarmed because, of course, British people don't generally show that level of emotion. So for Maisie to have melted out of her chair signifies something particularly seriously wrong.
I'm looking at
that
Brozilla's
was good.
board. I'm kind of liking this. 5 Shurima with a Shurima Jarvan with Eternal Winter. This is kind of gross, guys. And Protector's on top of it. Loving it.
Yeah, what that's going to do is give you a lot of extra mana so he can cast quickly, even though he's going to get Zephyr. Now, that cast will still commence coming into that Gunner backline and will be a problem for those backliners. Ooh. And because he has the Eternal Winter, they're just all going to get slowed back there. So really, really nice item combination is not going to be enough against the Zeri board, though the Zephyr, I think, did play quite a big role here.
So I think we'll check back in with Brozilla's board once we kind of respawn rounds around again. But to follow on from what your point with the Jarvan, it feels like on paper it's very, very good, but you are putting a lot of your tank line into the opponent's back line instead of actually protecting your front line. So I think that's the problem there, that if there's too much aggro going onto your carries, it's still not going to work.
Yeah, really struggled there, especially against the huge amount of damage that was coming in from that Zeri board. She is absolutely massive on this patch, so Brozilla taking the brunt of that Gunner composition and could potentially fall out here in bottom 4, despite his points lead.
Yeah, he's managed to keep himself in the top 4 all the way through today. That's why he is our current points leader from Hungary. We do know he's a player who hasn't necessarily been focusing directly on competitive, instead pushing the Hungarian TFT scene very successfully. For Alanzq, another player with a huge amount of history behind him, this is a chance to step forward on 14 points.
All right, let's see how it goes. Brozilla is here. Hopefully this time the Jarvan will be able to do something. The Aphelios is so far away, quite on the other side. Can he drive that far? Can he reach him? Will not be the case. The clump is just in the middle. It's all eyes on Azir. He needs to be the one to take out the backline targets, and that is going to take quite some time. It's Azir 1 against Aphelios 2, and even though they're both stacking up those Rage Blades, I don't think it's going to be enough. And Aphelios deals massive damage one more time, takes him out, and our top 4 are decided.
Yeah, Quicksilver was the MVP of that match. No two ways about it. Leza, with that Quicksilver on his Aphelios, meant that none of the stuns came out from Jarvan, and especially the Everwinter. Sorry, my throat is jamming up on me. Just 2 broken up about the loss of that board. But as a result, none of that CC came out. Aphelios just kept firing away, stacking up the Rage Blade, and just tore through the entire remaining front line.
So as we check in with Balotelli's board, of course, from Italy, the king of the Italian Blender Mafia, doing some really nice work with the 4-gunner 4 Zorn board. 3 Zeeks to make sure that this Zeri hits like a truck. Has a sniper as well to be able to maximize her damage across long range. You can tear through nearly any front line, as long as Zeri isn't CC for most of the round.
Good CC going out. You can see Quicksilver, strong value in this lobby.
Definitely true. Balotelli now feeling the pressure as well, but there is one more PvE round to save face, to maybe find an item, to maybe find an upgrade and turn things around for players. We can see that all of them are quite okay on gold, so nobody's really down in the trenches. Balotelli with the least gold here with 25, but surely he's going to pick up something from the Dragon.
For all of our remaining players, they're on 16 or 14 points respectively. Balotelli, our current frontrunner from our remaining players. So this should give us some separation at the top of the table. We've only got one more game to go before we determine who will be... We haven't even come up with a name for who's going to win the Portal Party, but we'll try and figure one out by the end of the last game.
Yeah, hardest part here. I think there's a little bit of a secret hiding on Naruto's board, by the way. He still doesn't have Rek'Sai 3. If he's able to get that, his board is going to... Look at that! Rek'Sai 3 coming in across the board for Naruto.
Existence, Matt. Just, you know, sometimes you gotta help.
Yeah. I found a better way to explain it while I've been thinking about it, by the way. This is AD Echo reroll.
It's true. It actually is true. It works really similarly because the way this reroll works is that every time she eats something, she just massively heals, and Echo does the same thing. You can see it. She comes in, she takes one big chomp, and she massively heals up. Now, same as with Echo, units that have a lot of health are the thing she does not want to get stuck on. Doesn't matter. They're all out of the way. They've been eaten up, and Naruto can be very, very happy here. Balotelli, though, down to 4 HP, needs to turn things around if he wants to get into those top 3.
Yeah. No Baron, no Juggernaut means Rek'Sai's a happy girl.
So we saw from the previous round, I think we got a little bit of the trade-off here for Leatherford of bringing in that Quicksilver, is keeping Aphelios safe from being CC'd all round long, but it is capping his damage a little bit. Sure, you're not doing any damage if you're CC'd, but if you're not CC'd, you're still struggling to deal with these incredibly strong late-game tanks.
All right. It's Leatherford up against Balotelli. Leatherford I don't think he can take another hit. The Zephyr comes in, takes up the Aphelios. He will not be able to stack up that Ginzu's right from the get-go, and that's a massive deal to this board, as it's all relying on the backline damage that he has. Frontline has taken out everything, but Aphelios still seems to be the king of this matchup. Balotelli will be taken down here, and Alan also down to 7 HP.
You can see that Urgot doing so much damage. Of course, you pointed out, Zephyr absolutely huge in that fight, stalled for quite a while, but uncontested in the front line was that Urgot able to dive directly into the back and just machine gun Zeri down with those shotgun knees.
I'm a little sad as we check in with Alan, who's still holding alive. As you mentioned before, we could have seen a YOL 5 game this game, but sadly, we have been denied. Still, though, this board is hell of a strong. We've got the beginnings of a repairing turret on the front line to make sure these gunners get the time they need to stack up.
All right, can Tristana do it? Senel coming in right away, shielding the entire team. That is going to help as long as the Tristana stays untouched. But you can see the carries in the opposing corners. They want to take out the other one as soon as they can. And Tristana is a little bit in preference here as she gets out stuns onto the enemy backline. And that will be it. Alan being able to find a win against Leza. And Naruto, with that Rek'Sai, she's charged up. It's just like the anime. Naruto just keeps going. He keeps training, and he wins eventually. That's all I'm learning here.
Oh, good Zephyr yoink.
I mean, we've already seen how impactful those Zephyrs will be. Alan's just got the single life left here. Fortunately, at least Alan's got a few different carries that can carry the load, and we're also seeing Alan pretty close, but not quite yet at hitting the full version of the turret, and potentially even a Heimerdinger 3.
Yeah, I think Rek'Sai is going to struggle a little bit into this composition because there's so much damage going directly into the front line, and she does not have a whole lot of safety in her kit.
At least got
Safety?
the Kaiser on the back line.
Who needs safety if you can just eat your opponents, Matt? Come
We'll
on.
see if she can. She's
Zephyr
got a
coming
voracious
in,
appetite.
Shroud of Stillness coming in. So while the Zephyr does not hit the Tristana, the Shroud at least takes out the Senna. That should be helpful. Look at the Rek'Sai. She needs to find the way into the enemy backline. She's currently still there in that entire clump, getting stunned after stunned by that Senna, but she's still alive and healthy.
Oh.
She can still take it down. You can see those resets coming in. Will get stopped here by the Senna for a second, but continues on. Can she do it? Will take a loss here, and I think it comes down to a little bit of a positioning diff here.
Yeah, it's going to be so important to avoid having the knock away on the Rek'Sai. I mean, she's getting stuck on the Omega tank of the Maokai for a really long time, and that's a big, big problem. There's so much damage, so much of Naruto's board is relying on the Rek'Sai getting the job done. The Kaiser, in this case, is more of an addition than a win condition.
I'm interested in seeing where this Rek'Sai goes. If she targets the turret and gets the bite through it, she's in the backline.
Need to watch out with that Zephyr. Can it hit this time? That's going to be a massive factor, and it actually does. Both Zephyrs lift up the backline of Alan, allowing the Rek'Sai to take a little bit longer, but once again, she's still stuck on the front line. Will she be able to chew through it, Peter, or will she get stuck once more?
Eternal Winter buying a little bit of time for the end of the round. Rek'Sai is going up to full power. Alan's EQ going to be feeling pretty robbed there. The Rek'Sai getting the job done all the way to the end. But oh my gosh, what a finish.
Yeah, proud of my girl there. And of course, also picking up that final augment. It is not the Void Crest, it's even better bonus HP for the Void. So all of those bonuses combined for the Rek'Sai made her a pretty unstoppable force. Really fun. I finally got to see the composition in action from people who don't suck at the game. I like it. I'm not a great pilot of it. Look, I can admit that I'm bad at the game. That's you know, great to see a good player playing it.
Yeah, yeah. I'll never show you my boards ever again. You're so mean.
This is, of course, one of the things for our players. You know, of course, while this isn't part of the main competitive season, you know, if you are thinking about joining in the future, we would very much encourage you to check out the TRCs and the dates coming up, so you too can be judged live on stream.
On twitter.com/TFT Esports EMEA, using the hashtag TFT Rising Legends. See, we're trained. We're like monkeys.
Yes. You could have said puppies there, you know. Yeah. Have you ever seen a monkey? They're pretty rascally.
Yeah, I mean, what? And puppies aren't? Come on, I know you've got cats, but puppies are
at least cute.
They're cute, but they're little bastards. I'll tell you that right now. Look, we've got one right there.
Did you hear what Matt just called?
Adorable.
A villain, right there. An adorable, fluffy villain.
Look into those eyes, Matt. Look into... Okay, you can't see the eyes. But imagine you could see the eyes and how disappointed they would be with you.
Look into my caster tag, Matt. Look deep. At counterfeit cast. Oh, there we go. Oh, you're
So
evil,
cute.
but I love you. I love you so much.
Evil.
Oh, look, all
need a
animals are a
break.
little bit evil. They're beautiful. We do, but you know what? All right, we'll send it to break, and I will continue investigating the rising evil in Counterfeit's household and see if she or he is in fact a good boy or girl. We'll find out with this investigative report when we return in a few minutes.
So much, Poppy the Puppy, for that special appearance that we got from our lovely, lovely colleague, Mr. Counterfeit Peter, aka the most amazing dog owner in the universe. Speaking about owners, Wida, we just got your favorite portal in that last game, the Reforged. We've been speaking about being one special guy who only plays Ornn. We've seen Twisted Fates, we've seen Lee Sin players, we've seen Vladimir players, but you are an Ornn player and you got Reforged. How exciting was that?
I mean, I will say something right here, because she's talking about being the owner. Imagine being Ornn and owning that forge. Like, imagine the amount of business he gets over the course of a TFT season. He must be like the richest, like, deity or like person in the entirety of Runeterra. Like, he must make so much money, right? Like, everyone here just getting, one for free, and who pays for that? I don't know. But when you look at the winning competition here at the start, here we're gonna go into Naruto here. Rek'Sai reroll, we kind of saw a bit of a teaser for this earlier on today, but now we got to see the more traditional line, Morgan, where we only go for the free void, and then this is the Rek'Sai that's the start of the show.
Yeah, we did go for the 3-star Echo reroll. I'm sorry, I mean the Rek'Sai reroll, which does the exact same roll, by the way. Heal, deal tons of damage, be able to go straight to the backline. Again, with that already, was able to put much more damage, become much more tankier, so that's almost a Juggernaut Rek'Sai, if I'm mistaken. Also, especially thanks to the transfusion giving her a lot of health, and of course with the stable evolution, that Rek'Sai was very, very, very huge with a double Terra's Resolve and the BT. Again, one of the most exciting rerolls that we've seen, and Naruto has been able to force it just right in this game.
Yeah, it's a super fun one as well, and I also want to highlight the item he had on the Sejuani, right? Because with the fact that this was the Ornn's Forge we took a step into, the highest priority Ornn elements kind of came to show, right? Sniper's Focus and Eternal Winter are like the two highest priority items right now when you delve into the Forge for the most part. And we got to see quite a few of them, and they are just incredibly powerful. We've spoken about the amount of power in Eternal Winter for such a long time, but Sniper's Focus is a new addition to the Ornn, to like the ornaments, right? Like these insane Ornn items coming through here, and just getting that sniper trait pretty much essentially built into you with that 30% attack boost, I think it is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and the fact that it also just gives blatant damage that is adaptive to whether you're playing on an APU magic-based board or a damage-based board like the Gunners, like the Zeri, for example, you're still able to smash it on almost any back line, and that's it. You can get a lot of damage coming from it due to every hex difference, so Sniper's Focus is really one of the best items, and I think if we could check the stats, we could definitely tell that it has some of the best average placements ever. But speaking of the stats, we're not going to be talking augments, we're talking players right now, Wida.
Yeah, looking at the stats, I think that's one thing to say about this. It's the fact that how close this lobby is, right? Like you're looking at it from the first to fifth, only 2 points separates everybody, and that is the big thing to look into, right? Because whoever is going to come and take home the title of being the Portal Party champion, they pretty much have to take home the victory because everything is so close right now.
Yeah, this lobby is extremely close, however, and most of these people, by the way, they do not have that good amount of, we have not had a single person who won twice in a row. Like, You Better Know Me was the closest. He got first, but then he went 8th, then he got 2nd, then he got 8th again. So this shows you how hard it is to survive in these lobbies, and it's either you're a top 2 or you're a bottom 8th. So that's the thing. Everyone in this lobby so far has been very, very consistent with the amount of points that they've been able to get. But again, we wouldn't like to get you guys away from all that excitement. We have one more game in order to crown our champion of TFT Portal Party. So we're going to be going on a quick break and coming back. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be less than 2 minutes, and we're going to be right back with you.
Every child in Valorant has heard the tale before about the cursed mummy boy who felt his heart no more. So sad and lorn, the helpless lad, Amumu was his name. He ventured out to find a friend and learn about his bane. For many years, young Amumu traveled through the lands, determined to make friends if only they would understand. But even when Amumu stood upon the ledge of home, his hope would disappoint him and he would remain alone. But then the curse began to whisper in his ear. It would confirm what was Amumu's biggest fear. It pledged that never shall someone become his friend. It pledged that he shall be alone until his end. But sorrow and despair became too much to bear.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Portal Party. Of course, we're coming up to our final game today, but just taking a second to recognize where we are as a community right now, coming out of the Monster Party with 7 different countries making the top 8. And we feel like we're really entering into the golden age of TFT. Guys, it's been such a pleasure to have this first event of the set. And of course, the best is still yet to come.
It's been such an honor to be here again, and it's extremely exciting to be watching such a very close lobby. Again, with a lovely mix between influencers, streamers, commentators, on-air talents, and pro players and owners for esports. You have the perfect mix, and surprisingly, the skill level is still very close. You cannot really anticipate who's going to be first in this lobby, so I'm extremely excited for Game 5. Please don't let it be Demacian High Soul. Please, Demacian House Light Hold. I'm signing off.
That's the only choice for it. Honestly though, I'm the type of person, I always send it to the Rapture, by the way, because it's just fun, it's just take a completely free roll, it's a good portal for sure, right? I'm trying to figure out where this game is going to take it, right? Because we've seen a lot of Void. Void has really been, in one way or another, the key focal point for this entire game. Well, game today, right? Because you look at the Rek'Sai coming through in the previous game in the reroll, but then we've seen so much vertical Void also really taking home games left, right, and center that I'm honestly not sure where we're going to end up here today, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like we're so focused towards boards that can cap out to an absolutely ridiculous degree, because, of course, we've seen the Prismatics coming through before. We know our Twitch chat in a moment will probably choose the spiciest portal possible for our final game. So, Morgan, you notice, we've got an incredibly tight top 5 here that anybody could win the party.
It's mostly contested between Naruto, Brozilla, Balotelli, Alanzq, or Leza. Again, these people are all of them from 1st to 5th, only with a single or 2-point difference between all of them. So whoever comes out first here could still be going into tiebreakers. So you're not really sure who's going to be winning. This is what makes this game extremely exciting, because you have 5 contestants. Mostly in game 5, we say it's contested between this and that. It's mostly contested between these 2 players. It's mostly contested between 3 at max. But a first place being 1 out of 5 people that we have makes this game extremely exciting, because you're going to be paying attention to all of their boards. And who knows, maybe we could get Leza clutch as well. Maybe you could get Balotelli Slam at first, and Naruto goes bot 4, so he comes first. So there are a lot of choices, and no one can really predict who's winning here. But why don't we play a prediction game? Do you guys want to play some votes?
Oh gosh, there's so many votes to do. I mean, Naruto, I think has really kind of come for a surprise. As we noted a little bit earlier on today, even our best players are having, generally having won a game which goes very much against them. So I think it's really hard to know for sure. I know a lot of people were fearing Balotelli coming into today, so it's hard to vote against him potentially, or at least having a very strong chance of winning.
Yeah, I'm also on that, Balotelli train would be the one that I would assume, right? Sure, Naruto has been showing great promise on some very specific lines today so far, right? I think that's safe to say, but we do have the voting starting now, and we're gonna go with Half Home, Nox Cryer, or Shifting Sands here. So, Morgan, which of these is your favorite?
Okay, I kinda love Nox Cryer because it forces you to position a lot. Now, this kind of messes with stuff like social distancing and unified resistance, all of these placement-based augments, so it kind of makes the game special. Again, Hearthhome is almost not that big of a difference between Reforged. You get an aura item, here you get a radiant item, so it's kind of close to the last game. So I would love if we could get either Noxicaya or Shifting Sands, because essentially Shifting Sands doesn't affect the gameplay that much, it's just a remover, that's it. So Noxicaya would be very fun, specifically that we didn't get a single Noxus portal today, did we?
Actually, I would say that like Shifting Sands really does shape the way that you play the game a lot, because you don't have to compromise playing stronger item holders to start. For example, because you always have access to that magnetic remover. Items like Thieves' Gloves, for example, the Radiant version of that as well, really goes up in value. It's insane in the late game. It has massive impact for the likes of Zephyrs and Shrouds. So, sure, it doesn't have the biggest impact. It's not like as flashy as something like, I don't know, a Sump or any of the other ones, really, right? But it is really, really, really interesting to look at how it is gonna pan out when we move into this game.
Well, Shifting Sands has been with us multiple times, crying out to be picked. And we can see that the vote is decided by a single vote. It will be Shifting Sands. So, exactly as you said, Wheater, we've got our players going to be skill tested here. How well will they know to navigate these Shifting Sands?
I'm pretty sure that this 1% is Makes and her fan base and her entire Shurima army, because it's just 1% difference. She's been asking for it for quite a few games right now, and there you go, Makes. You can sit back, enjoy, get some popcorn. It is going to be Shifting Sands, so watch out beneath you guys, because the sands are shifting in this game.
So actually, let me expand on my point a little bit from before, right? Because I was trying to keep it brief, but I think this is one of my favorite dimensions to play. I'm not even joking. No, people will say that I'm trolling, but I'm not. Because of how flexible this actually allows you to play. Because think about something like the Aphelios compositions, right? Now, instead of running Jhin item holder for a long time, for example, you can just move into something like an Akshan item holder for a while, right? But you don't have to sell your Jhin 2, so your board doesn't get that much worse, and you can wait for these incremental upgrades to your board to really come through and get those power gains out. It's actually a super interesting way to play it.
So we're keeping our eyes very closely peeled to see which one of our players takes advantage of this rare opportunity as Sean's finds an early champion duplicator. Now, guys, we know that this could potentially turn into something very powerful later on, but, if you're in this kind of position from Sean's here, who is on 13 points right now, I don't think, doesn't have a chance of winning anymore, but needs this strong finish to make sure that the rest of his team doesn't make too much fun of him. Where would you like to see this duplicator cashed in, early or late?
Honestly, whether it is early or late, I want to highlight one thing before I get into that. Balotelli said in chat as soon as the Shifting Sands were big, they were like, oh my god, Shifting Sands, bedge. So I'm pretty happy that me and the player that I was going to vote to actually share the same idea. Shifting Sands are literally just bedge. I'm sorry, I know you guys probably love me, but that's just my opinion. Now, magnetic removers committed early or late, I don't think does it make any difference, because essentially every round, at the start of every round, if you don't have one, you just get an extra. So slam those items in the early game. It goes the same way, kind of like Glask Industries, because it pays off when you slam the items early and then keep shifting them from a unit to another unit in order to be able to get the maximum advantage from the components that you have. So I would love to see items committed and slammed as early into the game.
Nothing is worth knowing here about the fact that Sean is actually down 3 gold, right? Sure, duplicators are fantastic, but the thing with this whole dynamic as we have gotten these Lizard Chamber duplicators into the game, see Sean is on Earth here.
Ooh, Emblem and Reforged. Branching out, branching out, branching out.
I mean, it's going to give you direction straight away. We've got some kind of AP-centric items in here for Sean early on. What's it going to be? Challenger. Okay, this isn't too bad. We know, well, Sean's did just sell a Callista, which is probably not going to be feeling particularly great for him. At least he's got a clear direction for the rest of the game.
Send it. Let's go.
What not?
Okay. We're playing Sox, okay. But yeah, so Kazakh move back into the point here when it comes to the duplicator, because it's actually super relevant. Is that this champion duplicators you feel a lot more free in spending because they're not as high value as like a full-on champion duplicators. So you can get more tempo in the early game. You feel better about committing to lower cost rerolls. But if you're able to have a stable early to mid game, you can sometimes spike a random 2-star legendary, for example, as well.
Morgan, I do want to point out here, we've got one of the augments we've been talking about since the beginning of the day. On a Roll is available for Alan, and we know how powerful this augment can be.
Yeah, this augment is extremely strong, and you can already tell which direction it's going to with on a roll. Mostly, there are two ways that you can go with it. It's either trying to reach level 6 or 5 and try to roll for 3 or 4 costs 3-star, and I've seen someone do it in my games, even though this was the only time I've seen it work because it's extremely risky. But mostly, everyone just goes through the classic way, trying to roll for the Tristana, Poppy, Shadow Isles, Viego, and Maokai, etc., etc. And we can already tell that this is the direction Alan is going because he already had a few pairs on his bench with the honor roll. So it kind of keeps you rolling for the entire game. But of course, the easiest way to pull this off is with the Tristana.
Check back in with Balotelli. You can just know for a second he's going to be running the Pandora's items for the rest of the game, so keep an eye out. But Alan, pretty close to hitting some level ups here, so it's worth bearing in mind for Honor Roll that you will be getting the free reroll every time you get a starred up unit. So you can, as Alan is doing here, have some units you're not planning on playing, but you might be able to star up, kept there just to generate more rolls.
Yeah, and also worth remembering that even when you start combining units that aren't 1 cost anymore, you're still, technically speaking, earning 1 gold, right? Because the reroll is 2 gold normally, and when you sell off a 2-star unit that costs less than 1, you end up taking a penalty of 1 gold. So in reality, you're making your reroll 1 gold cheaper. So that's something you got to keep in mind here. Also, like, this is a pretty precarious spot, right? Because when you hit these on a roll here, you have these many pairs in the early game. When you get to roll on level 3, you get to chain together so much stuff normally, and Alan didn't get that initial spike because he couldn't find those early 2-stars after that singular copy of Poppy that he's now on level 4. Still great odds, it's not bad, but he could have had a much more explosive opener in terms of finding these Tristana copies.
The thing is, he still has a double Tristana on the board right now. He could have maybe put that Viego in for a Shadow Isles, but we can see that he's looking as much as he can for an early loss streak. So playing with on a roll on a loss streak for your economy, again, this is the thing, is that had he not have on a roll, he'd probably be above 20 gold right now, selling all of those pairs. But you kind of need to have a good mix between economy and also having as many 1-cost pairs as you can. Because just as Weeda mentioned, you don't lose gold for a 1-star pair when you get it to 2-star. You essentially set it for the same 3 gold amount, so that's a free reroll. And you don't want to stack 2 stars. Yes, you might do this in the late stages of the game and you just pay 1 gold per roll, but he kind of needs a good mix between economy and 1 pairs. That's why he is playing for the loss streak.
Well, Alan and Sean's both down. Having taken the early loss, of course, Sean's demonstrated to us earlier exactly how patient you can be while waiting for this comp to come together. But it feels like, Alan, the explosivity is certainly there to be built on. You Better Know Me and Rutherford both picking up early win streaks. You Better Know Me spending out to get to level 5 to try and make sure that stays in place.
Oh wait, is he contested? Is Maisie also going to play Tristana rerolls with that Gunner Heart? Please no. If they're both contesting, actually this could be very, very chaotic for both of them, but is she going to play a Tristana reroll alongside with her Gunner Heart? That is the question.
Oh, I love this from Sean's, by the way. Full on open for it here. And the reason why he's gone full on open here as well is worth remembering here. He has Alan in his pool. And if he can grieve Alan by doing this, because he's not taking a punishment by open forting full on here, whereas Alan cannot sell anything on his bench or board really, because these are all components of his composition. I don't see this from Sean's. He takes absolutely 0 risks here. And to answer your question, Morgan, Macy's already gone to level 5. Is going to play more for a higher capped on board.
Thank God. She's not going to be contesting.
I think that's a very, very smart move on Maisie's part to move towards later rather than trying to contest with someone who you know is pretty much uncontestable. But to what you're saying, Sean's takes the L there. Alan, fortunately, not running into that matchup, so might be able to keep another loss going as well. We'll keep things cooking nice and toasty. We've actually got a pretty big separation building between our top 5 and bottom 3.
Looking at Sean's item, by the way, he has some very, very good items for the Sork build that he's going to be playing right now. He has a Swain, and he also has a Orianna. If he keeps on open forting, if he keeps on doing his best in order to get as much economy, he has a lot of AP items. You can see a Jewel Gauntlet, you can see a Hudge, you can see a blue buff. He has a very good option, by the way, for the Sork emblem that he has. So I think it's going to be going very good for him. Now, if he plays against Alanzq and Alanzq wins, that is going to be pretty chaotic for both of them. At least for Alan. Yup, And Alan lost his streak, ladies and gents. That's it.
Oh boy. So, Rita, what do you think about this approach to the game that Alan's taking here? It's been very much less explosive, but more consistent. Just running up against Sean's and losing out on a lot of potential money.
I mean, this is just the nature of what can happen when you have two people in a lobby trying to play for full-on loss streaks, right? This is kind of an occupational hazard when you try to play these open for reroll styles. And Alan is, I think he understood this was a possibility, right? And the thing is that he slip up 30 gold. It's not the end of the world, and also he's gonna get so much extra gold from being on a roll, right? When he starts rolling down on free one, for example, just right here, he just banked 6 gold by picking up these pairs, right? Like,
Really?
that is just 6 gold, and I'm just he just keeps it going, because if he just keeps it going and hits, he has one more free reroll here. Then he can just start sending it again. This is not as bad as it seems, particularly just due to the nature of that augment. Had he not had this augment, for example, yes, this would be a very bad spot, but he has such a strong econ augment that his position is actually not that bad.
Remember when we once had Snooty Boo on the stream and he was just like, unlucky, man. That is something that I would love to put right now in Alanzq's situation, because there is nothing you could do. Again, you guys did already state that he had known there is a small possibility he might be going against Sean's, where both of them are playing with a very low streak. That's a spatula.
So you see the gold up here, and if you're Alan, you're just hoping for gold. You're hoping for gold. You're hoping for a ton of trades maybe as well. But there's not a lot of great craftable spatulas for this competition in particular. Sure, he could potentially get something of the likes from the carousel with a spatula that being open there, but this is not ideal. And I'm gonna be interested to see how deep he is gonna go, because this is gonna be a very rough spot for him to be in terms of his economy. If he just in terms of his HP pool, if he doesn't hit some of these free stars.
All right, we've got some hits coming through, so the hype train is still going for now. Instead, Alan are going to be spending a lot of gold. We're close-ish to Tristana 3, but still not where Alan would like to be. Now, without the loss streak, he's going to have to go up against Balotelli, who has a really fascinating-looking board put together here. An early Noxus emblem, which I don't know if that's going to get rerolled longer term, if this is actually going to turn into a Noxus card.
He missed the Tristana! That was a Tristana 3! He didn't buy it and he actually was in a rush. He could have sold one of these Cassiopeias, but that was a Tristana 3 right there. Please tell me I'm not imagining things. Am I? No, he just missed Tristana 3.
I was looking at the state of the board here. So what we're going to be seeing from Balotelli is most likely to lean into something along the lines of, we can talk about the Noxus Asir. It could also just be a Noxus line when it comes to Katarina Darius, for example. Right? Getting that extra Noxus in means you can get to that 6 point a little bit easier, and that could be good here. So he's going to be going for that battle ready. This bench situation is kind of scuffed, because he wants both of these, but he can only hold one of these by putting it onto the board. So he has to make a priority decision here. Says, you know what, Viego, not as important for me right now. Can pick up both of these as well. Why did we not just pick up this Viego? Well, okay, there we go. And I think he's just going to sit here and slow roll for now. He needs to rebuild some sort of economy. Okay, never mind. There is Tristana 3, so that's a big hit, at least for sure, I guess. But he is very deep in the tank, economically speaking.
Yeah, well, he's got the 3 stars coming in and a couple of extra rerolls. If he can hit just one more 3-star, then he would be off to the races. Unfortunately, he's fallen short by a single Poppy. Otherwise, this board will be leaping forward in power right now. Instead, it'll have to wait for one more round.
On the side of Nomi here, very, very early Aphelios found with a decent item set up along the way, 2 combat augments to boot on top of this. So his position is going to be quite strong all throughout the day. And we can kind of see here that even though he does have these 2 free stars right now, Alan is still struggling a little bit with the stabilization points, but in due course, I am sure that he will be in a pretty stable position.
Yeah, the only thing that I can find as a value from this battle, though, because you cannot craft a Gunner emblem, you cannot craft a Bastion emblem, correct me if I'm mistaken, you cannot also craft a Shadow Isles emblem. So essentially, what are you looking at with this battle here, except if it wasn't a Tactician Crown? So, good thing is, he's still at the bottom of the leaderboard when it comes to terms of HP, so he's going to be having priority on a carousel. And you know what? Just hit, man. He needs one more Viego, and that's it. He's going to be hitting that 4-star Tristana, which he already hit, by the way, with the Poppy. So, essentially, a Teemo or a Kled is all he needs, and maybe a Tactician Crown from that carousel will do him really good, Peter.
All right, so we take stock of the board. Rutherford on 20 points is still win streaking, undefeated as of 1.5 stages. Naruto, who's down towards the bottom. Again, one of those players. Naruto currently leading the points, 22. If he comes first in this lobby, he will have won the Portal Party.
It's just one fight right now, and there goes You Better Know Me. Already has that Aphelios pretty early with a Guard Breaker and a Rage Blade, so he's able to get it pumped up pretty early in the game. Again, that Rek'Sai is still only 1 star, so there's not going to be enough damage coming out from her right now, and the Deadeye buff will get a lot of damage given to that. Velko's not casting enough time at all. Naruto takes 1 loss, and we go off to the carousel.
Looking for key power units here. You're looking at something like the Kaiser Right Peel. There are some interesting tools here to work with.
We know the Void is in play, though. This has been one of the lower power augment lobbies so far, so I'm not even certain yet if we've got the chance to hit the Void 8, which we've been seeing remarkably often today.
Yeah, Nose Battle is here for Alanzq. It's pretty much a dead component on his bench right now. He already has a BF outside, and he just got another rod, so I think he might be going for a Gunblade on that Tristana. Again, the healing is extremely good on her, specifically they have a lot of tanks in that front line. Now he just needs 1 more Viego to keep up with the win streak and maybe try and aim towards another cap like he did last game. Look for 5 Yordles, look to make as much econ so he can get to level 8 and try to get that Tristana cap just like last game.
Something I've been noticing from our players on the bottom is they've been picking up more wins. So while they're low on HP, we've got Sean's here with a fully itemized Lux. We've got Alan with that Tristana ball coming together. And I think Naruto is trying to build up power as well. Getting knocked out early, it's going to be, of course, an absolutely devastating shot, but Maisie, we were checking in from before, actually doesn't seem to be going deep into the Gunner tree. Instead, has tried to contest through for Tristana.
Something I want to talk about here, Peter, right? It's not an itemized Lux. This is an itemized Lux 2 3-5
At level
on
6.
level 6. Okay? This is really far ahead of what you would expect the normal curve to be. And when you have the 6 Sorcerer online as well through the emblem, this is something that Sorcerers, generally speaking, excel at quite well. It is that they excel so heavily at playing ahead of the curve. It's why Sorcerer +1s tend to be super powerful in whatever AP tree it happens to be in within that set. We've seen it time and time again when you start playing this ahead of the curve here. Another little tech. Orianna frontline. This might look weird, but she actually is a pretty prominent tank as well when you keep in mind with her ability in that shield.
Honestly, how? I just want to ask how. How can he have a Lux like this? I mean, it's a big grab bag. Essentially, it doesn't even give you any. Okay, he did have a Nikos or a duplicator, whatever you want to call it, at the start of the game. So what? He took 1 from the shop, 1 from Carousel, and duplicated it. That's the only reasonable thing that I can think of at the moment for Sean.
And also, it's worth noting that he was open 40, right? That's also something that is gonna give him so much extra gold to work with. That's why he's also still at 20 gold with that upgraded Tarek, that upgraded Swain. Like, his board is pretty much not gonna change until like level 8.
All right, back in here with Maisie Marzipan. They pick up the training reward, so that's 13 gold and a lesser champion duplicator. Has at least got the 4 gunner online, and a decent amount of money in the bank, but that is true for most people in the lobby, with a large exception of Nomi, who has almost no money, currently in 2nd place without any kind of streak.
I'll be a little bit worried about Naruto right now, because again, he was the first when it came to this leaderboard with 22 points, rocking it in this lobby. But last game doesn't seem to be serving him so well. 4 low streaks at this point, currently with the lowest HP at 32. And he's hyper rolling, trying to find maybe that Rek'Sai 2 at least so he can pivot into it. But again, he doesn't find the Rek'Sai with about 20 or 30 gold. And that's just the classic TFT experience for you, baby. 30 gold, not a single Rek'Sai 2 coming up for him. That is... I feel you. I feel it, Naruto. I share you all my thoughts and prayers, man.
It is a rough spot to be in. But hey, we've seen exactly what this comp is capable of once it fully comes online. I do like we've got the backline insurance policy of the Kaiser to make sure if the round goes long, it will still be a win one way or the other. Naruto again on 22 points. Very good chance of winning the competition off of this game. And the board, it may not be full power as of yet, but it's certainly good enough to get the win against Maisie.
It is, but also you got to keep in mind here, he has 2 copies of Kaiser already online. He has the upgraded Brutus ready to be put onto the board. Like, he can put on a Vitu if needs be. This is obviously not great. I'm not saying this is good at all. I'm saying, you just used all of your gold and this thing something fast shows up. Oh, that is horrible. White Soul, however, could give him that. White Soul could give him that. Could give him that Rek'Sai too, right? Also allowed him to cut the Cho'Gath for that Vitu while keeping the free Void online, having a stronger board overall. So it's something that you can think about here. Actually, this could be a saving grace for Naruto because as long as he's on that Rek'Sai too, he should be more stable.
That's a bold choice.
At least it gives him an out.
Yeah, and the good thing about Void Soul is that he's also able to maybe, just like Wida said, pivot into that. You get 2-star Rek'Sai. Browser Crown could also be something that you look for here. Yes, exactly. Because you can just rely on Kai'Sa carrying. That Rek'Sai is going to be tanky as hell. And you also have an Infinity Edge that you can maybe slam on the Rek'Sai for one more damage. And I think that this is the direction that he's going to right now, Peter.
Yeah, it seems to be all in on the Rek'Sai. Up to Bruiser 6, that's a lot of HP. But as Matt explained to us before, it's going to be so incredibly important what happens to this Rek'Sai. So much damage on it, and the Kai'Sa gets deleted early on. That insurance policy has been taken away, but it's still good enough. The Juggernauts can't get through the incredible amount of beef.
No, these are not Juggernauts. This is, with all respect, Rogue Darius. And you gotta put a lot of respect to that. I've never seen a Darius team to backline before. This is a new thing for me.
I mean, super. This is just like a variant of the Echo Katarina duo reroll, right? It kind of like just because this is actually pretty cool because you have the Noxus reroll on like when it's down like 6 Noxus where you roll Katarina Darius. And now there's when you also want to include Echo that because he is probably the best rogue outside of Katarina, right? For that build. So now with that rogue +1 as well, you can go into a 4 rogue, 3 Noxus, and kind of have that core. And as you're talking about, Morgan, put that Darius into the backline. Let him reset. Let him kill all those pesky backline carries.
Speaking about killing, I think Maisie might be in a very rough spot right now with just 10 HP, 1 life left for her to be able to try and maybe survive. That Zeddy's also still at level 1 with her re-rolling all of her gold, and I think that this might be it for Maisie at this point, not being able to survive at least. You can see the disappointment and the hard breaks going through her.
She's taking her bows.
Yeah, I mean, I would feel the same thing exactly. I feel bad.
So that does mean one person is removed from the conversation. Remember, coming into this lobby, we have almost a 5-way tie for first place. Naruto, of course, if he gets first, will definitely win. But for anybody else amongst those 5, Alan, Balotelli, Brozilla, and Lesford, they've all got the chance of winning here, separated by only a single point.
Honestly, I think all of us should really tone it down when speaking about people on their high rolls, man. You know why? Sean's is at 7 HP now. We spoke about that Lux for so long, but surprisingly, that board is gonna be leaving us way too early in the final round, Rita.
Yeah, so there are a few things to talk about the fact with Sorks, right? So this is not like a Sork +1 in the nature of like a heart, for example, right? Which allows you to do some other stuff. And sorcerers themselves also do need a lot of other things to kind of work out here. And he's still lacking some sort of... Okay, let me see here. What's the situation here that I'm looking at? So okay, so like he's playing 7 to 8 Sorks here, but he's also doing this at the behest of his augments, right? So there's no combat power coming in from these augments. And generally speaking, if you have just a singular sorcerer +1 and combat augments to really help this like board elevate itself into a higher power, well, that's where these sorcerer +1s tend to shine. But that has not been Sean's game plan here. This has not been a possibility for Sean's either, one would assume.
All right, we've got one more chance here for Sean's. The reconfiguration of the items might be enough. There's a lot of raw power on display from these sorcerers, but it's a long way from Sorcerer 8. Rek'Sai, Bruiser board is going to get chewed through pretty darn quickly, and apparently those numbers were big enough, Morgan.
Yeah, lucky enough for him that he went against Lizza Ford because, again, sorcerers initially counter bruisers in a very strong way because of them dealing damage based on the unit's max health when they die to their next units. So essentially, when you explode a bruiser with Lux's ability, you deal a huge amount of damage to the units near them. Now, the only thing that makes Sean's board really step up in a very, very huge spike is if he can reach level 8. So if he survives just one more round, and I swear, just one more round and Sean's is going to be dropping that Orianna. He doesn't even have to wait for the Ahri. He has 3 extra Sorks. He just needs one more level.
Yeah, that one
Definitely
level
seem
is
very
always
far
about
away.
right now, right? It does seem, as you're talking about, Peter, it does seem very far away right now, but it only needs one more fight. It's going to be another one of these Bruiser-based boards yet again here, but this time around it's going to be Naruto's 2-star Kaiser. You saw how Naruto and Lesafort were battling it out for that Kaiser on the carousel, and you can see why both of them trying to find the 2-star.
I really liked your point, Morgan, you were making before about how these Bruisers will have an awful time against the Sorcerers, but unfortunately the front line's not quite there. We have got the Hextech Lifeblade in place, but it's still not enough. That's going to be so disappointing. It felt like everything was starting to come together, but it didn't quite get there.
Unlucky, man. You know, what was the biggest groundbreaking point of this at this fight? Exceptionally from the last one, he had the Radiant Giant Slayer that came from the Demacia last time on Lux. So essentially there was 70% more damage on that Lux laser coming out to units with higher than 1600 HP. So him getting the Gunblade on Lux this round from Demacia was just absolutely unlucky. The only thing that made a huge difference last round was because he had a Giant Slayer. And it's also the Radiant one. So the Gunblade really gave him zero value.
6 players remain. That does again mean that of our 5 players who've all got a chance to win this event, all 5 of them are still in here. You Better Know Me is the player who's kind of been left out in the cold after some bad games before, but we do know he's got the chance to put in something impressive for our final game. Let's hope he pulls it off.
Yeah, so he's right now on the Infernal Contract, one of the super interesting augments here, right? He's hard locked into level 7. However, he did gain 100 gold for that as his payoff. So he's trying to figure out any way for him to try to find a 3-star forecast, because you can use that extra gold and he can find multiple 3-star forecasts while staying in level 7. He should be with a shot of winning this game.
Now, I would have thought that his game plan would have been better to actually go and try to get a 3-star. Maybe multicasters, whatever you want to call it, but again, because he already has item slammed on Nazeri, which is kind of doing a whole lot of damage right now with the Organ giving him enough sustainability, but no, the Sona gets to kill her because of the backline access she has because of the multicast, and Brozilla somehow loses against You Know Me, all thanks to that lovely zone creation. Urgot.
Balotelli is out, so that will again remove his chances of winning today's event. We're down to our top 5. I do like what we've been seeing from Brozilla so far. The multicasters definitely still have room to grow, but for Alan, trying to pick up the last bit of fight, is going to have to now deal with a 3-star multi-casting Talia. She's so incredibly frustrating to deal with.
Yeah, it's also worth noting here that the interesting thing about multicasters is that there are so many ways to play them, right? You can see here that Brozilla has opted out of playing the Vel'Koz at all. It might come in a different point in time. Right now, though, it's going to be 3-star just and 4 multicaster, just having that 3-star Talia, because all these multicasters can kind of be played around as the primary carry depending on the build.
Bear in mind, we do have perfected repetition in play, so each time these casters are casting, they're gaining AP. But this round isn't running long enough for Brozilla's taste. It does make me wonder that maybe these multicasters are going to take too long to come online.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, Alanzq has done something that none of us had thought about. He's been able to craft a Demacia emblem, given that Viego initially already an item for him to be able to survive, but sadly, Lesafort going out way too early. So now, we're pretty sure that Lesafort and Balotelli are out from the chance that he might be actually winning the Porta Potty, and it's still contested between Brozilla, Alanzq, and Naruto. One of these 3 is for sure going to be our winner.
Naruto, with the bruises from 4, has got a very strong Kaiser. You Better Know Me. Has hit everything that Maisie Marspan was looking for early on, including a Taric 3, it's worth mentioning. Is going to be stuck at level 7 for the rest of the game, thanks to the augment. But I think he's pretty happy with what he's going to have for the rest of the game.
Another fight comes up, again against Alanzq's Hypercat board, with the Giant Slayer given on that Viego with the Infinity Edge. He has a lot of damage going up for him right now. The 2-star Zeri, very close to a 3-star, missing only 3 pairs from You Better Know Me, but again, that board is way too capped. He cannot just get rid of that Bastion frontline that easily because Poppy's too tanky. Same thing goes for the Maokai. He has a much faster access to his backline because of the 4-star Tristana, and Alanzq is just absolutely chilling, while Better Know Me is desperately searching for that Zeri or the 3-star.
So Gunner emblem and Sawn emblem here. So some interesting emblems for these Gunner players that are looking at something that they could potentially work into Nomi instantly just sends it here for that gun emblem here. It's going to allow him to play a better unit than whatever other gunner he was playing. And it's also worth noting, when you look at it here, he's stuck at level 7, so each emblem that allows him to play a better unit is frankly just going to be such a massive bonus.
And everything is going to count right now. Again, we've got an incredibly tight pack up at the top here, where a single points difference. Again, Naruto is ahead of the pack by a single point ahead of Alan and Brozilla. So if he wins, and right now it's looking like it could be in question, we've got 2 win-streaking players out of our remaining 4.
Yeah, and he also has another rogue already put in just because of the Viego, so he can actually get into the back line. Another goggle given for that Maokai, so it's going to be really hard to get rid of that Tristana in this fight, Peter.
I mean, look at the itemization there. We were wondering how many carries we could get online for this competition, but apparently it's going to be a whole heck of a bunch. The trait list almost breaking through the bottom of the screen. There's so many different traits coming into play, and that Rek'Sai surely can't stand up to the damage.
Yeah, too much damage being put on at this point, and again, the Tristana, you have zero access to it, literally, even with the Kai'Sa. She still has the Gunblade to heal for as much as she can. Again, with the Viego, you have too much healing given up from both the Radiant Gunblade and the Gunblade already put beforehand on the Tristana, and I think we might see Alanzq pivoting off to 5 Yordles, so he can get another 4-star Yordle. Might be Poppy. Or actually, will be Poppy.
I'd love to see it happen. I mean, Alan right now is on a 12-round win streak. Again, this is the Legends of Runeterra 2021 World Champion looking to try and make his return to the scene. If he can win out this last game and win the entire event itself, what a thing it would be on his big return to our screens.
It's also worth noting here that if Naruto goes out in either 3rd or 4th, it is going to be the winner of the lobby, most likely, depending where Nomi is going to end up, that will take home the title here. So that's something you got to keep in mind here right now, that everything is about sending Naruto into at least 3rd.
Speak about going to home, that Tristana is going to be sent back to Battle City, maybe from the Sona. Not enough damage being shrugged on her again. She still survives because of the Gunblade, but that's Sona. If she was a 3-star, this fight was 100% gonna be in Brozilla's advantage. Again, the Kai'Sa trying to kite as much as she can from that organ, but he does manage to dash in, reset that like cooldown, and Naruto takes another loss, this time from You Better Know Me.
Puts them both down to 12 HP. Alan now on a 13-round win streak with a ton of money in the bank. I think going to spend a little bit, as Naruto on the opposite end has a lot of money to spend as well. Nomi and Brozilla caught in no man's land between the two with very little flexibility of where to go.
And this Infernal contract here not really paying off too heavily, potentially for Nomi, unable to find those 4-star free cards. They are quite hard to find on level 7, but that is kind of going to have that. Got to be his win condition if he wants to look out for potential 1st place in this game here. Naruto now rolling down here. Needs to find 5 copies or so of Rek'Sai. Not impossible, but definitely not easy.
Oh, it's down to one more?
One more?
One more. I think. Okay, let go of the Kai'Sas. Let go of this one. Here it goes, finally.
Matt's got to be happy about this one. We get to see the Queen taking to the screen one more time today. We'll see if it's good enough to bring Naruto across the line, because Brozilla's power grows as well.
Yeah, they both hit at the exact same time. We have a 3-star Sona going against this again. Rek'Sai with almost the perfect Titan's Resolve, and the Bloodthirster might be able to survive for a long time. The Kai'Sa's also trying to put as much damage as she's able to, but the Rek'Sai goes on the direct correction. He goes aiming for that Sona, and Brozilla's not gonna be able to celebrate again with that Sona because Rek'Sai is just way too strong, baby. Wait, what was the sound Matt said she does? I don't know. He's way good at it.
Oh, that was a very good rendition of it. I would say that was a pretty good rendition of that, but we kind of got to see the power level of the multicasters shining through, but not necessarily to the full power that it could have been. Right? Had he been level 7, for example, had he had a little bit more front line to buy some time for that Sona, that fight could have been completely different. But at this moment in time now, all eyes on Alanzq. 14-round win streak. We're talking about how he was a little bit down the economy game, but again, as we're talking about, on a roll, really just securing his position. Double combat augment picked up as well on the backswing of things here, securing the fact that he has so much combat power in these fights.
And this isn't even the final form of this composition to bring the turret online as well. But the one cost pulling way above their weight. Like to knock out You Better Know Me. Naruto is fighting Ghost at the moment. We could see this game end right now.
Holy moly, it is already ending, and it's gonna be Alan claiming a win over You Better Know Me, but Naruto is still alive. We don't know if he's gonna be winning against the gods he's playing against or not, but You Better Know Me is officially out, and if Naruto is able to stay at the first spot or maybe the second, we can already tell that he is going to be the winner for the Portal Party.
And now the question back in here, do you just send it all down, right? Because this is Rek'Sai Freya should be able to absolutely demolish these front liners here, and depending on where this goes, it's going to be interesting to follow here. Keep in mind that whoever wins this game will be the one to take home the title here as well, because again, first they will signing on points, but they will also be having to go for wins as a first tiebreaker, and right now they both have one each, so could go for a potential second win and take home the title here. Final fight potentially on the cards.
On one side, a long-time caster. On the other side, a long-time legend. Going face-to-face once more. Will the 15-round streak come to an end?
Alanzq sitting on level 9 right now, way too strong with his Tristana. The Yasuo does get access to the back line, but the Gunblade is keeping her alive as much as he can. He does manage to go away, but that Rek'Sai still has more and more damage coming from her. Again, Alanzq's Tristana is not going to be able to stay alive because that Rek'Sai is just way too dominant, and he's aiming for 1 or maybe 2 or 3 more wins to claim the title from Alanzq's hands.
Refuses to die, and now we've got the extra item coming in. Do you believe, Wheater, can Naruto do it multiple times and upset the apple cart?
Well, that is the big thing here, right? Alan getting access to that Zephyr could be massive. Be able to chip away at the board, get that Rek'Sai out of the fight potentially as well, with the front lining going on here. So there are plenty of options depending here where it's going to take. Look at the bench here for Alan, right? You're looking at a Shroud, you're looking at a Zephyr. He has so much utility in these items. They can be used in so powerful ways. Granted that he has his units positioned correctly, and they have open item slots.
Bear in mind where we are. These are the shifting sands. Every single round that Zephyr is going to get cheesed in, and where it knocks up will determine who wins.
And he's able to finally get that 4 gunners in, not just that. The Zephyr also does land on a Kai'Sa, which has been one of the biggest reasons why Alanzq hasn't been able to survive in the last fight. Again, the Rek'Sai is still alive. There's probably nothing gonna get into it. The gargoyle value on the Maokai is not enough as she eats it up. Chum. Going into Naruto's again Rek'Sai. He's able to devour his front line like it doesn't even matter. The Zephyr doesn't make no difference. The 4 gunners don't make no difference because Rek'Sai is hungry, and Alanzq is gonna be the prey of Naruto today.
And you got a question
Zephyr.
here. Yeah, so you got a question here, right? So the Zephyr was good. The Zephyr was absolutely incredible. But now, these are going to be on 2 separate units, so he cannot remove both of these items at the same time. But the real question is, will it be enough if he's able to find that 2-star Heimerdinger, right? The extra HP on the turret now with the triple Repair-O-Matic. We talked about this so many times today. That additional frontline unit in that cannon would be even stronger if he finds that 2-star Techno Genius.
Looking to see where the Rek'Sai is going to end up against. Will she be running straight into the turret? It looks like she won't be. So she's going to get silenced to start the round and knocked up, and Zephyred as well. We've seen the focus down from Alan, seeing Rek'Sai as the major threat.
This might be it again, Shrouded, and this time also Zephyred. So we're going to be seeing a lot of delay from these Rek'Sai Devours. The Repair-O-Matic again still on the turret. Hasn't been able to go in the backline, and there goes the Ascension, triggering as well right there. But Alanzq still doesn't have enough damage for that Rek'Sai. Again, the final bite might be doing it, but there is no way you can win against the Kai'Sa and the Rek'Sai. And Alanzq is 1 round away, same thing as Naruto. Is there any chance that Alanzq can win this?
Oh my gosh.
So
one more.
Yeah,
please.
So that's one big thing to know about the shifting sands and interactions on the board from Alan right now. Right, his Shrouds has been good, but he's going to be able to pop off both of these utility items due to the nature of the shifting sands. Keeping the Zephyr on the bench is not a necessary item for this fight in particular, right? So he's going to be able to pop off the Shroud next fight as well, and then he has both of these items going to just have completely massive impact here. Not that I think Naruto will change up his positioning in any way, but he will be able to absolutely answer that instantly.
One more item coming in. We know that some of the gunners are, as of yet, unitemized on the backline of Alan, so it could be a significant amount of extra damage. Maybe we see a Zeke's to help push the Tristana damage further. 2-star Heimerdinger is there, have to sell to get it, but we've got now a significantly stronger front line, 2 Zephyrs, and the chance to very pick and choose who gets to participate in the next fight.
It's all about positioning right now. It's all about positioning, and it's all about The pressure that is on these two boys again. One of these is going to be the champion of the portal party. Here it goes, the Zephyr and the Shroud. This time it doesn't land on the Rek'Sai. He's been able to dodge it because of the last minute swap on the Lissandra. This time Yasuo also gets another free ticket and access to the Tristana at the Vandal City, but the damage is just way more than enough. The Maokai is going to be absolutely devoured right now, so the Rek'Sai can heal more and more. Almost dying this time. The healing has not been enough. It's not been able to get the final shot. And Alanzq is dealing enough damage. The Rek'Sai will go down, and so will now this chance to be able to be the champion of the portal party as Alanzq finally takes it home. He's not just the Legends of Runeterra World Champion, but he's also, well, your portal party champion for set 9. He comes back and reclaims that throne.
What a homecoming it is for him to come through and start the season this way. We can only hope we get to see a whole lot more of Alan, because that was spectacular and showed us that he's still got it.
And the funny thing here about this is that the second Zephyr really didn't have that much of an impact because it wasn't put in at the start of the fight. The only thing was it made that Heimerdinger a little bit more durable and gave him a bit of attack speed, but we got to see how Shifting Sands can kind of help shape these ultra late game situations when you have all of these utility items just being thrown around, and being able to continuously move them around is so powerful.
Yeah, I love it, particularly for our players who we know will always find the maximal value from their Shrouds, from their Zephyrs. These are items really built for our top level players to show exactly what they're capable of.
Again, I must apologize to you, Wida. I said that Shifting Sands at the start of the game might not make it very interesting, but guess what? I was wrong, specifically with all of these Zephyrs and Shrouds that we had to see late game. Despite the fact that I never thought Shifting Sands would actually make a game this close or this interesting. We've had how many fights at that final comp? 4? 5? Games in order for us to get to know who was it gonna be, Alan, or is it going to be Naruto? But at the end it was Alan. Again, it was such an honor to be here with you guys again. Peter, Wida, you guys always got my back, and a huge shout out of course to Niberia and Makes. You guys are the best squad.
All right, guys, so we've got one more break to come. We'll be here, of course, from our analyst desk. We'll be having a final interview as well to close out today. We'll also be giving you all the dates you'll need for your calendar, because, of course, we've not even started the competitive season, but this has been a hell of a beginning nonetheless. We'll catch you guys in a few minutes' time for our final segment of the day.
And welcome to the Portal After Party. My name is Niberia, joined here by Makes to wind down the action with everyone else. And Makes, we discovered over the past 2 games that we share a passion for a specific type of composition. You know, you with your Echo, me with my giant purple dinosaur-like monster thing. The 3 cost 3 stars with healing, really close to our hearts.
It's just so much fun to watch, right? It's like that instant gratification. You get to watch that unit. The mana bar fills up. They do their big move. Another unit dies, and that just continues on. It's just like, bah, bah, bah. It's so much fun.
Yeah, stuns ruin our day, unfortunately. But you know what? Until that happens, it's great. Naruto falling on that exact same hurdle as Alan's team just absolutely decimated that final game. Really strong use of on a roll. The first person I've seen who's gotten it without Lee Sin in a while, which is really interesting.
About to say that. That's so cool. And we saw him pilot this on a roll. It was kind of shaky, missed that Tristana, but in the end still arrived at where he needed to go. And I really like the way he played it out. So obviously he had all of the 3 and 4 stars he needed, but then later on even adding the Jarvan, which helped tremendously in providing some extra CC and getting that board just where it needs to with not only the Tristana stun, but also the Jarvan one, and of course Heimerdinger too, just that cherry on top.
Yeah, it really was just like hat on a hat on a hat on a hat, because it was just like, yeah, it's a Tristana comp. Oh, and it's also a Gunner comp. Oh, and it's also a Heimerdinger comp. Oh, and it's also a Viego Demacia carry composition. It just kind of had a little bit of everything, and it's no wonder that it was such an impossible composition to beat by the end game, because everything was there for him. Like you said, 3 stars galore. Heimerdinger 2 star. Just a really beautifully piloted composition.
Yeah, absolutely. But I also want to shout out everybody else that took part in our tournament, because I think we saw a great variety of comps, minus the 8 Void. We did see to get a lot of everything that's possible. Even 8 Challengers was played, which I think has to be my highlight today. That was really, really cool. And I think it just goes to show how great Set 9 can be and what the possibilities are that ahead of us. Because of course, balancing is going to come in and then stuff's going to change. But it seems to be a very wide and open field with a lot of screws that you can tune to get that tuning just right with legends and portals and all of the fun stuff.
Yeah, I've been really excited by the flexibility in my own games. You know, I am not the Giga Chad Hyperflex Bebe of the world, but I try my best. And you can see there's so many little ways where you can add a unit here and there and completely pivot out of what you were doing before into something similar, but fixes if you're contested, fixes if your late game's not looking too good. So I'm really excited to get to see that happen in competitive. But something I wanted to bring up with you as well, you are keeping an eye on You Better Know Me with that Infernal contract for a while. You want to talk through that a bit?
Yeah, I can mention it quickly before we go into our standings. That Infernal contract, I think, is really interesting in this patch particularly because the player damage in stage 4 is so high. So you actually don't really need to go to level 8, level 9 most of the time. You can win with a level 7 comp. And I think it's still good. It might fall off in the next patch. And he was saying himself that obviously his goal has to be to hit that 3-star 4 cost, and it didn't come together. But I think we want to look at our standings and see how everybody did. I think we all know that Alanzq did take the win of our Portal party, and I think Peter proposed a name for the winner earlier. I don't think Portal, what was it? Poodle is what we can come up with something better, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what, but we'll come up with something. We'll workshop it and come back at the end of the interview. We'll figure something out. But of course, you can see there Alan winning on the tiebreaker, Naruto taking second, followed by Brozilla. So interview buff going strong. Not enough to make it to first place, but I still believe
he is already buff, so he doesn't really need it.
He doesn't need any more. But of course, we all need some more Alanzq. We have him on the line right now for our interview. Alan, it's been a while since we've seen you in competitive. It's so great to have you back again. How are you feeling?
Hey, thanks for having me. It's great. Set is lit. It's absolutely like I'm having so much fun.
That's awesome.
I have think 200 games already on this patch. I cannot stop playing.
Oh, okay. Really having fun then.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing.
I can 100% relate. I'm not just there yet on the 200. I'm more around 100, but I'm trying to reach your level. With set 9 being as fun as it is, are we going to see you participate in Rising Legends? Maybe in the open qualifiers, maybe making it through. Oh, awesome. That's so cool. I love hearing that. Excited
I'm
to
a bit
see you.
rusty, as you probably have seen. I've misplayed here and there in almost all the games, but getting there, getting to the old shape.
Awesome.
well,
That's really cool.
Yeah, and I want to talk to you a little bit about your journey because, of course, I remember you from the early days of TFT back in set like 3 and 4, I believe it was, where you were competing in both of those, and then sort of fell off. You went over to Legends of Runeterra and then became a world champion. What was that experience like for you?
I mean, that was my biggest career achievement so far, and I'm very proud of that. Of course, it's a card game. There is a lot of RNG involved, same as TFT. Just there is slightly less RNG because it's a constructed. So you come with the ready deck, and TFT's draft deck. You have to draft every game. And at the drafts, I was usually slightly worse than the constructed if we are comparing different games across.
All right, that's really, really cool. So you already said set 9 is lit. Now, we saw you play a lot of a comp that I also admit to playing, which is the Yordle reroll on Tristana Gunner. But would you say it's your favorite comp right now, or is there another comp that...
Okay. It's just on the roll is a prismatic
trying
argument.
to help you here.
No, I absolutely hate it. I'm waiting for this to be nerfed. On the roll is a prismatic argument that you are playing in a silver lobby. It's illegal. It has to be deleted.
Okay. All right. To diverge you, what is your favorite comp then?
My favorite is probably 6 Deadeyes and just play around the strong front lane. It's just a very enjoyable experience when you see Deadeyes one-shot opponent's backlaner. It's really fun. It's very satisfying. I recommend
Unless
trying
you're
it
the
out.
one getting one shot, but I do agree.
Oh, most definitely.
Alan, I'm hearing in our green room. Can you confirm if this is true? Is it true that you played a Legends of Runeterra tournament at the same time you did a TFT tournament?
I did, and I qualified to top cut and I qualified in the TFT at the same time.
All right, you got to tell me what the hell went on there. How did that work? How did you figure that out? How'd you pull that off?
I was playing on I was having on the same screen 2 games. I had windowed Runeterra and TFT, and I was streaming both at the same time. One was qualifier to the seasonals. Sorry.
How'd you avoid getting dizzy with all of that going on, all those decisions?
Oh, I didn't.
Both games?
I was dizzy.
Okay.
But that's the fun part. Just conquering the liability of being dizzy, and just it's the most fun part. Just challenging yourself with different stuff over time.
I don't think I've ever had more respect for a player.
What? This is ridiculous.
So cool. Wow. All right. Awesome. Now, of course, you won this tournament. We're still trying to come up with a cool name for what to call the Portal Party winner. Is there any title that you would want to have?
Before the tournament, I kept misspelling it. Pool party. I keep calling it pool party. I don't know if I am very eager to go with one or something, but that's something that was on my mind all the time.
Okay, our pool party lifeguard.
Yeah, sure. That's the Michael Phelps of TFT. We'll put it that way. But of course, Alan, thank you so much for the interview. We've loved to have you here. I am terrified by the fact that you qualified in 2 championships at the same time. Hopefully, maybe we'll see you 2 championships in 2 different games, 2 world championships. We'll see. But yeah, I fingers crossed. I'm rooting for you, man. But you've got so many people in your own community rooting for you as well. Is there anyone you want to give a shout outs to before we let you head off and celebrate your win?
My girlfriend, that she's so patient with me playing TFT 16 hours a day, and my community, of course, for continuously supporting me and believing into me. Thank you guys for giving me a chance to compete. It was lit. It was fun. Hope we do this more often.
We hope we do this more often too. Trust me, we're happy to have you back. And of course, there is something I have to say just anytime we have a Polish player do well, and that's Polska Górą. So have that as well. And thank you so much for your time. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Blood Trail in the chat. Drop those Super Meat Boy emotes. I don't think we have ever had a bouncier interviewee, and I don't think I have ever seen Alan that excited about anything. I watched him a lot during set 3, and I have never seen him that excited. So this is a new Alan.
It's
for
lit.
Me.
It's
Yeah,
lit.
It's lit. It's just that simple. Our pool party champion. Just so exciting to see that, and I share his excitement. Set 9's been a blast so far.
It absolutely has been, and I think I'm just repeating myself, but I think this is the best start to a set I personally ever experienced, just from a player perspective. And I think this event just really set validation to that. So we are on a great set. We have lots and lots of stuff to look forward to. Remember to write down the dates for our next tournaments, because of course there is more and more to come. We see you in our Golden Spatula Cup #1, which is going to be on the 14th of July, because the 14th of June already happened.
That's in the past.
14th of July. So don't listen to this. Listen to me.
No time travel involved, we promise.
And that will be starting our games at 4 p.m. CEST. We're still in summertime, so we'll see you there, hopefully. Write down that. And if you want to keep in touch with us, you can let us know on our socials, Matt.
Yep, of course, we have the Twitter at TFT Esports EMEA, the Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Had to make sure it was all 3, are just at PlayTFT. And then makes you want to run through the casters real quick.
Yeah, absolutely. Myself, starting with myself, of course, because you can see it right here. That's at makes _ because of reasons. Then for Niberia, you're just going to have Niberia. That's very simple. And then the other 3 casters that we had the pleasure of working with today have a little bit of a tripwire for me, because for Morgan, it's Morgan casts. For Wida, it's Wida casts. And then for our dearest favorite, Counterfeit, it's Counterfeit cast without an S. So make sure you remember that.
He hit the character limit on Twitter, which is the reason that happened, which is my favorite fun fact.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, isn't that great? But yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. We will see you next time on July 14th at 4 o'clock CEST. So we will see you then. Happy Pride. Trans rights are human rights. And we will see you in a couple of weeks.